Los Los. What is up? What is up? What is up, chat? Yampi good. साउंड नहीं आ रहा है शिट अकेला वाइप कर रहा था मैं लव यू तो जो एड्स ऑफ है ना हाय बंस भाई लव यू वेरी मच लव यू
Can Gentlemates bounce back from a couple bad weeks, or will BBL secure themselves and two other teams' playoffs, keeping up with their own performance?
गोल्डी भाई का वैलो इंप्रूव हुआ है गोल्डी भाई जोड़े भाई
because we know the Icebox is Gentlemates' best map, and then on the other hand that BBL Pearl is their bread and butter.
Your prediction?
So you know,
too easy for BBL. Too easy.
Lotus though to go into this
too
off
easy.
The bat, I think it's really interesting. What do you think?
It is. I mean, Gentlemates is not playing really well, and Lotus they've been struggling every
Jaya stream bolte.
I would like to see how BBL is prepared for it because it's not even his best map, but they know that they can punish them. It's a good map to play, but Haven
punish them.
I mean, it's a really good map for mates.
But English का थोड़ा accent चाहिए तो.
For me to see, I think that we were going to see it no matter what. The surprise is that BBL they do not want to show that.
भाई दार्जिलिंग आ जाओ घूमने भाई मेरे को पहले यहाँ से ना ये एरिया में किधर घूमने का टाइम मिलने दो.
So it's definitely a curveball.
स्टील की वॉल्यूम बढ़ सकते हैं हाँ बढ़ा था आवाज बढ़ा था अभी तो कुछ बात कर रहे करके कम है.
I don't expect that much. I mean, BBL used to have one of the biggest assassins a long time ago, but it's not anymore. Right now, they were not performing that good, and I would like to see them, what they prepare for this Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some crazy comps come through from BBL, and I think because we've not seen them play Lotus yet, I'm really, really eager to get in and see who they're going to be picking for this Lotus matchup.
Hey, be aura वाला बंदा है बे.
हाँ? Click playing Yoru again. We've spoken
aura वाला बंदा है.
हैदराबाद
बंद पता नहीं बंद वाला we love you too.
Have BBL gone above and
एक साल
beyond
पुराना हाईलाइट देखी हो जाता पुरानी टीम के साथ डालो एक बार देखते हेलो वंशिका जी खाने का बारे में नो आइडिया किसको सपोर्ट बीबीएल बेबी
Yeah, they should be looking for something different, and I expect
Binks आपका इतना बड़ा कैसे दिल
coming with something special. Is it gonna be a claw? I don't know. Okay, they bring out Jet on Levan. Levan is playing Jet.
I like this. I mean, we know.
क्यों ऐसा सरप्राइज हो रहा है डूनिस पे वो?
What is in it?
I mean, for me as well, sociable here on the Tejo, I think that's going to be really, really interesting. We've seen how powerful he is.
सबसे
I
बाप
wonder if they're going to bring out the Tejo.
है ना sociable.
Yeah, I mean, running the meta with the breach and the Tejo similarly, well, not similarly, I guess. Yes, no, similarly. I'm seeing things to Gentlemates. So I like this. We're going to have a Tejo breach, in my opinion.
Which one do you favor in the Tejo breach kind of synergy?
Do you know what? I'm going to go BBL here because for me, I would love to see Mithul on a sentinel role. You know, previously I haven't seen him on a Vice. He's incredible at anchoring those sites. So that's my downfall.
You know who's also incredible? Our casters for today. Hey guys, how you doing? Passing this over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you
so much, Kukuka. Doing pretty good now with a matchup like this.
A banger, not just
in the maps we get and the players on the server,
but
also the stage today. Tom, BBL looking to lock the groups up, while Gentlemates want to see this nice and open as we move into week 5. This should be exciting.
Yeah.
No, Gentlemates could make an absolute nightmare for the team behind the scenes who have to do all the
math.
Oh yeah.
Ultimately, BBL can close out the groups here and now. It wouldn't be the end of the world if they were to lose, but it would mean they'd go up against a foot in a final deciding
honestly
game
this is
week,
the noobest region. Ruturaj bhai rank batao chalo
clear it out here and now. But yeah,
bata do
I think we
radiant off.
definitely had a sort of interesting look when it comes to that veto. Talking about Lotus was actually a fairly consistent ban coming through for the side of BBL. So this is one of those spots where you sit there and go, okay, they clearly have spotted a weakness in their opponents. But that weakness was kind of delivered by Foot when they battered them. So I don't know if you can recreate what Foot do, but with the Jet, it looks like they're going to try.
Oh, the fate of many teams in their hands. BBL come in
Fnatic को
only
बोला
really
देखो ना,
worried about themselves.
हराम ज्यादा।
Gentlemates, well, the same sort of boat. They can blow this group wide open with a victory here today. Lotus is where we start, and a fresh face from BBL. Both in the map we're seeing and the player who's opened it up. Magnum, newest addition to this roster, a bit of a last-minute change.
Clean 2-0 लग रहा है।
Managed to open up the B side.
Compared to Pacific and America, it isn't.
Looking for the deeper push. 3 players on the
Pacific
other
का
side of
हालत
this
कितना
smoke.
tight है अभी
Util
पता है?
fired, but Magnum, he's landed another.
एक game
and a
जीती है
third
PRS।
for Magnum. He'll eventually fall. But it looks like this round is set to land in BBL's hands. Mini, the only player standing in their way. He's been good, but not good enough this time.
Oh, that's already a little bit of a worry for the side of mates that gap has been found. That was a setup towards the A site where there was a stun being put through by Kamek, and because of that, Magnum had the freest kill of his entire life. And then you see this just aggressive front. They were clearly aware that their opponents were going to try and set up with the retake off the back of that Teo utility, combined with the paranoia, so they just play up close, play in their face, completely obliterate them in this pistol round. A solid start for BBL. And well, unfortunately, the next
भाई मेरे को यम्पी देखना है बस, यम्पी का गेम प्ले दिखाओ।
shouldn't be too much.
Same मेरे जैसा खेलता है वो।
For this early stack towards the A site, we'll see if that lasts long.
Indeed, it looks like it'll be easy enough. The weaponry they've brought in, especially the Outlaw in play, be very useful coming into the next round if they can keep hold of it all. Like you said, concerning seeing that gap exploited so early on.
Good morning, good morning.
BBL, but by Magnum, the execution to slip in there and catch Kamek going back the
मेरे
other way.
mods किधर है बे आजकल?
Equally, if not more open than last time, as obviously mates
Utraz
go
gaya
for
re
the
tu.
stack. It's a gamble. They've rolled the dice, and it's all coming up to A. 4 players
मेरे
around this
mods
angle. And
किधर
for
है?
BBL, well, they seem to be set to at least open that door in towards the tree.
I don't know if I've ever seen a lurking breach.
No, it's rare.
It's obscure, but it's purely based on the weaponry that's in hand.
एक
But
सेकंड
now
के
that
लगा
you've
मेरे
got
को
this
नाट
far,
से।
you almost have to go back. Like it would almost feel foolish to go, okay, maybe there's someone hiding on the back side of the other part of the map. I do like the look at these compositions.
Short
I think for both sides, it sort of sings towards
बोलो बनाया ऐसे ही
comfort.
चलो।
I think that's what the changes have been made. Maybe not so much click on the Euro. I'm still waiting to see this man truly deliver to the level we were expecting. But for example, I think Kamek very comfortable on the breach. I think Zipan
Mods आ
onto that
गए
more aggressive
आपको
initiator
छोड़ के
has looked very
holiday
good.
पे।
Mini on the
सब गए बे।
Viper, like we saw on the Vice last time around. So I think comfort there. And then I'm looking at Levin as well.
विकेट न्यू मॉड
Jet,
भाई जो भी
in
$10,000
my mind,
देगा फट से।
not the ideal agent
दिखाओ
for this
streamer।
map. For him,
Yeah.
there is no better agent.
Exactly, and I think we've had this conversation
बस
before
में मजा आया
around
आज।
the optimal way that the game should be played, the strategy of the
Class
game
में बैठ के
versus
देखा? ये
playing
कौन
to the
सा class
players
है?
that you have. And yeah, BBL could come in and think there's a more ideal composition to run, there's a
Blind
better
pick
way to
देगा या
play it,
ऐसे
but
pick देगा?
ultimately,
इसी पिक दे रहे
that
बे।
player, that comfort role can have a lot of value. Now they are hunting them down, looking for the orbs in the fights. Yumpy with a double, and there's a decent
बाप रे,
margin for
spike से
error. 2
फटने नहीं
players
दे रहे।
falling though, and we've reached it. Anyone else, and those losses will be felt, but luckily it is cleaned up by
अयो वो
BBL.
लोग को spike
Prophet
से
gets the
फटने नहीं
weapon
दिया।
recovered, and so a decent second round follow-up from BBL.
Huh?
Yeah, it's always good as well that it's Yumpy, the one garnering the orbs. Will get ever closer to.
Shameless like
That
chance।
Rolling Thunder.
क्या हो गया?
But now they
Stinger,
can
what
invest back
happened?
into
Who
having
hurt
those
you?
additional rifles going forward into the next couple of rounds.
Nice pass. Good job!
But this
$10,000
is like
ये
this
चलेगा,
makes have an
excuse me।
opportunity. Now, obviously, when you have this sort of Yoru
सच में एक मॉड नहीं
in
है, आप भी
combination with the
बुलाता हूँ
breach
ना।
and the Teo, you expect to see some level of aggressive setups, and with all 3 players
Group
currently
पे
on one side of
भाई।
the map, that's exactly what
क्या
we're going to get.
कोई mods है? Hello?
Good.
भाई
Denial
मेरा
early
आवाज
on of that
सुनते ही
control towards
15
the A
mods
site.
active।
Cam has been popped up though. You can see that it's in position for Magnum right now for some late information
Salary
taking.
नहीं
His
दूंगा
mates
इस बार इनको।
gather their rubble control for themselves. Rotations going around to the C site. Viper playing passive on B.
1K
Fairly
में done
standard
करो।
stuff from mates, just
1K minus 9K
played
में
out
done।
heavy on the A site. Click will be jump peeking. So for BBL,
किसको support कर रहे हो?
taking
G
the
या
opportunities
PRX?
early on, they've spread out, they've looked for aggression, they show presence on A at that early stage.
कौन सा मैच चल
Nobody
रहा
gets
है?
up in
कहाँ
the
आए
face on
हैं?
C. I
क्या
think
हो
this
रहा
is
है?
perfect game plan from Mates, really to sit back and wait, play contact on Click, and avoid that early burst of utility that's coming his way. But he's been forced out by the salvos and caught in the open.
भाई try किया
Could
लड़ने
he
के
even
लिए.
not just gone back through the door?
I think it just opened a second after the salvos. Spam.
Definitely seemed like he was stuck in the mud, not having the TP online,
नहीं,
then
नहीं,
getting
नहीं,
sorted.
उसको
That's 3 kills already.
लड़ने का मन
As
किया
you
उसको.
said, they were playing passive, looking for info. It was a slow round from BBL where they were taking their time to sort of feel out the map and then fall back. I know
एमएट जीतता तो क्वालीफाई हो सकता था क्या? नहीं ना, एमएट आउट है ना.
eventually, but
रुको जरा.
that looked way too easy.
Knowledge लेने दो.
Well, it was because BBL were stuck in the spawn there a minute in. They don't have any control really to play off of, and then the first point of contact they go for, they're finding the picks, they're finding the site, and it
bro,
really
Emmet actually
snowballs
qualify
from that
कर
point
सकती
where
है.
the player on door, now that it's open that
अगर
little bit
जीते
too
तो.
late, wants to take the fight and at least trade out his teammate that died in the open moments ago. You lose that fight, the Stairs player's swinging with you to do the same thing. You're trying to
हो
crunch that
सकता है.
angle. But BBL were ready, and even with the weaker weapons, as we said, it gives them a good bit of potential to
नहीं
still
होगा लग रहा है.
fight into
और
this
बताओ
round.
chat.
And now,
क्यों आते हैं loading
3-0
screen? मेरा
start
नेट तो बराबर
with
है.
rifles upgraded for free, a massive economic boost, and I
Message
think for
के
Mates that's
बाद
going to
भी
be a
mods
very
में है.
disappointing way to have that one slip away. Again, looking at the setup, the idea was that Click is up close, he's ready to spot the info and get out, but without a gate crash and without the door open, he had no way out. He was trapped.
But there's 2 things I want to note as well when talking about BBL. Slow starts and not the best attack sides.
Yeah.
They're 3-0 up on the attack. So for them, this is already as good as it gets in the early round. It seems like there's not going to be much of an investment here.
आ गया अंकुर.
from the
अंकुर
side of
बाकी लोग
Mates.
किधर है? पहले membership पे अंकुर.
Same stuns thrown in, but this time it's Levin looking for those battles. Loses the fight. Cat has done well. Just about
Just
going to escape on the
बचा.
retreat. Mini tagged up, but that's already the star duelist of this BBL squad gone. Now the retrieval
भाई
of the gun.
दोनों guns
unlikely.
इधर ही है.
Not in the
हो
greatest spot
सकता है
to try
ये
and
round
challenge. Depends how
ये
much of a
लोमड़ी लग
response
जाए.
is going to be from BBL. Are they looking to just play this one as a squad, or is someone going to attempt to be a hero?
3 बंदे
Big
दिखे.
risk by 11 to just go swinging through that wall, especially when you know Mates are on this lighter buy for so many of their players. Sure, they saved 2 rifles, but the others are going to be taking risks, and with the double up on the other side, that was an immediate shutdown. Mini had a pistol, Kata had a rifle, and the opening pick is Mates.
Oh!
Result of a little bit of a mistake. Now,
Tada, ho raha hai
control
thoda
elsewhere in the standard
zyada.
play. When you meet that resistance on the A site, go back towards B.
क्या लगता है?
Mates have
retake होएगा क्या?
actually rotated in super early, and now they're filling in the space. But it's already been taken, and the plan should be
उसको
acquired.
प्लान देना. उसको
Seemed
उसको
like
भी
the
लोग को
spike's
प्लान
gonna go
देना.
back in another direction. Magnum needs to check his close corners and doesn't win the fight.
नहीं,
The classic
इसलिए
through
प्लान
the
नहीं दिया.
damage. Keeping that player
मुझे आ
advantage.
गया अल्टो उसके पास.
Still 2 guns in play, but I am looking at that
Yeah,
Armageddon
no.
and also the late position of Perfect. This is perfect.
W blind.
The man to save them so many times. It looks like he's done it once again. Armageddon onto the spike
W,
will force
W.
them forward into Yumpy. And from
Blind
here
दे,
on
blind
out,
दे MP.
It shouldn't be too problematic
Yumpy
unless
blind दे.
Kamik really does have a round in him.
W round.
No, it's just going to be another save option for
मैं
Gentlemen.
ब्रिज खेलता तो मेरे को पता था.
A wide enough net cast by
Gift
BBL
कर दे.
that they'll go hunting him as well. No guarantee he brings this through to the next round, and Sociable puts him in the dirt. Looked like a couple of
W.
mistakes there, Tom. Going through the wall, up against the pistols from Levin, Magnum pushing up against pistols.
बिना
to take that
Sentinels
deeper
के
control on
मुश्किल
B.
है सेट होना.
Luckily,
नहीं,
Sociable
Sentinels
was with
इसमें
him.
नहीं
That's
है.
the
NA
difference.
में.
If Magnum's on his own there, that's an unforgivable mistake almost against that kind of a buy. But having that extra player, falling back, containing the space, leaving Profek outside of A as well to again contain space and keep them with something to play with, that made the best of a bad situation.
That's the thing though, they come out with 3
अरे
players.
अंकर वो
alive.
जर्सी का
Like,
लिख
sure they
देना.
have to commit the Armageddon, but
मैं पिन करूंगा.
considering how that
That's
started,
fine, ulti coming.
आसिफ भाई,
Yeah,
thank you
more
for the
importantly,
membership मेरी जान के
what
रोटे.
they came out with-
अपग्रेड कर देगा सोचा?
considering how badly that started,
ये मंथ बहुत अच्छा है
they'll be
अपग्रेड
quite
करने
happy
के
with
लिए.
that. Nonetheless, now looking like a much
Retake,
more
Omen,
direct
सीधा
take.
retake.
Levin leading
W.
the charge
ये round
once
जीत
again.
गया.
The full site
ये
cleared,
round
no
एमिट
response,
स्ट्रेट
but
अप
the
जीत गया. देखना.
full retake. Looking
चलो
like
3
the plan.
2 1
They're
घुसो
just
घुसो
going in,
घुसो घुसो घुसो
running through
घुसो
the
घुसो.
cages.
जीत गए
It's
बेबे.
being heard, but there's nothing in the form of a response from BBL. Sociable and Yumpy left to pick up the pieces, and they find a double. problem is Spike still isn't down. They're now being held by an operator in the walkthrough. There's no flashes left for Yumpy, so there's no way to make that fight any easier. And that results in sociable falling. But Yumpy trapped in a corner.
ना
There's no way that they're going to let him out of here. Has to fight his way, and Mini wraps around
थोड़ा देर
behind.
रुकते
Great
वापस
round from the IGL there on
10
Gentlemen.
मिनट सब आ रहा
The
था
round on the board as a
तब जो
result.
क्या
Yeah,
love
I
you
know, I like the call. I think they've allowed
नहीं
too
जीतेगा
much from the
मैंने
side of
बोला
BBL
था
in these early rounds, confidence building, space
But
taken. They were
भाई,
very quick to react.
मैं
and in the
कोच
mid-round
नहीं
calls,
but
just
मैं
go back in
analysis
together,
की
not
हूँ
allow them to set up into
वो
the
लोग का
close advance
utils
where it was always going to
main
be
utils खत्म हो
incredibly
गया था
difficult when you talk about
और ये लोग
having
ने
all of that breach
swarm
utility in
retake किया
combination
swarm
with
retake
everything Teo has to offer. There wasn't going to be much of a
W
way back
round
into
है
the round, so
such a cute round ना
huge start for them. Onto the board. And we're going to have an operator coming back into this one.
For BBL, another factor that you have to talk about is the fact that this squad hasn't got to play in front of that crowd. This is their game. Their moment with the fans. Kata, he was spotted on the way, but still able to grab one before being dealt with.
यहाँ से
The
उसको पड़ रही
4v4,
फिर भी
11
उसके
looking
में
for that aggression and
ओ
an
11
attraction as
है
well. Mini down,
है
pressure onto the C site.
भाई
Right
सोचो
now, mates
ये
are
8:30
spread
बजे
out.
ऐसे मार रहा है 11 बजे क्या ही मारेगा
All by themselves. A little bit of a group up with Kamek and Click, but
11
it's the
है ना
C
वो
site that BBL are setting their focus on. That leaves Zipan, soon to be a very
एक ये
much
घुसो
spotted
घुसो
Zipan.
सीधा घुसो
The hold
सीधा
by himself. He's backed off. He
W
should be able
घुसो
to get out of here, but
nice
he wants to fight, and that was a mistake with Yumpy lurking around. Okay, well, they know that Yumpy's there, so no element of surprise.
Yeah.
I think he might have hit his keyboard there.
क्यों गोली
Even
मारा
that,
यहाँ
we
पे
thought that was the one rotator. Everyone else is going a different direction, so it was like, oh, well, I might as well have a pop shot.
Aegis bhai thank you for the membership मेरी जान की रोटी
It's whether they even go for it. 2 versus 4.
Drop.
Yeah, it's not the gun of choice, and not even having an element to get out of here anymore. It just has to be that fallback. BBL are going to guarantee
Yeah,
their
it's a
5th
possible
round
thing,
on the
yeah.
board, and I'll say so
कोई
far.
चांस
like,
है
okay,
ग्लोबल
there's been a
स्पोर्ट्स
few
का
mishaps, a few
क्वालिफाई होने का
over-aggressive plays. It does
ऑब्वियसली
seem
चांस
like
है भाई
BBL
पीआरएक्स
are
को
well
हराना
aware
पड़ेगा सिर्फ
of some of the plays that are going to be attempted, like catching that
देखो
initial round on B side
टेक्निकली
where they were ready for
अगर
Sneak
देखा
setting
जाए
up and catching them
तो
out as they do.
पीआरएक्स फॉर्म में नहीं चल रहा
And then
टेक्निकली
even
अगर
in
देखा
this
जाए
round, I think just the awareness coming out from the youngster in Levin to go,
हाँ
actually, I've just found a pick on my own. There's a very good chance Mini's going to try and challenge me.
Yeah, well, as well, the fact that, you know, you've
तो
seen that aggression
पॉसिबल
coming
तो
out from
हो
C.
बे
The orb is up, you know, Viper's been there most of the time. Yeah, it was a fantastic read and a great punish by BBL. That's why you see on the back wall there that Gentlemen
शेर घायल है
have called
घायल
the
है
timeout. They're
घायल
going
है
to take a moment to really think about what they've just seen. Again, this is BBL's map pick. No doubt they're coming in very well prepared for whatever
बेफम का मैच देखा
Gentlemen's
देखा
have
बे
planned.
खतरनाक
And
खेला
they
बे
have the advantage of
भाई
not
सबसे
showing tape
खतरनाक
on how
बूम
they want
भाई
to play. Their
बूम
ideology of
कहाँ
the
से
map.
आई भाई
That's something that Gentlemen have to put together over these last 6 rounds, and the challenge is to apply
टेक्निकली आप
whatever
बस
ante they
बोल दो
can
पीआरएक्स
to
जीतेंगे
what's
गॉड
coming
पे
up.
भाई देखो कोई भी
Especially with
जीते
Yumpy having a rolling thumb.
I'll
End
say
of
that's
the
the
day,
interesting thing
कौन
for both
VCT
squads,
आने
though,
वाले
because
सबको
although
पता
this
है
map has been played,
हाँ?
the compositional
जीतने तो
changes
VLT वाली है
coming through, like
उसको
getting
सपोर्ट
rid of the
करना है अपने
Vice. So
को
if you don't have a Vice, your composition is
तो ये
completely
सब
different
क्या
to
बात है
anything else
साइड
that's
की
being
बात है
run,
ये,
and
रहने
they've
दो
in fact gone away from having a Sentinel altogether and bringing in that Viper again. So I think both squads are having to adapt. The problem is so far for mates, their aggression hasn't worked.
Sold out?
It's either been avoided
Already?
and then been late taken away from them, which again, I think you look back at a lot of squads on this map. That's something Fnatic does excellently, is like, okay, you can have that spot for now, but you can't hold that the whole round. If you do, we're going to have an abundance of utility, especially with the Teo drone that can just clear out a lot of that info. And BBL, I feel like have just taken a piece out of that book and gone, yeah, we'll go for C control, we'll get the orb, we'll leave someone outside of B. You can have A until we want it.
Zipan
I
भाई
don't
क्या
think so far we've
जी
seen we've seen Click have enough impact, and more
भाई
importantly,
लोग को मेरा वाला
Zipan is
कॉम्बो
currently
करना
right
चाहिए
at the bottom of the board.
क्या
Those
बोलते
are
हैं
the two players that are defending
तुमड़ी
A.
में दरवाजा खोलो
Yeah,
कॉम्बो
there's been problems there, and I think BBL wanting to put even more pressure on. That's an early fight for Levin.
क्यों
Great
करना है
idea.
कॉम्बो जब ये लोग जीत रहे
Doesn't quite work out. The ult sent through as well. This will slow the push of BBL, but not stop it. The drone signals the push. There's
W.
aggression behind it, and Magnum is the one caught as Kata sidesteps the paranoia. Util thrown his way. Some shots land as well. but
W
Kamek's
round
here to
भाई
back up
W
that push.
round
A second round landed for mates after the pause.
हाँ
See
W
if they can
round
chain a few more together.
जैसे जिपन भाई का नाम लिया पहला किल
Much more direct approach this time from the attack. I think a
Caster
lot of
voice
that probably
थोड़ा
came
बढ़ा
down to,
दो.
okay, my opponents have just taken a
Yellow.
pause. Let's try and completely disrupt, but it does seem like that played a little bit more into the hands of Gentlemates.
जोश में आ रहा
Kamik, and
जोश में आ
I'll
रहा
say
जोश में आ रहा
individually, I've been incredibly impressed with Kamik coming into this squad. Because obviously, you kind of had that
देख रहे हैं ना
expectation when
जिपन
he
भाई
was
का
in
पहला
Liquid
किल क्यों हुआ
practicing for quite a while, but from the get-go,
Mords को
he
jersey
looked
gift
very
कब?
decent in mates. Seems like it's going to be the same sort of attempt. Paranoia is stellar, and in fact, it's Profect to take the hit. The knives eventually get the job done. I think that was a stun that came out from Yumpy to help out with that one.
I have no idea how Levin survived so long, and that's a
Smoke
big
kill,
danger.
this is
The
smoke
Blade
kill.
Storm alive late into the round. Kata makes it back to heaven just in time.
Go for it.
Looks
Nice
like,
pick,
yeah, with that
baby.
Blade Storm just on the bottom of the
Oh,
rope. He's
एक और
caught
मारा.
Vinny. He's looking for more and won't find Kata this time. But he's
Free
put it back
kill,
to a
Sociable.
3v3. Sociable in a great position, but he's been spotted now.
W,
The
W.
shots land on Click and his decoy.
Stand
The
there,
op of
stand there.
Kamik. This is a
Stand
real
there.
danger.
He's just going to salvo.
He's gonna salvo him off the angle, holding the stun late,
Stand
and
there,
now Kamik
stand
has
there.
to peek into him.
W
The
W
timer ticking away, the pressure on,
What
and
is this
look, he
angle?
snuck into the corner. Sociable. It's a risk up against the op, and the risk it doesn't pay off. There's still time.
टेक्निकली उसको मारना था
It's
कहाँ
been
से
going a
स्टील
while
टाइम
though, and
अंदर
look
घुस
where
के
the
दो बंदे
remaining
मारने
players
हैं
are.
कौन सा
They've
स्टील टाइम
realized that we could just play the back side. They'd have to try and clear absolutely everything in that
Constant
late moment.
time.
And although
Hello?
you're going to look at this round and go, well, Sociable only got one kill. The amount of time he bought alone has won
Player
them
might
the round.
ignore,
That's all they
thank
really
you.
needed was that clock to be melted away. Right back to that same sort of direct, aggressive position. But that's how good the stun was from Yumpy. The Zipan was just like, please let me leave. The entire time.
Worthless. My ult's ready.
सिट
From
यार
Sociable, like you said, but as well, you have to look at Levin. As soon as that Blade Storm is popped, you know you're going to get all-out aggression.
Gentlemates
At
को
least for
करेगा
that
support.
first fight after the round before he went up on
लग
top
रहा है.
level. This time,
Comeback आ रहा है.
he's running it down, gets caught by a blind, somehow survives, and ends up having massive impact later on into the round. That's what we want to see. He's been suffering in those opening duels so far, and it looks like another on its way as Click lands the op shot
That's
into
what Mara.
Levin, and the numbers sit with Gentlemates early on.
लेकिन ये लोग का एक भी round trap place क्यों नहीं है रे?
Impact. It's not been Click's day so far, or
हेवी डिफॉल्ट पे रिलाई कर रहे हैं ना
so far, but being able to get his squad the opener, the spike still very much down within the spawn, and a massive gap. Mini clearly not realizing they've just walked all the way through, expecting some piece of utility. Now that spike is being retrieved by Profit, and because of that,
दरवाजा
the
खुलेगा.
TP from Kata
दरवाजा
doesn't find
खुलेगा.
too much. Okay.
God, बे.
It seemed like Zipan was
बोला
actually
ना.
aware of someone potentially peeking, but he's lost the fight
यहाँ से
anyway.
retake करना पड़ेगा
Talked about this yesterday, the idea of when you're at that disadvantage, you gotta
चलो
play aggressive.
blind है
Great display from Yumpy of exactly that. Click already on the run through. It's got an op, but I presume a shorty in the back pocket. Finding himself a little bit of extra control. Another angle to fight from. Delay from Sociable again. Looking good. Rolling Thunder deep into the spawn. It's caught two.
Ayo.
Sociable's the one with the pressure on. No support coming his way. But he lands one before being dropped on the second peak. The defuse tapped the pressure now on. They want to jump through and confirm that it's not being diffused. That's exactly what Yumpy does. A four-piece. For the breach, the IGL, and the man who's been playing up to the crowd even when they're not there. That's gotta feel good, putting BBL up to 7.
यूरो ने
Oh,
जब
yeah, he made
क्लियर
a post
किया
today
उसको
saying
वापस
he's
जाके
actually
मारा
a bit
कि
nervous
नहीं
to play in front of the crowd because hasn't done it with this team. And
Done
what,
it
it
के साथ?
definitely seems like there's no pressure to be had. I'll say as well, I'm really enjoying what Social's being able to do in terms of delay. Because while they had the dimensional drift running through, clearing all of the positions, even sending stuns, it just goes, I'm going to Armageddon where you are. There's no way you can now attack my squad. My teammates can reposition towards the spawn. It gives so much time for that post plant to be effective. And it's been the difference maker now in a couple of rounds.
And it also means, like, exactly like you're saying, the delay, the fact that Click wants to get that little bit more aggressive, well, now he has to go to Waterfall because the others are delayed a little bit longer. So it adds that time to the clock and, again, stops you from having the impact off the ult. And the way Click's playing, you know, we heard it from McWunker a little bit earlier on, that this is a guy that, a map at least, a series, a day that he expects Click to step up, but it's Kamik filling those shoes.
क्या हो गया भाई?
Back to back, but it's on the other side
क्या हो
this
गया?
time. Gentlemates up to 3.
भड़क गए भाई.
And again, the direct approach from BBL falls flat.
Yeah, well, again, I feel like it's
अच्छा
Cameron
खासा
coming to the rescue.
मस्त
Maybe getting a little bit sidetracked,
लर
but he just hits
play
everything
fake
that's
सब
put in
कर
front of
रहे
him.
थे
Only the one for
एक
Zipan
राउंड
does
सीधा घुसे
anything more, but as I
Left,
said, I was
right.
mentioning it earlier, I think his individual level has not gone anywhere moving into a new squad. It's whether or
भाई
not
बाप
the
मारा
other
बेकम
players
यार
are alongside him. Quiet start for Mini, someone who's been very consistent in his play. Kata up there as well. But they need more. I can't just have these flash in the pan rounds if they're going to win
Profit
this
around the
series.
chat.
Well, that's it. Again, we talk about BBL's attack, and who knows how Lotus is going to play out.
Here.
It seems like a lot of those
yeah,
boxes
round
had question
perfect
marks
था.
now have ticks. Turkish squad.
मेरे को
Mates
लगा
have
ही
done the
वो
same
वाला
push-up
एंगल
on A. We've
पकड़ेगा
seen
पता
it. Zipan is here to assist. Kata behind the rubble. And this could cause
चलो
a
अभी ये लोग तो
lot of
पीछे भगा
problems
और सी जाओ जीत गए
as
राउंड
they look to be quite direct in their approach, but a little bit later in the
Did get
round.
round, did
Util
get.
dump is online though. Salvo's forced Kata back. Levin's the one to take the space,
Did
fighting
get.
his demons.
He has no fear. Like, he could be
चलो
flash
चलो सी जाओ
stunned, completely blind, monitor off. You tell him to dash into a position and he will click. He's going to catch another one. A couple now of opening
That
picks that he's
was
been able to
some
find from
doubly
pushing
shot
through
by
B.
Click.
Joins back up with the rest of the squad and gets some information. They're going to push into this. A bit of a whiff from Levin gives a really good opportunity. It's going to be left more so onto Profek, who can't quite do enough. Now left all onto Magnum, and he'll be watched for this time from Kamek. The first time we've seen mates get 2 rounds in a row. They can come in on 5 on the half.
टेक्निकली वो लोग सीने
They're
गए
doing all right.
Yeah, they've made a great recovery towards the end of this half. And now, as you said, a possibility of a gap of 2. This disruption play from Click
Yeah?
changed the game. It forced them to continue the aggression towards
भाई
this
मेरे
A
को
side.
क्यों लग रहा है
Fast
warm up
Toxins
हो
are
गया?
coming back up, divvying up the forces and making it easier for mates to deal what they wanted to root their
भाई
way
actually
through
में
the double
winnable है
door, knowing
7-5
they
is a
couldn't
very
easily
good half
rotate back to Magnum necessarily, and that's the best way.
They
और
can
attack
push
वो लोग
B
का बहुत
blitz.
strong है
They've got a low buy, but I think because also it's been somewhere that this defense side have been pushing so regularly, they're just going to try and take it away from them. But look at the crossfire. 3 players here already.
It's Kamek, who's in trouble, but he is finding one before going down. A redirect now from BBL. And in fact, the reinforcements have come in. Ult is not quite going to land. They're already ahead of it, and see site to be taken. Okay,
Hello,
BBL
hello, Spike,
avoided
hello.
a lot of the dangers
Hello,
of this round
Yappy.
already with Kamek down.
Yappy.
No rolling thunder either for mates to fight their way back into the site.
मेरा दिल
And now a
कमजोर है
possibility,
ये सब चीज के लिए
especially with Yampi just 2
आज
away.
मैंने पहना हार
Now
रोज वही
one with
पहन
the
के सोता हूँ ना
plant.
मैं
They can have a rolling
शॉट
thunder
ब्रो
of their own. The swing is good, but it's Profek to claim the kill. Yampi goes down after 1, and Kata's stepping up to the plate. A triple kill to pull this round back into mates' favor. And 7-5 at the half.
Come
This
back.
was a really shaky start from the mates, but they got there in the end.
10-5 is a very 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 good half huh?
From mates, giving themselves an opportunity
Come back,
in
come
this
back, come
second
back,
half.
come back,
We'll
come
find
back.
out if
Come
they
back.
can turn it
quite
after the break.
possible नहीं possible हो गया कम बैक है मार रहे मार रहे मार रहे भाई गलत मार रहे गलत मार रहे गलत मार रहे पैम 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 भूल जाता हूँ मैं चाय पीना शॉट्स तो थे बात तो है 1000 kills win EMEA भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ हम लोग ने इतना देखा 1000 kills इजी है क्या सब लोग अचीव कर रहे हैं मेरा शायद 6-7 किल बचा है बस भाई ये हेलो ये बताना जरूरी था सब रीजन का लोएस्ट परफॉर्मिंग टीम कौन है नाडिया पैसा दे मुझे जल्दी मंगता लिखा है
Gentlemen, we're being blown about like a
Vince
leaf in
भाई
wind.
मैं बहुत दिन
Looks
बाद
like
आया
they found
कैसा
their
है
way
लव यू
towards the end of that half. sweeping away a couple of rounds from BBL and sending us to a gap of just 2. This pistol could bring them right back to neck and neck. And a challenge for BBL, a map we don't see very often from this squad, or at all, you could say. We'll see how they handle this defensive side while mates, no doubt, coming in sharp and ready. Kata had a hell of a start. He was a couple rounds in, the only player with a kill on the board. 15 and 8 right now on that Omen. But here on the attack top, my eye is drawn to Click. I want to see what he can do. The coaching staff promising us that this is his day.
I'm actually looking at Mini. I think the impact he's able to get on the lurks is so valuable to this squad.
मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगा तो सेंस बनता ना.
He's the guy making the calls. He's going to get wrecked within the first few seconds of the
round. मैं शेरिफ यूज कर रहा हूं अभी कल से.
Taken out by 11.
Pasta Blaze, thank you for the membership. Thank you.
Being able to sort of split these players up is very peculiar round, as they're already going to try and take some aggressive control, but not spotting anybody out. The drone will be sent through just to make sure they haven't made it to the spawn, and eventually they will group up. So have the players BBL.
They're ready to pounce right back into this site, and the heaven control being sought after. There's players awaiting their arrival. It was Magnum who got shut down as Yumpy runs his way back through, and a 3-piece from the breach.
Come back.
We talk about Click and Mini from mates, the players we wanted to see step it up. We'll see how this attacking side would fare, but Yumpy, he's been having a hell of a game. A couple of really big rounds. Think back to the 4K in the previous half that was answered by Kamek in the next, and in this one here, Levin gets his opening duel somewhere that he struggled with, understandably, when you look at how he played the attack. And now, Yumpy to clean up the rest. That's a good sign.
It's another pistol round where I look at it and go, did mates get a little bit lost? Like, the guy planting had no cover. Like, they were too busy taking further ground. They even got the pick onto Magnum, so that position was clear. And they just didn't get the planting. So there was no time pressure for BBL, but they, as their opponents had done, went in front of it. Oh. With both pistols going in one direction, normally the expectation is for BBL to run away with this, but we've seen it once that mates are able to fight back. They're going to attempt it here, but walking into a site with a couple of players already on it.
And not the best of weaponry for Profek, and he struggles a little bit with the trade-outs. This is going pretty well for Gentlemates. The pressure on, Sociable might be about to take a big risk. Let's see if it pays off. It certainly does. Two already under his belt. He'll be robbed to the third, but Yumpy happy to clean it up with the Outlaw, minimizing the losses, stemming the bleeding of that round, and putting us 9-5. 2 now in a row for BBL on this defensive side. But this is where things heat up, where mates get the rifles out. Hopefully, we'll see the wind change course.
Yeah, well, especially for a couple of the players.
Binks, thank you for the membership.
A bit of a poorer performance for his standards going out of the last week, but
yeah,
I have to wait and see if he's going to be able to move back into this half, because as I said, a lot of the time he's going to be the man commanding half of the map already. That's more of what we expected to see.
Finally,
attempting to get aggressive and completely denied by the IGL.
Yeah, nice shot. He's angry enough after losing that opening pick in the pistol round on C. He goes back. This time gets the better of them. Levin is caught and pushed down on. Easy kill for Click. Great paranoia from Cadavra. And now a 3 versus 5. They had decent weaponry. They can do damage. You see that with 10 HP left on Click.
Come back, chat.
But it's mates who are clicking onto the heads of their opponents and leaving just 2 to stand in their way. Zipban, having sent the drone through, they know he's a little later. Look to isolate the pick, and that player is the one with the spike. There's a couple problems brewing for Gentlemates, but they're dealing with them easily. Now, only a Spectre in a 1v5.
Social obviously had no idea that the spike was going to be walking through late. He's in a bit of a weird spot. Like, it's not something I necessarily expect anybody mates to clear, but I'm more so looking at what he can actually do from this position. Maybe hoping that...
Bunks by!
Oh, there you go. That's at least 1 for 3. Kada will go down. Anything more would need a miracle, and it's not going to happen. The breach on the opposing side will now have a triple of his own. Kamek flying still. But they are now 3 rounds behind. And this is where you expect things to get that little bit more difficult.
Without a doubt, both squads bringing in full armaments to the table. You can see again, snowballing from some of those early fights. So when you don't have the weaponry to back up the duels you're going for, you're hitting people for 140, and they're easily able to slip away and survive into the late round. There's too much of a challenge. They'll social
Every
move as
month
well
is
to
a good
pick off a
month.
few.
Thank
9-6.
you.
The buy from BBL sees aggression, and in fact, the first player they spot on the side of mates, it's Profek, but he's got lots of backup, not just the breach, but we see here Levin snuck past Mound and picks off Cadaver, one of the smoke players down. And it's Mini on the other side trying to take up space on A to recover some form of info. It looks like Cameron will be doing the same. Mates not getting anything from the early fights.
This is the Cypher setup. So you may get a lot of ground, but it's definitely going to be noted. Well, eventually he spotted the cam, but they already have a player within sight, a player towards the door, a player rotating. There is plenty available here for BBL, a solid read, and well, misses onto the fake out, but that won't matter too much. Just looking to try and hold on to that player of Angelo. He goes peeking. That's at least one back for Mates.
Don't expect him to be there. He was on C, spotted with that triple peek early on, but the rotations came in right afterwards, leaving one just Profek to anchor on the other side. It means there's numbers more than Mates expect. Zipan does well to find one, but he's left to 11
मारा जीत गए ये लोडिंग मतलब ये लोग राउंड जीत गए लोडिंग क्यों हो रहा है लेकिन
P still landing another, and Levin's got the pressure on.
W11 W क्यों हो रहा है लोडिंग तेरी एंड की
Why you put him on the jet? Are you going to get the cleanest Valorant in the world? No. Are you going to get him doing ridiculous things maybe he shouldn't? Absolutely. Are there chances he wins you round like that? Definitely. And that's what it is. It's comfort. The Turkish
heavy
jet.
juice,
So
heavy juice.
We've seen Cena do it on
Heavy
this map.
juice.
We've seen Zeus do it on this map.
ये लोग
Is
अगर
it
ये गेम जीत
competitionally
गए
the
तो
best thing
क्वालीफाई
you
ना
can do in the game?
BBL
Of course it isn't. But that's not the point.
Oh fuck,
It's
qualify.
difficult to play against when a guy is
ये
doing
गेम
stuff
जीत गए
like
सीधा
that to you.
क्वालीफाई है
And then the rest of the guys can play the traditional, more structured game.
भाई Fnatic top of the leaderboard भाई
Blade Storm in the stun, but now
इतना टाइम हो गया बे Fnatic को देख के
more than he could chew. Look, oh my goodness!
Okay,
back for more.
keep it going.
क्या है ये
Ongoing, and there's no escape. Try as he might.
One
Cannon
night.
up against one blade, a single
क्या
knife
था
for
ये
Levin. And it won't
भाई
land.
अगर ये
It won't
लगता
find
था
its
ना ये
mark.
लगता था ना
He's done enough already, Tom.
See,
क्या
one
था
loser.
ये
It's okay. Oh, there's now a full squad waiting on the other side, and he's trying to get him with
भाई
this
जिंदा
shorty.
भी क्यों है
He's just had a round. Well, I'm not going to be forgetting for quite a
a
while.
small contribution for
And if you're
your
on the
hard
gentleman
work
side,
love you thank you
you're not
Abhi
gonna be too
gang
happy about that one.
You talk about some of those young up-and-coming duelists, and yes, Click, we've expected a lot. We've heard about it.
I
in
love
scrims,
the
but
second one because he's like,
गलत मारा बे
might as well go back for a bit more. Yeah, Levin's that guy who just delivers. That
Right.
rumor you hear, oh, he's a
गलत
straight
मारा
demon.
चैट
Wait till you see
गलत
him on
मारा
the
भाई
stage.
hey, Koi saw him last week.
They did. Oh, they felt his full
भाई
impact.
गलत मारा
16 to 10 right now, and
thank you Abhi gang
their
thank you for the
last pause is going to
40
be burned up. BBL haven't even used one.
This is
They
gonna
feel
be
like they're in control.
How's easiest pause ever? Right, so we're going to try and focus some orbs on 11 so we can get blades.
थोड़ा मेरे जैसा खेलता है
Kill everyone. All right, GG guys, well done.
डार्क
Yeah, this
फ्लेक्टिंग
is
भाई
now
कभी
far more
गाली
dangerous
खाए हो
territory. We saw
ऑडियंस
this in the
सामने
first half where it seemed to
हाँ?
take mates a little
मेरा
bit of
क्रेडिट
time
मत
to
छीनो
adapt.
ऐसा
It's just
Same मेरे
how
जैसा
much
खेले
space they're currently losing.
ठीक
Like
है?
the C site, that's now
ये
a couple
क्रेडिट
of rounds in a
छीनने
row
वाला
where
काम
they've
है ना
been
बंद करो
completely
थोड़ा
shut out of that position. It's something that BBL are clearly comfortable to challenge. Maybe just reading into the fact that a lot of the time Mini will be there alone. You win that battle, and you have half the map.
I think a lot of it comes down to that identity crisis, though. Once you see that nerf device, a lot of teams moving away from her, and while she's not unusable anymore, the way that she plays the game.
They lost 13-4 with device.
आया तो नहीं पर आपको
I don't think their identity with device
खाता
was that
रोज
good.
देखता
Still,
हूँ
it's something that I
सच्ची
can
love you
look
यार
to, at least on
love
the
you यार
defensive side, to put up a few more early rounds. If you master the comp here, there's been struggles with a lot of the responsibility put on, and we saw it the other day, players like Les able to deliver, and we expect that of Mini as well. But it's been a struggle for so many of these mates players here on Lotus, and I think you have to look to
भाई
BBL
यहाँ
for what they're
से
doing.
टन अल्ट सब
Cause
मारेगा
those
और
problems,
वहाँ
and
से
look
जेट
to
आएगा
Levin
क्या
for that
लगता है
last round as well, the
ऐसा
individual
नहीं होगा।
brilliance, the
So much
morale
space.
sky high.
There's nobody currently on C. They know their A. They have all the information. And we are, what, 25, 30 seconds into the round? Like, He's still going, because also they don't have a sentinel.
That's the problem.
So there's nothing to hold him back from walking all the way up, other than his opponent's going, well, they're not going to be this disrespectful, right? They're not just going to walk all the way behind us. And even at this stage, Zipan hasn't turned around, and that's a spike on the deck. He's even hit the tag up. Rolling Thunder's gone through to catch the remainder of the players, and Levin's kind of just sitting there going, well, guys, I got the spike. There's no one else here.
Levin! They've ulted just Levin and they didn't even get him! Oh, it's a disaster! TPs, but the rest start to pick up pieces, start to grab a few picks here and there. The ult, though, grabs the information. Magnum left alone, 1v2, but Mini heavily tagged up. Click does have ulti, though, and post plan will be very valuable.
They've got to this point. It seems like just Levin being isolated, the rest of the players obviously want to try and group up. Both Rolling Thunders were used, and it seemed like just in that chaos, mates have come out on top. This now leaves Magnum to try and clutch things out. We've seen far crazier things from this man in the past, but it looks like the mates players are going to look to try and take this together. The jump across from Mini, the sacrifice to give Click the easy pick. And while from what looked like an unwinnable position, mates find a round.
That's exactly what Mini needed to do there as well. He was 10 HP. If he's the guy trying to trade, if he's even swinging first, it's such an easy kill. But that jump makes it nearly impossible. 4-round gap. BBL, they're very close to pushing this across the line. For mates, that could still be not the end of the world. The next map up is their choice, somewhere that they'll feel that little bit more comfortable. But look at the gaps here. Again, we go back to not having that sentinel device or anyone else to cover your back.
Against
Your
all
spike
odds,
holder being the one going for the drone, and the
I
fact that it took 40 seconds to take that direct approach, that gave the space for those flanks to come into play. Click pops the ult off rip here, and a lot of info gained. As far as that A-hole, one up in heaven, and they will catch Levin.
Tried to reaggress. Magnum's done well. Been able to hold on to the space that was lost from the ult. And I don't mind this from mates. They're not wanting to commit into a site where they don't have the information. An upgrade or two available as well after some
heavy info, baby.
This quite well. Currently an opening on that C site, and with Viper's Pit and a post plant, Armageddon. I'm not saying the round is locked, but it's about as good as done if they manage to get the spike down.
I think the only person they saw as well was Mini on the cam before he broke it. And that's going to tell you that, okay, it could be a lurk. Oftentimes they will send Mini to do that, especially after opening pick. Early rotations coming through from BBL, but yeah, the position of Kamek should catch them off. It does. They go to clear the close corner. He's a little further back. Then Kamek swings in to close out that second duel. Sociable and Yumpy. Weapons in hand, economy low, and definitely Magnum.
8-11.
They'd like to carry some weapons through to the next round. With the Viper's Pit to fight through as well. They've definitely made the right call here.
Difference not as far as you might think. That last round probably would have put the game to bed
देखा जाए तो
if they
3 ही
didn't
राउंड
manage to
है,
turn it into their favor.
जिसमें का 2 बाय राउंड रहेगा और 1 सेव
Armageddon's
राउंड
still
रहेगा,
available
मतलब
for the
इको
next
राउंड
round.
रहेगा.
Ultimate's not in a particularly good
तो
spot for
अगर ये
BBL,
लोग
so
2
if
बाय
they can
राउंड ये
cycle
लोग
these
जीत
nicely,
जाते हैं,
they can get themselves into a position where they're
तो
within
W है.
1 or 2 rounds, and the economy, it's not
मनराज
too bad.
भाई
BBL should be
कैसे
able to get a
कैसे
purchase into the next,
कैसे थैंक यू
it
फॉर
might
द
not be
100
as
मेरी
nice
जान
as
के
they'd like.
टोटे.
Yeah, the road's becoming a
हल्का
little
सा वॉच ओवर
bumpy.
थोड़ा
It's
फ्लेक्स
Gentleman's
करके इनके
causing
मुंह पे
those
मारो ना.
problems. A 3-round gap, the
मनराज
economy
जी,
starting to look good.
हाँ?
And sure, it costs
हल्का
them
सा
a
अपना
Viper's
वॉच
Pit,
ओवर
it
से ना
costs
थोड़ा
them
फ्लेक्स
a
करके
dimensional drift as well, but an investment you're happy to make in a round
असली
like that.
फ्लेक्स ये है.
Timeout
यहाँ
called now
से
by
रोहित भाई को
BBL,
आइडिया आया था कि
leaving them with
फ्लेक्स
one still in the tank.
डालना
And I
चाहिए
like this.
गेम
They're
में.
getting it in a little bit early. A 3-round gap, it's enough to make you worry. Not to panic too much. Hal still seems controlled. I also noticed he's got a different notebook. I actually stole his other one.
ये मॉड कैसे बनते हैं? करोड़ों का सुपर चैट करें.
Yeah, sorry about that, pal.
I know that like you worked with Kadavra, but
Private jet
stealing the
भी दे
opposing
सकते हैं.
coach's notepad seems like a little bit of an extreme.
I'm not
one.
joking. I said, you want to put it in my bag? We're walking around, and I forgot about
ये जो बंदा है 0.25 आवर्स जो मेरा स्ट्रीम देखा है, निशेष किधर थे इतने साल? हाँ, 5-6 साल से यहाँ पे ही तेरा भाई गाफ दे रहा है. कभी ऐसा मन नहीं हुआ यार एक बार ऐसा क्लिक करके देख लूं कौन है ये बंदा? ये बंदा हर गेम पे टॉप पे कैसे रहता है? हाँ कभी मन नहीं हुआ यारो? हाँ 0.25 तूने मेरे को सैड कर दिया यार। मेंबरशिप खरीदेगा तो मैं हैप्पी हो सकता हूँ। जस्ट मैं भी सैड हूँ।
Approach, stacking up those pistols together,
फंसेगा
moving
क्या
as a
सर?
unit,
नया
looking
बंदा
to
नया
at least have
बंदा
those
नया
rifles
बंदा
be point of contact. We're looking to Levin and Sociable,
नया
who's
बंदा
just
है।
received a donation. See what they can do.
Well, everything is
So it
possible.
will be a B and A play with just utility covering that C site, playing the retake if they need to.
The consistent C aggression. And knowing, like, of course, again, when you have like the Killjoy or something,
क्या
you're
वो लोग को
going
पता है
to put
कि सी
piece of
रिटेक है
utility to
फिर
stop
से
this mid push up. Maybe their expectation is because they pushed it so many times that there'll be some sort of counter, but in this case there isn't. It's just a slow walk up from Gentlemates. Staying as a group, at least in a buddy
क्या
system
पूरा
on the other side of the
जनरेशन का
map,
तुम लोग
trying
देख रहे हो
to
क्या?
fake out some
Watch
presence
hours?
with the breach and the Tejo. A lot of your
बस बस
initiation on one side, and well, for the C side again, it is
नॉर्मल चैट
completely
नहीं
left
दिख
open.
रहा। मालूम है तुम लोग मेरे से
Another
बहुत
thing
प्यार
for
करते हो। लव
BBL is
यू।
you might have looked at it and gone, okay, we left that open before. Will they expect us to leave it open again?
Well, they just droned up A. BBL realized that no one's there, but they're a little late to the party on the C site. Mates have already overrun it.
ठीक है फुल रिटेक सीन
Stake
है।
their claim. The plant will come through fairly soon.
प्रॉब्लम है
Spams the
सोशल के पास नेड
next
है।
option that
नेड डाल।
the defenders really have to work with. One rifle towards the spawn and one in waterfall pushed forward. Magnum had no choice but to take that duel. The ult even catches Levin. That's a rifle on the floor, soon to be retrieved.
आज
Well, no, not even. It's being guarded for the moment at least.
समझ गया।
And
I
now Mace,
love you
when they
too
rejig up
chat।
the
समझ
setup
गया
and look
मैं।
towards the spawn, knowing there's got to be a second prong to this retake. A little bit of damage done, but the smoke's up in time to give them that little bit of safety. That's a big gap. The spike
भाई
is ticking.
डब्लू स्टन भी
They'll need
मारा
to be
है।
fast if they want to win this round.
बट क्लिक इज
And
क्लिकिंग।
they'll need to get
Click
through
is
Click.
clicking.
Not a chance.
9-11 baby।
A 2-round gap.
9-11
Gives BBL
baby।
full buy.
Click has really started to
I'm
come
here
alive
for
in
Meg।
this
क्या
attack
बात
side.
क्या बात
I
क्या
think he
बात।
had 5 or 6 kills in that first half. Has definitely already beaten that out with some quite aggressive swings, making things more awkward for his opponents to predict. But more
देखूंगा
importantly,
क्या
also in the
करेगा
late
तू।
round, still being
मतलब
standing for these high impact frags.
Careful.
Eleven's going to have the operator for the first time. A clear sign of a change for the side of BBL, and clearly the expectation that
ए मेरे को
try and
क्वेश्चन पूछने
attempt
का
to
है।
cross. I like this. The cam
अगर
combo
कोई
with the
चैट में
operator
डॉक्टर है तो कोई है डॉक्टर
could
चैट
be
में?
exactly what they need.
अच्छा वाला डॉक्टर हाँ? कोई है?
Open a bit of a gap, you can see. Levin will fall back. Mates get a clean cross, but down goes the wall, and that's a tag, but no kill.
निकल गया।
Click
मैं
surviving.
कोई नहीं है ना।
Rotates coming
पूरी
through
कंट्री
from
एक
BBL.
साथ बहुत और चेक
Utility
कर रही है।
online.
हाँ
Sociable
बे।
still has salvos to slow them down if they
डेंटिस्ट नहीं
need.
रे डॉक्टर वाला डॉक्टर।
But Mates have pumped the brakes.
डॉक्टर।
And then I guess the problem with this though, really, Tom, is that they don't have any control across the map. It's a big risk to go back here. If BBL pushed B or C, got into those nasty little corners,
डॉक्टर लोग
there's
पैसा
not
कमाते
a
हैं।
lot that Mates can
चुपचाप
do to
सुपर
have that
चैट
info
करके
in
बताओ
advance is
डॉक्टर है
nothing
करके।
really.
पैसा
But
कमाते वो लोग।
the risk is very much paying off. That rotate to the C site, that movement to the left, and
Membership below.
everybody is over on A. It's only going to be Profect that has a chance to stop this, and a great fake from Mini. This is going to keep them in position.
जेन्युइन क्वेश्चन है
Trying
मेरे
to
पास।
sell
जेन्युइन
that
क्वेश्चन।
ruse. Here comes all the information. This will be where
शर्म।
BBL start
आधे
hightailing it to
डॉक्टर
the
चले
other
गए।
side of the
हेलो?
map, but that's
डिग्री
a
किधर
lot
गई?
of control lost. And Prophet needed to make sure if he does stick around that, well, he's really good
बाय
at finding an opener.
है।
Fantastic stuff to deny
Plant
the spike.
रोका
That'll
बस,
make things that little
बस।
bit more awkward.
अब 10 सेकंड
Rotations
में
needing to
अभी
be made from
वो लोग को
players
प्लांट
that were
करने
already
का है और
out
लड़ने
inside
का
to
है।
try and get that spike down. In the meantime, the aggression of
God.
Click was basically just a bodyguard, trying to stop them getting in towards that site. But this now means that all the mates players are stuck within.
Oh! Nice shot by Mini. That was through the smoke. I think the second was too. And he's finding even more.
10-11.
They looked like they were between a rock and a hard place with that retake coming in, but they managed to put BBL in their place. One
कोई
round
भी
gap
जीते ये लोग
now.
सैड क्यों होते हैं?
And the economy in
Fnatic को
tatters
support
for the
करने वाला है।
defensive side. We should see this equalize, Tom.
अच्छा मेरा क्वेश्चन क्या था मालूम है? मेरा क्वेश्चन क्या था? मेरा ना आजकल लेफ्ट आई फड़फड़ा रही है थोड़ी सी, समझ रहे हो? तो इसका क्या मतलब होता है? लेफ्ट आई थोड़ा थोड़ा सा ना ऐसा फ्लिंच हो रहा है ऐसा, यहाँ से आईब्रो के जस्ट नीचे से, तो उसका मतलब जैसा लेफ्ट हाथ में खुजली किया तो पैसा आता है, लेफ्ट आंख अगर ब्लिंक हो रहा है तो
fight forward with a rifle,
पैसा
gets one,
जाएगा?
goes down, that's fine.
मत करो यार
Instead, he
ऐसा।
didn't get one, has gone down, and, well, it's not so fine.
Especially here on the defense, he's been doing great when it comes to those early
ठीक हो गया
fights, and
मैं,
he was
मैं ठीक हो
struggling
गया।
a lot on the attack. Again, it makes sense for how they've been structuring their site
ट्रेन हो
takes.
रहा है, ट्रेन
He's
हो रहा
always
है
the man
तो
taking the
कंटिन्यूस
risks.
होता था
A
ना।
lot of weaker weapons for BBL. Means you really want to play this with
दर्द
the
करेगा
numbers.
तभी
Group
असली
up and
डॉक्टर
approach
याद
these fights
आएगा।
together. Magnum down to 50 as he
डेंटिस्ट बोलते हैं उसे, डेंटिस्ट बोलते हैं उसे।
swings.
क्यों लोडिंग हो
Thanks
रहा
to
है?
the
भाई
decay.
कमबैक एक्चुअल में हो गया चैट, 11
That is
11।
the only pick they end up
Hello?
finding. 11 to 11. As we said, that's not a big investment from BBL. That's not them putting all their eggs in one basket. But here is where things can get dicey.
उसने
They
बस
have
नॉर
ults, they have
वीकनेस से
mostly
अच्छे से सोचा
decent
ठीक हो
weapons,
जाएगा,
and a
बराबर है।
timeout will be called.
बिल्कुल।
Because if they fumble this,
Quit your
जब
tiptoe.
तक
Map
पैसा जा
probably
नहीं रहा है
falls
तब
to
तक ठीक।
Gentlemates with their map pickup next. And Tom, we know how devastating it is
Hello,
to
Binks
feel
bhai.
like you are about
Fatigue
to
है
close the
बस।
map out and have it.
सच्ची डॉक्टर आदित्य मसल मेरी जान के टूटे। लव यू लव यू लव यू। आई थिंक यू आर राइट, फटीग फटीग है मेरे हिसाब से। तो डॉक्टर भाई कभी आपने सोचा है मेंबरशिप लेने का? क्योंकि आप जैसी कदम रखोगे अस्पताल में सारे लोग बोलेंगे ए ये डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं, ये बिंक्स भाई का मेंबरशिप लिया करके। हाँ
That dimensional drift again, which I think Click has done fantastic work to make space.
मेंबर है वो
Combine that with
काश दोस्त,
an orb
Cast
mechanic, and you're looking at a rolling thunder. They could easily
Cast
take
those.
this round with what they currently have online. And then you also talk about the fact that they have the economy firmly in their favor. This is a
Remember about
great
Cast
spot
those
for
for
mates
Baba.
to be in. And momentum after 5 rounds in a row.
इसका मतलब बुढ़ा चालू है भयंकर।
Gotta think about stakes as well. You know, for
40
Gentlemates,
रुपए में हगना कोई
this
आपसे
is do
सीखे।
or die.
कुछ सेंस बना
This
इस
is a
बात का।
squad that doesn't want to see the group locked up, because they'll be the ones locked out of
ये
playoffs.
तो मैं फंस गया। लव
As they
यू
get
यार,
closer and
लव
closer
यू
to
यार।
claiming this map with their choice
कुछ
up
इलाज
next.
चाहिए रहेगा मेरे पास आ जाना।
BBL's pressure gauge, I suppose, is off the charts.
एक और डॉक्टर
Early fight up from Click. He's making his way
भाई
again through
चैट
this A site. We've
जिसको
seen
भी
it
जाने
before.
का
They
है
finished out
आदित्य के
towards
पास
the
जाना,
C
ठीक
site
है?
with the
100
door
दिया
open and
उसने,
a
इसने
swing
20
through
दिया।
after Click got picked off. But this time, he's able to get his boots on
Love
the
you,
ground.
Mowgli bhai.
Equipment
Thank you for the
control
20.
is his. Decoy setup
बुढ़ापा।
ready. It's sent out just after.
जब भी
Drone
कुछ
is
करेक्शन
destroyed. A
देता है
little
तो
bit of
स्टार
time
बाद
bought
में
here.
डालता
The
है।
Rolling Thunder
फिर
deep
से आ
in the
गया
spawn. I
आपने।
like that angle. If Prophet wins this fight, they've got a little
Lean
bit
one
extra
tap.
to work with from BBL. Now mates are locked in. They didn't take that spawn position, and the ult clears it out completely. It's players on the site that have to hold
But it's
strong.
still winnable.
Done well to get up close before
एक,
Yopi kicks
दो।
things off. The response though is decent. Putting things back into a close position. Kada's going to try and teleport behind them. And in fact, Mini has managed to buy time and an extra pick. Kada from behind with his opponent so desperately low. Mini flying forward. And they will clutch this one out. 12 to 11. The comeback continues.
What a resurgence from
Hello?
Gentlemates. That's now 6 rounds in a row. They were backed into a corner, up against the ropes, but they have come back swinging with map point under their belt now. And this was pure chaos on the site. The TP out, I
Bro,
thought, was a
they are
mistake from Kada.
feeling
They
it,
had
bro.
the read, they knew where he was, but the fight not won.
It's
And
because
that
of the
teased them
snake
up.
bite. It was because of the snake
Bro,
bite.
they are
For a minute,
feeling
yeah,
it.
he was able to just buy enough time knowing
मैं
that
भी
Kada
डॉक्टर
could just
तेरे
escape
फेस टू
without
क्रिकेट
them
में
being able
कोई
to
भी
defuse.
क्वेरी रहना
It
पूछ
was
लेना ब्रो।
very,
डांस
very
सीन
good timing,
यार।
and in that moment the
ये
communication
क्रिकेट
had
का
to be perfect,
मैच में
otherwise they lose
नेक्स्ट
that
नंबर का
round.
काश दोस्तों का बंग भाई
12 to
लव
11.
यू लव यू लव यू।
Weaponry,
ठीक है भाई
not
लेकिन
the best.
स्टार
Blade
ये
Storm
वाला
for
करेक्ट
11,
नहीं तू
it
वो
won
वाला
them
करेक्ट
around
कर रहा
earlier.
था,
They're going
समझ
to
रहा है?
hope that it can do
तो
the
ये
same
स्टार
again, and he
सेंस
has
ने
the
बना
full
जो
force of this
करेक्शन करना रहता है उसके
Gentlemate
बाद
side up
स्टार बना।
against him. Rolling Thunder perfectly placed a chance. He's only going to get the one,
भाई मेरे
but
को
doesn't
सच्ची
want to
लगा आगे
overcommit
डैश
this
मारे।
time.
देवांश भाई आपने तीसरी बार 40 खा गया।
It's only one pick for BBL.
आप क्या
They
कर
need
रहे
that
थे?
little bit more
वो
look at the
बुढ़ापा के बाद
disadvantages
स्टार
when it comes
डालना
to
था।
weaponry. 3 SMGs
गलत
to play with. The
गलत
Blade Sword
हुआ
for
ये।
11 can at least make up for that somewhat. The
Love you,
aggression
Aditya
here for
bhai.
Prophet, trying something new, but Cat is watching it. The Outlaw is trained in on the angle, and it's just one shot needed. Back into even footing. But this position from Sociable, not expected, not detected, and he's out of there for free. 2v4, great stun. And they're gonna be sent running backwards, or Sociable comes to meet them. Kata with it all to do. 3 to pick up.
राउंड
We're going
निकाला
to
ना
overtime.
सुसविल्स ने।
It's again anyone's game.
He's already
चंगा
tagged.
नाचूंगा अगर एक
70
क्लच किया तो।
HP. Magnum's SMG will become ever the more deadly, but Magnum with that extra experience knows, okay, I'm not giving him a 1v1. I'm not giving him any
Aditya
sort
bhai,
of
thank you
chance.
for
With
the
time ticking
fight.
away, they can literally
Gifted मेरी
sacrifice
जान के
player after player on that clock.
टोटे।
Magnum can run in on the last second just to make sure there's no opportunity for a plant round already done.
Time नहीं
The
है।
other two just not going to be facing. Okay, the other one not
OT,
going to be
OT,
facing.
OT,
Young P
OT.
was gone. An extra little bit of
ओह, दो डॉक्टर के बीच में घमासान युद्ध चालू है। बेसिकली दो डॉक्टर के बीच में घमासान युद्ध चालू है। कौन है सबसे सर्वश्रेष्ठ, द ओपीएस्ट डॉक्टर का वो चालू है। डॉक्टर आदित्य वर्सेस डॉक्टर मौगली, दोनों तरफ से 5-5 गिफ्टेड पिक के मारा है। मैं क्रिकेटर भी हूँ, पीसी गेमर भी हूँ, डॉक्टर भी हूँ। आपको थोड़ी देर बाद में आना पड़ेगा, अभी ऑलरेडी फाइट चल रही है, समझ रहे हो। चंडीगढ़ के डॉक्टर भाई आप बाद में बाद पहले अभी ऑलरेडी 1v1 का सीन चल रहा है।
And as well,
थैंक यू मोदी भाई, थैंक यू फॉर 5 गिफ्टेड। आदित्य भाई थैंक यू फॉर 5 गिफ्टेड। चाहे जिसको भी जिससे भी मेंबरशिप मिला है प्लीज
yeah, the buy rounds have gone to
Max
Max more
करके
often
thanks
than
बोलना,
not. So,
ठीक है, और
although
छुपा
BBL
देना।
have done well to get here, this is the real challenge.
everything changes in OT though. Everything you remembered, all the strats that you've seen.
एक है तो ये लोग
How
जीत
to
गए
really
चैट।
use his notebook back. That's all I'm going to say.
I'll put this on me.
Aggressive position. Kata, stun is sublime, but it's only going to be the one. Zipan tries to continue, but it's Levin to fight back. 2 impactful kills, 1 away from having that blaze sword. We've already seen what he can
मोदी
do
भाई
with that.
5 के बाद आगे जाते
Fortunate for
हैं।
Zipan as well, because he got his ult
रिवर्स
online from the death. The defense, though, are not
Excuse
just
me?
sitting pretty. They're making a move.
बट थैंक यू फॉर द 1 गिफ्टेड मेरी जान के टोटे।
They should. And the group up here, BBL are looking to move towards that broken door. There's 2 players, aggressive, holding on to that control. Flash is good, but Mini's better.
अभिजीत भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 10 गिफ्टेड मेरी जान के टोटे।
Subsiding Kamek
भाई
standing
ल्यून
in
का
his
राउंड
way,
है।
and he swings in for the ace.
एस मारा इसने।
He shows up when they need him the most. And it's
Hello?
too late. 1 foot in the grave.
Lord.
हाँ?
Goes into OT and aces.
अभी
And
मैं
all
अभी
goes
डॉक्टर
for
हूँ।
trades pretty much up until the last couple. It was players peeking on his teammates, and he's just making sure that that trade is instantaneous, solid reactions. I love the final kill. though.
भाई
Bates
क्या
with the
मारा है
dash,
भाई,
confident enough.
क्या मारा है बेलिविन ने। हाँ
And I don't think that one was in the strat book. An
ब्रो अगर
ace for
इसके
Levin.
वजह से अगर एमिट
They need
हार
to
गया
turn
ना
it on
मैच
the
मेरे को
defense.
बुरा
The
लगेगा।
attack side rounds, their opponents are running away with it, but they get aggressive and they win that early fight.
Bro,
the hero of the last round will have to watch as a
11 के वजह
spectator.
से जीत
More
गए बे।
importantly, mates have to win a 3v4.
हाँ?
He's watching on, but they've got the advantage, and it gets even
यस भाई
better
थैंक यू
now.
फॉर 40
Kamek trying to
स्टार
make
मेरी
that
गाफ
pressure on
में,
A, break the
मतलब
trap and take a fight. Well, he's done both of those things, but the fight didn't go his way. Kata and Zipan to pick up the pieces. 6 rounds in a row, and they looked set
Repair.
to just tap it in. But BBL, they've had a resurgence right at the final whistle.
अच्छा खेला बे एमिट ने,
From
अच्छा खेला, it was
downtown,
a
it
good
looks
game।
like they're set to score this map 13-12. 1 more, 2 more picks, and it's all theirs. The spike's still not planted as mates desperately try to find an advantage, force a fight, but when the duels come up, it's nothing but BBL
Bye.
on the
11
scoreboard.
11 MVP, 11
14-12
MVP,
top. what a
भाई
resurgence!
W भाई और उसको
They're gonna
ऊपर
feel
उठा
good
दो
going
मैं तो
into
बोलता हूँ
Gentleman's
3-4
map
जन के
pick.
ऊपर
This is why you put
W
them
round by
bucket.
11
Some of the
W
greatest
round
coaching
हाँ
decision making ever is to take a man who hits headshots and put him on jet.
कोई
Either
गाल
way,
वाल
it
पे
was a
पप्पी
close
पप्पी
map
दो यार
one.
उसको
Haven, Gentleman's map pick
इसकी
is
वजह
up
से
next.
जीते ये मैप
Okay, boys, I don't give a what we're gonna do today. As long as we do it together, we do it with confidence, we trust each other.
Yeah.
We're gonna go together with every single call we make. Doesn't matter if it's me, if it's even Burak.
What does that mean if it's even Bur?
Sorry, Burak, that was that. Yeah.
देवांश भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप मेरी जान के लिए मैं डॉक्टर नहीं हूँ रे बाबा मैं बिजनेसमैन हूँ गरीब बिजनेसमैन मैंने आज तक कोई गरीब बिजनेसमैन नहीं देखा गरीब बिजनेसमैन अपने आप को गरीब तभी बोलता है जब भी बहुत कमा रहा रहता है और टैक्स बचाने का मतलब ये बंदा वो कर रहा है टैक्स इवेजन कर रहा है ये बंदा हाँ कॉल लगाओ कह रहे हेलो हाँ मिला एक बंदा मिला मौगली ठीक है पता लगा था नंबर निकालना पड़ेगा घर के लिए मटेरियल सप्लाई करता हूँ जस सिंह सच्ची इंटीरियर शोरूम का बहुत सही के शोरूम है तेरे पास हाँ वो शोरूम में से एक प्लाईवुड ऐसा यू करके मेरे मुंह पे फेंक के मारेगा ना मेरे घर आ जाएगा शोरूम है ये भाई ये गरीबनेस किस को चाहिए गरीबनेस जरा बताओ किस को इतना गरीब होना है भाई मैं रेडी हूँ शोरूम पेज जरा काउंट करना शोरूम में कितना माल पड़ा हुआ है ठीक है तो जिसको गिफ्टेड मिला सबको थैंक्स बोला है ठीक है डॉक्टर रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन अभी यहाँ पे खत्म हो गया है अब देखते हैं क्या कोई इंजीनियर है या देखते हैं हाँ पूरा चैट इंजीनियर है इम्पॉसिबल इंजीनियर लोग बहुत पैसा कमाते हैं भाई समझ रहे हो रुचिर भाई 100 रुपये बचा हुआ है लेकिन तूने 150 का मेंबरशिप लिया माफ रुचिर भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप मेरी जान के चौथे सिविल इंजीनियर एट दुबई ये तो झूठ है देखते जो भी इंजीनियर है देखते कौन सुपर चैट कर दो और कौन काश दोस्त का मेंबरशिप लेते ताकि मालूम पड़े कि कौन इंजीनियर है 4-5 करोड़ का सिर्फ थोड़ा और चाहिए मोगली भाई आई विश यू ऑल द लक यार ऑल द लक 4-5 करोड़ों के तूने बोला ना तेरे को और चाहिए करके आई विश यू ऑल द लक समझ रहे हो बहुत क्रेजी चलेगा तेरा बिजनेस हाँ करो बख्शुदी मैं भी एक गरीब बिजनेसमैन हूँ समीर भाई ऐसा मत बोलो देखो मैं चाय गरम करके आया वही कप है थोड़े बचा गरम करके आया मैं ला 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 चाय गरम करके आया चाय
BBL, they're one step closer from securing those playoffs, not only for themselves, but also for KC and Foot. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Kakuka, joined by Ulises and Meg. That got dicey, that got extreme, but Ulises, any initial thoughts of that match, of that map going that long?
Well, I
इंजीनियर हूँ ले मेरा 2 months की सैलरी
surprised,
एक्सक्यूज मी
but that surprised me the most is that even having many advantages, they were throwing it on mates. Maybe they get into overtime.
Yeah, exactly. Because we're speaking at the end of the day of a BBL that manages to win both pistols. But when we're looking here at the 13-13 in first kills, as you were saying, Uli, I think that the first half told a different story.
Completely. I mean, they were playing on defense, and Mate got 8 entry kills against only 4, and they only managed to get 4 rounds out of those. I'm really worried about it because also we have to take into account that they were making 4 rounds in a row for BBL starting.
I genuinely think there's a curse when people get to 11 rounds that somewhere,
11?
somehow,
Sorry.
people lock in. And of course, we'll get onto the 11 performance and ace. But yeah, you can see from those stats, from the post plants, from the first kills, it was an incredibly even matchup. And yeah, at the end of it, at the beginning, I was like, this is BBL, this is going to go their way. But by the end of it, you were like, it makes sense, it's a no.
I think that it says a lot that we saw that most of the plans ended up in a round win. Like the retas are, when it gets complicated, that's what we were seeing a little bit of the teams hesitating a bit on what side to enter and when to plant because of those floats that we were seeing. You were speaking about Levin, and man, oh man, he definitely performed in this first map, especially when we take into account the head-to-head that he had with Click.
Yeah, the head-to-head was a really fun one, but to be honest, I have to say that Levin was completely amazing. I get amazed by every single play he was doing, and also he was leading on every single round, doing a very proper performance on the first blood.
Yeah, I mean, he was not just alive on the server. I feel like he was also living rent-free in Gentlemate's heads at points. I mean, we can talk about round 18 where they solo breach ulted him by a rubble because he was just that scary.
That's how annoying and scary he was.
I know, and he was applying pressure left, right, and center. But I do think that Click also did show up, maybe not as much as we were hoping on the Yoru, but I do think there were also standout points for Click.
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, he was playing much better.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that when we speak about this duelist finding the impact, as you're saying, Click was definitely a bit better. We need to speak about the players that go with them, that supportive utility that we were seeing even on that clip. It would not have been that easy without having someone, for example, like Yampy by your side, Meg.
I mean, it's amazing that Yampy can put up such a performance on Breach, considering he's also IGLing, and he has spoke previously about how comfortable he is IGLing on the Breach. But it was just an amazing performance, and we speak about those post plants as well and how they did tend to convert to a round win, and that came through a lot with the util from the Teho or the Breach. But then also on the other side of that, you did have Kamek, who we have seen in week 3 with 29 frags on Breach. And so we know that Kamek is also going to rival that with his incredible performance.
Completely. I mean, Kami is playing amazing today, but I have to get the prop for Jumpy. Jumpy is not only playing great, not only killing, he hit 10 assists with Breach. It's not easy, and obviously he was always assisting into Levin.
Especially with the amount of kills that he was getting for himself, you know? It's like you get the kills, you get the assists, and when we look at the numbers, we can see that Kamek is a little bit ahead, but the story was a little bit different when we went into the map. It's good to see that both of them are given 100% today, because remember the stakes for mates if they lose here out of the contention for those playoffs. Of course, not only that, you know, you want to get those championship points when you think about the end of the year and what you're going to do. Now, let's take a look at the second map, at that Haven. This is mate's pick, and they can be happy about taking that first map to overtime, even with losing both pistols and whatnot. What can we expect, Ulises, to see here coming in from Gentlemates?
I mean, Haven is being one of the best maps of the coaching staff, both Juankar and also Go. Okay, this is historically for them, that they've been playing really good with every single team they've been coaching in. So, to be honest, I'm not going to expect anything about the team. I want to expect something about Mini, because Mini this match, one of probably his worst performance, and his worst performance is a 14-16. I mean, we're talking about someone who's been performing, but it's true also that I seen that Mini maybe wasn't that hype like normally. He was a bit chilling on maybe his pressure, because he knows that it's a big match today and he has to step up and be on the top.
Guys, Binks आने से पहले 2K likes करो, कद्दू नहीं हुआ रे बाबा. The Binks, thank you for the 100 and your thought, मेरी जान
Team
टोटे.
Liquid, so clearly it's not Team Liquid.
Red lobby में ये सब stats काम नहीं करते, सब इसमें काम करते. तुम लोग को info लेना पड़ता है कि कितने बंदे कहाँ पे, तुम लोग को वहाँ पे लड़ना है या तुम लोग को fake करना है, दूसरी जगह जाना है.
I do have to say, for me,
और
looking
कितना
into this
distance
game,
लगता
then
है वो
I
लोग को
want to
rotate
talk
करने में और तुम लोग को
about the
rotate
Sentinel
करना.
matchup, because you have Magnum on the Cypher, and the hours this man has on Cypher is just unbelievable. And then you also have Mini, who we have seen
Chat summary, viewers in the chat are mostly
IGL, anchor the sites,
studying
frag,
computer
all the
science,
Cypher. So I
engineering
do
or
think
IT
that
and are
would be
preparing
kind of
for
the
their
win
future
condition
careers.
for today's
Love you.
Yeah, exactly. Now that you mention it, Magnum actually in that match had an amazing performance. And are we expecting on the side of Gentlemates to stick into that neon. We were saying that we expected to see this map maybe even as a third.
मेरा भला नहीं होगा तो सोच तेरा सुपर चैट मेरी तरफ से रुक जाएगा, हो सकता है मैं 100 गिफ्टेड करूं इन फ्यूचर अगर मेरा बिजनेस अच्छा चले, वैसा मंथली 100 हो रह सकता है एक साथ करूं, सोच ले जल्दी भाई। नहीं चाहिए भाई मोकली भाई, नहीं चाहिए। आप सिर्फ 150 का मेंबरशिप लो चलेगा, 4-5 करोड़ का बिजनेस होके 100 गिफ्टेड का बात की 100, हाँ 100। यहाँ पे देखो एक बार, यहाँ पे शर्म दिख रहा है क्या? देखो जो आपके गल्ले पे काम करने बैठे ना, वो भी एक दिन छुट्टी लेगा ना, तो भी 100 गिफ्टेड कर सकते हो आप। प्लाईवुड का शोरूम है।
So I do think we'll see the neon come in, and I do think that could be a
मेरे
great
चैट को पूछो, और वो लोग के पास 4-5 करोड़ का रहता था ना बिजनेस, 1 करोड़ यू ऐसा गिफ्टेड फेंक के मारते थे, बराबर कि नहीं चैट? जस्ट सिंह डेंटिस्ट भी डॉक्टर ही होता है, पता है मेरे को। मेरा टिक क्या था ना, मैं एक ही बार गया था डेंटिस्ट के पास, उसने बोला सीधा दांत निकालना पड़ेगा, तब से मेरी गांड फटती है।
Or maybe they have an chance.
Yeah, exactly.
Either
Let's jump
exactly
right now
yeah.
into Agent Select to see if we're going to see surprises. And Click is not going to be playing
Hater
for
hota.
that neon. We're going to have... Carol, is this 2021? What are these comms? Where are the new agents? Guys, we have so many new things.
Uli's never gonna live this down. This man's gonna be like, I predicted.
देखा नहीं देते चैट, सबने नहीं लिखा सेम ऑन न्यूज़। भाई मेरी चैट भी मेरे जैसे हरामी है लग रहा है
What do
मेरे
we make though of BBL deciding to start on the defense? Maybe looking at those retakes and whatnot.
I'm not mad, to be honest. I trust in them on the defense. Again, talking about the Magnum on the Cypher, we know that Yampy does absolute bits, the way that Levin's been performing and Sociable on the Sova, and of course, Profek on the Omen.
आपकी शायरी सुनी हुई रहेगी, मेरा गाना सुना हुआ
You know
रहेगा।
who else do not let us down is our casters. So question for you guys, can BBL close this out and secure those playoffs? Or is there
उसने
more
बंस भाई बस
fighting, gentlemen?
2 लाख कमा लेता हूँ महीने।
Thank you, Kukuka. Yeah, well, I mean, it depends.
भाई
on the
बड़ा
day.
amount
Looking at
है
this
यार।
squad here, after an OT
Average
on map one,
income
going into
to
that
have
area
a
question. Yeah.
good
I was gonna-
peaceful life
I was in the middle of answering it, mates. Are
कितना
in a
है
position
चैट?
that I don't think I can count them out. This
Monthly?
is their map pick,
I
and they
think
push.
So can BBL win
50
2-0?
to 1 lakh ना?
Answer the question.
They
That
can,
was the
because if
question.
they win this map, it will be 2-0. So yes,
Okay,
they can.
they can.
खर्चा नहीं है तो हाँ?
Well, that's
बाद
for
में
players
तुम लोग
to
बोलोगे
have.
क्या बंस भाई इतना खर्चा है, खर्चे के बिना बोलो।
I'm intrigued by the Jet. 11, I think it was expected. Clicks
60,
going to
70
try
again,
and
huh?
match him. I think we've seen some high-octane gaming for him, maybe more so in the tier 2 than we have in the
मुंबई
tier
का
1.
रहने दो, मुंबई का
I
बात
think
मत
he's been a
करो।
little bit underwhelming at times, so I want to see what Click can offer here.
There you go. Minnie's got the highest first blood rating of any non-duelist player. We'll see if that can continue moving through this map.
15,000
He's lurking.
अगर
Always
भाई वड़ा
playing the
पाव खाओगे दिन
extremities
में।
a lot of the time. I'm sure we'll see that here as well. Looking at Levin, talking about opening duels, he participated in 14 opening duels on the last map. There were 26
एमिट का
rounds.
राउंड है
That's more
चैट,
than half
ध्यान से
the
देखना
rounds.
एमिट का
He
राउंड
was the
है,
guy taking
क्योंकि
the
ये
first. It
बिग
was,
क्रंच वाला
half and
राउंड
half,
था।
7-7. But a lot,
7 for Levin.
but a lot of, there we go.
Emit
A
का
lot of
round
that
है।
was the openings on the attack side where he lost.
Cypher बैठेगा इधर,
So a much
and
better
that
defensive
is
side
guns.
showing from him, and a chance to get another opening duel on the board. Win or lose, it's up to you. And well, it's not an opening, but he gets the pick anyways. A close fight for Profek, but Mini's managed to get the better of him, and Levin doesn't last long in the smoke.
W
Solid work. BBL versus Liquid did incredibly well on the defense.
प्यारा खेला ना?
A lot of it revolved around aggression, and more so having those retakes in their favor somehow. But this one's actually going very well through the smoke.
बढ़िया
They managed
खेला
to pick
था
up
ना?
two. Zipan already tagged at least a little bit, and I don't know if they will have seen him already. Kana has retrieved that upgraded pistol, but needs so much more to be found. Tries to be calm, but unfortunately for him, it's Magnum to take home what is now the third of 3 pistols. And I'll be honest, that one is the one Mate should be most disappointed with.
Yeah, it felt like they had that one really very much
कैसे?
figured
Marzi
out.
Patel
You
back
look
with
at
the
the sides of what a
party.
2v4. They've got a little bit of damage dealt out in the other direction, but The fact that Levin, yeah, he gets one, but Mini with the double openings. In fact, he's able to take it up close in the smoke. Then BBL walk back in and make it look easy. Individual fights.
Look at Yumpy.
Don't go
कल
their
रे
way.
बाबा तेरा नाम में पैसे धीरे-धीरे मैं भी शादीशुदा हूँ बीवी के बाद इसने यार
Well, I think we need to get
इसने
a
मेरी
better,
दुखती
much
नस
more
पे
aggressive compressor
सुपर
on
चैट
Yumpy.
किया
Yeah, I was about to say.
He is
Dance with
peaking,
Mowgli bhai.
but maybe he'll do that in the server as
इतना
well.
अच्छा
Had a good
business
map
नहीं
last
जाएगा
time
तेरा
and the energy
टेंशन मत
starting off high.
You turn it up that high, his teammates
Ah.
won't be able to hear him when he talks.
That's true. Well, I
Guys,
think he
Michael,
mostly screams.
Go for this round, please.
A lot of pistols. A lot of opportunities. for
Well,
Binks as
but they
well.
have
pick
guns
up two of
now.
those duels. Sight is theirs, and recovering the pistols, recovering the rifles in the other way of this Spectre that's in play. A little bit more difficult, but they get there eventually. The rest of the BBL players too far away to deny, and so a post plant, a weapon recovered, and a chance as they
weapon.
get aggressive, but straight into the waiting arms. of
Yampi
Yumpy.
बोलते चेटी
He was loud
खोलते
before, I think
मेरा
I just
favorite
heard
player
him
है यार ये
get a little bit louder again.
Can I get a bit
मेरा
more
favorite
soundproofing
player
in
है
my headphones? Because I'm going to hear him over my own thoughts soon.
He is firing up.
You know what? I think it's exactly what they need. We saw it towards the end of the last game. Levin being able to win that clutch.
Thank you for the 10 gifted मेरी जान के टोटे
Yumpy does it for me.
क्या जीजी इसको भी मिला प्लीज टैग करके
Come on,
थैंक्स
there's gotta be a
बोल देना
second one.
ठीक
Oh, no,
है
it was too loud to
You
play.
can hear him through the other.
Yeah, we
Only
Mowgli
way
bhai,
he doesn't
thank
peek is
you.
if it's in someone else's mic. That's wonderful.
This goes here.
Poor Levin sitting right beside him. They pump white noise in those headsets, but
Find you.
when Yumpy stands up, I'm not sure it helps. Goodness
Just
gracious.
saying stream like किया तो ज़्यादा chances होते हैं
A 2-0 start for BBL, and the buy here is decent. They've got two sheriffs, the rest of the squad packing a punch on Levin and Sociable, a Spectre for Magnum. Mates still need to be careful, and it looks like BBL are taking the fight to them. The biggest weapon they've
भाई
got,
कितना
the Guardian,
risky
right
खेल
down
रहे
the
बे
bottom of
लोकल
mid
डिफेंस
already. A stun lined up off contact to the cam. I love this. It's beautiful to start with, but the stun doesn't ever get fired out. It's a little late.
Even still, an early trade. You might think with the gun being dropped, it's
थोड़ा वो
not
भी
the
खाता हूँ
best,
दो
but
टाइम मैंने नॉर्मल चैट पढ़ लिया था
sort of
जैसे
scenarios, just whittling away at your opponent's cam.
लेविस अगर बताएगा वो तो 40
Quite a
extra
lot. A chance
Oh,
for Social, he's gonna
shot
win that
base
fight.
इसमें।
And that's actually the lurking jet of Click. Now the gun's not necessarily going to be retrieved, and what, straight through the smoke. That's a little bit overzealous for Sociable. Maybe
थोड़ा
trying to get
सा
back in
जल्दी
just that
गया।
little bit too quick. Now puts things back to a 3v3 for Mates.
The dropout's dangerous. There's so many players here, and Mini does well to look up
एक
above.
राउंड एक गन
Taking
गिरा दे
down
बस
Yumpy.
प्रोफेक्ट भाई एक गन गिरा दे
Easy
तेरा काम
fights
हो
on the
गया
player dropping, and Profek left with it
गन
all to
गिराने
do.
का
Look at
बस
the HP. They're all so
अपना
desperately low,
नहीं
but coming in from that angle, it's always difficult. Gentlemates, they might be sharing less than 80 HP between them, but they come out with 3 rifles and they win the round. That's all you can ask for.
what is that score
Definite
between
opportunities.
the
I
below
think,
the
again, I
team
wanna
name
talk about
2112
Social.
वो लोग ने
Wanting almost
इवेंट
to
में
be the
कितना
hero in this
गेम
round. I
जीता है और हारा है
Just overplaying when you already have an advantage.
गेम्स का है वो गेम्स का दो गेम
just
जीता एक
go
गेम
positive.
हारा वैसा
YouTube, good
The
call.
best move. See if they can now convert back. Already
मुझे मिल गए भैया
gambling
क्या
maybe
बात
that
है
there'll
क्या
be some
बात
light
है
shields into this round. Levin's gone for the sniper
कैसे गोपाल
in
भाई
this scenario. 4 players have bought into heavy shields for the opposing side, so there's only one that will be dead to that first bullet. He's hoping that someone will swing him, but they're being careful with the drone.
TP is not going to be committed on the back of the site. That's a good thing. There were many players ready and waiting. A difference here for Mates versus the last map. You can be much more eager to sell those fakes.
भाई
and
वो लोग को
play
इतना तो
light
पता है
on
कि
sides
कोई
of
ना
the
कोई
map
ए आ
later
रहा
on,
है
filling them
based
in,
on the
thanks to the
camera
fact that you've got all those traps to work around. Levin with no look, trying to pick them off on the outlaw, or even deal that damage. Click down to 48. But everybody's facing. Powering Mini. Click. And Zipan, actually. It's only Kamek and Kata that can take a blast.
But this pause from Mates doesn't really give the game away. In fact, it baits them into thinking that they're going in the other direction. I think also the cam, there we go, will give them all that they need. Can Magnum actually get this pick off? No. The bullet's completely missing,
W.
eventually gets the job done, and now they have the info on the B side. But Mates have decided this is the moment to
Counter
move.
stun सब कुछ
This
है
is the moment to try and get
बस
into that
पूरा
side, get into
ceiling
the
है
post plant. But with the aftershock going in and Levin still holding that backline, there's nowhere for them to go.
Nice blind, लेकिन कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं.
Plan secured, but yeah, like you said,
Easy
fully
retake.
boxed in. They've chosen the better of the three options, moving towards just one player. Just Levin. Profect taking some control. That's going to force the movement on the other side. Kamek manages to take him down without a lick of damage, but he's got 4 more coming his way. Try as he might, the shots aren't landing. The big swing coming as all of BBL run into that angle.
Nice round.
Defuse found and an immediate response on the round win from
Binks
Mates.
भाई बहुत ज़्यादा बाल उड़ रहे हैं. बाल उड़ रहे ठीक है. तू भी उड़ेगा chat से याद
Always
रखना.
love to see those sort of cypher trap setups with a stun. Okay, the setup meant nothing because the player when he swung wasn't stunned anymore. But then the quick reaction, having that aftershock late into the round for Yumpy to deny the plant, having the cross held by Levin, so someone is forced into that angle eventually. You can't just deny all of that extra space. And then the rest is just about playing the advantages. We talked about the potential of this team when it comes to retakes. Well, it's been 3 plants, and it has been 3 retakes of the rounds that they've won. And unfortunately for Mates, this now puts them in a position financially where they're not in the best position. Hunter's Fury actually could be utilized by Sociable. This has done an awful lot of damage. Kamek almost dead as well. One player kicked off, and one mortally wounded.
It's always something that divides opinions about going for those early Hunter's Furies, but this time, damage undeniable, making that little bit easier up against the weaker investment, and with the rifle down, the easy follow-up, Levin has secured this round. A little bit of help from his friends. It's an in-zone flawless and a 4-1 start. Remember on the last map, over on Lotus, BBL had a phenomenal beginning on their attack side. They built up a lot around. Generalites were able to sweep their way right back into things. It was wasn't it 7-5 by the end of the half after a 7-2 beginning? So there's no room to take your foot off the gas. And coming into the bye round from Gentlemates, timeout.
Yeah, I think a lot of it did turn with a pause as well, to giving an opportunity for the coaching staff to sort of talk things through with the team. I think that, again, they're sort of struggling with the same sort of aggression they had to deal with on the previous map. It's when you play into these 3-site maps, there's a lot of ground that can be pressured. And I think Levin is the main culprit, willing to sort of take that control away. And it also seems like they're super comfortable with just leaving Akin to, at least on this map, hold down an awful lot of ground. Like we've seen it with his A-site setup.
Hello Jay, hello Kevin, hello bro.
Just having Yumpy as backup to sort of set up a stun wherever he needs it. I think this is where I've actually enjoyed most of Yumpy becoming an IGL. It's when he's on a breach, because I think with the breach, he can literally just react off the calls of his teammates. I just go, okay, you are getting pressured here, I'm going to put this stun through, I'm going to put this flash through,
okay, we are sorry.
He can still almost direct the round from positions where he's not that guy who dashes in with a shotgun anymore.
We see that a lot. All time 1.1 CR दिखा रहा है नंगा नथिंग में 1.1 CR 3 साल से रेंट पे गांड दे रहा हूं मैं तुझे. But also for him individually as well. And we saw that.
पैसा भी किधर नहीं उड़ा रहा है घर पे 100 साल से स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूं मैं.
One that you have to look a little closer at the impact it's having round on round. But the breach is, it's obvious even to the layman. For Gentlemates, decent investment. That's why I noticed it.
Oh, मेरा पूरा पैसा रेंट पे जा रहा है.
One away from the Blade Storm. He is the player with the weaker weapon in this round. Still the man leading the charge in a lot of these fights. He's the guy going first to take that duel. And yeah, Yumpy, breach,
going around the
support,
world.
the guy that's going to be usually not taking the opening duels. And he thought he was Levin this round.
Huh?
He forgot for a second. Had a flashback to running in with a judge on Jet. I'm glad we're not back in those days, if I'm honest.
बाकी गेम में गया.
A much slower, more patient round. Now, Click needs either an orb
ये भी
or a
possible है.
kill.
Pause भी खा रहा है
He's on
पैसा.
the pistol. Blade Storm is one away. You can expect to see him dash into the angle, and they've claimed full control of Long, but it has been very passive. Most teams will battle tooth and nail to try and get control
बाकी
of
पैसा
A-main and
hairstylist
deny
पे जा
that
रहा
portion of
होगा.
the map. BBL have not been doing that. They have left the Cypher setup. They've sit
Shot.
pretty. And that's the spike, by the way.
Yeah, that's the info for sure. Full commitment from Mate. Seems
Mara.
to follow that spike right into the A-side. Blade Storm looking to pick up a few as it's coming.
मेरा वाला blind था
Draw
ना.
blood,
इस shot
rifles
वाला.
in hand. Down goes Kata. The swing in the smoke. Not working out. With Sociable on the other side and picking up
By
three as his
W
classic
defense.
comes out
W
to close
defense.
the
W
round.
defense.
That was Mate's with an attempt to fight their way back in early, but they have been denied on their own map pick. They're starting 5-1 down.
Yeah, that just looked so rough. Like, Zipan, unaware of an angle that has been utilized since the dawn of time. I don't think it could really be that surprising. And especially going alone with the spike. I think he fired out a shock dart somewhere in there, maybe looking for a deep trip that's been placed, but instead just gives away that spike, and then the team has to react because it's going to be the full rotation from everybody on the BBL side.
Watching Yumpy and Magnum is like watching Milan and Pipson back in the day. One guy losing his mind, the other calm as a cucumber. Levin, oh, he's in trouble. He's got players all around him, and he will be dropped in the end. Shock dart trade out, Yumpy up close, they know where he is, but they found out anyways. A double from behind, and the round back in BBL's hands again. Magnum coming in to save the day as Kamek falls, and Zipan has it all to do. For a moment, a brief moment, it looked like Levin going down, and the kills that could follow may just have turned the tide back in the Mates' favor on a low buy. Instead, well, it looks like Mates will get a plant on Zipan. A post-plant Hunter's Fury as well.
3 साल का rent भी heavy गया.
1 HP, Tom. It's not looking very likely that he can take down Yumpy.
End of the day कितना भी कमाओ इंसान नंगा ही रहता है
basically. He's even been spotted.
ये कहना चाहते हो? मेरे को नहीं लगता इतना कमाया मैंने.
Hunter's Fury is nice, but if there's more than one player alive, it's going to be very difficult to isolate. Looking to wrap on him all together, and well, eventually Sociable gets the freeze kill of his entire career. 6-1. I'd say what we saw there from BBL was a bit more audacious than I would have liked. This is an eco, just running at their opponents. But I think that almost comes with the territory. Like, you've got this youngster who can take over games, who can basically farm opponents if put into the right positions. He's gonna do some batshit crazy stuff. And sometimes it's gonna look like that. But they recover anyway. 6-1 lead. I haven't really seen much from Mates, if I'm honest, since the pistol round. That was probably the one that slipped away from them. I'm waiting to see if this jet was really worthwhile.
I'm really enjoying Yumpy on a breach. Oh my goodness. Well, Levin doing his best Yumpy impression. He's gone aggressive.
That would have been 2 for 1 if
didn't
get that kill.
It could have been. But what could have been? Mates, they'll be thankful that it isn't. 5 versus 4. Levin in the dirt already. But the push up from Magnum has blown this round wide open. Kamek's, he's gone down as well. They've been pushed on both extremities and lost the fight on each side.
15-16.
Still going.
Relax.
I think this has just become pure disrespect. We're watching a game of TDM at the moment. Just everybody pressuring across the map. You've got a player in spawn in the form of Magnum. You've got deep control as well from Yumpy. They don't even really need to play this aggressively either because they have Rolling Thunder available for a retake if they need it. I wonder if there's just going to be an attempt to try and find a pick off contact for Sociable, or if he's literally just looking to hold on to ground.
Hunter's Fury just won away. Good chance. If he finds one that this round is already done.
Oh no.
But it's the flank from Magnum. They're not even looking. And they turn to see him at just the last moment. Now they're looking the wrong way when Sociable peaks. Being played like a fiddle. And it's only one left. It's Click, and he is boxed in on another level. Okay. 1 foul, 20 seconds. Spike needs to be planted. Or all of these players need to be dropped. And Profek, patient as always. He spotted him running up the ramp, and he'll take him down from behind. 7-1. Gentlemen, they are 1 foot in the grave right now, considering this is elimination on the line, and it's BBL shoveling the dirt in on top.
Getting flashbacks to their 18-16 defeat to Foot, where they had a really close map. They had a huge comeback. They looked fantastic all up until the point where they lost. They go into the next map and they get battered. And it was just a game wait it really seemed like they looked very, very good.
Expenses हो गया अभी income बताओ. Income देखो भाई. मैं expenses बता दिया अभी income में सच्ची बताता हूँ भाई. Income में सीन ऐसा है ना. मेरे members है कुछ 11-12 members है. समझ रहे हो? खास दोस्त मेंबर मान के चलो 1-2 ठीक है और डेली का सुपर चैट अगर 150-200 आता है तो सब मिला के सैड कर दिया मेरे को सैड कर दिया यार। 700 प्लस तो ग्रुप में उससे ही के
BBL have
ए
no
700 प्लस
shortage
हो
of
गए क्या?
a double
Let me
outlaw
check.
investment from
My
the defensive
army
side.
growing.
I think
You had my curiosity.
but they've got so much in terms of credits. They're going into the next round. They'll have
टेक्निकली
a
देखा
full
जाए
buy
तो
and the
उसमें
next round,
एडमिन्स
and
भी
maybe even
बहुत
the
है
next round
तो
after
we are
that. So,
close
you know,
we are
they're
close
just throwing these in to be disruptive, gambling that their opponents might have light shields, which, well, they are 80% correct. It's only Click that has the heavy shield. So this is basically a two-shot operator.
It's a really nice investment. And Levin, well, he can fall back onto his Blade Storm if he needs to. Both shots fired out, but he gets aggressive, hoping that could be their trigger point. Hunter's Fury, it's good again!
W
He keeps doing
है
this!
बे है
How?
सोशेबल
The
है
blind
सोशेबल है
Hunter's Furies, and they keep hitting their mark! Zipan down to half, 45 HP, no shields. And then that's gonna make it so much
Click
more
got hit.
difficult for anyone else. Click down to 48 as well. And that blind might have landed, but while they're looking forward, it's the player behind that they should be worried about. Blade Storm for the double, rolling thunder.
Oh
They got them the
my
end zone flawless.
God
8-1 on the board. Keep in mind, mates call a
Hello?
timeout. They planned that round out meticulously. And to get blind Hunters Fury, the only thing you could say is, well, at least they
यार
wasted
नजर मत लगाओ ना
Yeah,
यार
I don't think they care.
मीत
Like,
भाई
this is just
थैंक यू
a
फॉर द
moment of
मेंबरशिप मेरे जान के
Hunter's Fury, that's
टोटे
twice now, where that Hunter's Fury is not completely blind. It's
Yeah,
off
yeah, yeah.
Levin's
मेहनत
contact.
कर
It's
रहा हूँ
basically
प्यार मिल
Levin
रहा है
sees
उसको भी
fires and
नजर
goes,
लगाने का है।
Get him. They're right there. And then so
जितने लोग भी नजर लगा रहे ना मैं तुम लोग को माफ किया यार आई लव यू तुम लोग लाइफ में अच्छा करोगे हाँ तुमको अच्छी बीवी मिलेगी तुम लोग लाइफ में अच्छा करोगे सब ओपी ओपी होएगा जो भी लोग नजर लगा रहे आई फॉरगिव यू
just pistols once again. That's why they did it.
Yep.
It's not just the one round, but this is the potential
इसने
for them
पंगा
to
लिया
get to
दिक्कत
9 on their defensive half.
The ult economy
Daga.
trade-off for the round win for the economy advantage as well. Yumpy getting one with utility. The mate's yet to land a shot.
Okay.
There's two though.
well it's
It seems like
working
they're in a little bit of trouble. Yumpy able to land one, but caught out. And a 2 versus 3 that they're left in. BBL facing their first real struggle. The
अरे
retake
तू तो
onto this
नाराज हो
side.
गया सॉरी लव
No
यू
real impactful utility to help them. And with Profek in his shadow form,
8-2
no chance
ये
of a trade on
8-4
that.
भी होएगा ना
A 1v3
8-4
needed.
और उसके बाद
And keep in
पिस्तौल
mind, like
राउंड
we
भी
said,
जीत गया ना
Mates
तो
had a
भी
resurgence towards the end
Tough
of
है, taking map.
the first half of Lotus. That got them the opportunity to at least push to OT. The same could be happening here.
Yeah, a pay save card thrifty is what returns mates to the board. You got to hope for their sake that that is the confidence builder. A round they never should have had. A
पंगा
round
मेरी
that
गलती नहीं है
ultimately,
चैट
in
का
comparison to
पीयर
many of
प्रेशर
the
था
streak of
पीयर
BBL
प्रेशर
without
था
guns, and they're able to get things over the line. Maybe a little bit overzealous from BBL, but that's been their whole game plan. Be disruptive, be aggressive, be in the face of their opponents. Sociable, by the way, 14 and 3.
नहीं पीयर प्रेशर मेरे पे
Has
कभी
been
काम नहीं
having
किया
an
पता
absurd
कॉलेज के
game.
टाइम में सब पढ़ाई करते थे
Few of those were even with his
एक
Hunter's
बार
Furies,
peer pressure काम
as he
नहीं किया
couldn't
मैंने
see.
I mean, you see players tagged by a drone, and it can be hard to connect those kills, but doing it off minimap with this level of success is damn impressive for BBL.
विच टीम आर यू सपोर्टिंग
Hit a
बीबीएल मेरी
roadblock.
जान के टोटे
Mates put up a round. 8-4 still possible. The Gentlemate side, that they can aim for nothing less at this point.
लव यू बंदों सर कीप
The
गोइंग
side
लव यू
perhaps
शुभम भाई
reading into it as a weakness, leaving Mini to lurk the rest of the map with the trap behind. They
इसलिए
keep
यूट्यूबर
the
बन
map
गए
control. Like we said,
लैंग्वेज
this is somewhere that we can see because of the comp. They're not running in one direction and leaving the rest of the map wide open. Mini's lurks alongside his utility give them these options to fall back into space that they're reasonably sure is still theirs late round. Shock Dart
भाई
going through,
जेन्युइनली
we've
बोल
seen
रहा
this a
हूँ जब
lot. That's going to
स्टार्टिंग में
delete the trap
चैनल में
and take some of
4-5
that
लोग थे ना जो
security
लोग मैसेज
out
किए
of the
थे मेरे
minds
को
of BBL as they can easily lose the B site to a walk up now.
हाँ
Playing
उनके
heavier on the
वजह
A
से मैं
side
वो
has its weaknesses when those
वो
traps
लोग का
fall.
मैसेज ने
But unfortunately, Tom,
मेरे
that
को वो
heavy
किया
A
था।
site is about to be pushed
Thank
into.
Beam for
कैसा लगा सेम ट्रीटमेंट टच वुड कीप गोइंग लव यू
Levin's going to try and sit within the
Oh!
corner. He's managed to dodge them, managed to get
भाई
behind, but it's only going to be the one.
अगर
Spike
वो
dropped to
मार
the deck.
देता था जेट को मेन फ्री किल
Prophet
था
just watching on the cross. I don't know if they even realize that he's here. He's managed to sneak into this position, and if they try and walk forward, it could be a problem. Mini is waiting for, but that's a spike down again. A second time that it's
भाई
been
क्या
dropped, and
घूम
Sociable
के मारा
done it.
क्लिक
That should be the
देखा
well done. It just has to be sprinted for by Mini, and all the Sociable needs to do is just buy enough time to stun. I don't even think he's got this. It won't matter anyway.
भाई क्लिक भाई एक बार क्लिक का बताओ
The jump as
प्लीज
the stun came in, it cost them the opportunity
भाई
to
एक
plant,
बार
but even
क्लिक का
then,
बताओ
the kills were going to be found no matter what. Yumpy hiding
भाई
down in the
गलत
sewers,
मारा है क्लिक
playing
में
the time, knowing that they could bring it across the line.
ये
And being
क्लिक दिखाओ
being starved of time like
Click
that is a
दिखाओ।
hell of a way to lose a round, especially now 9-2 down.
दूसरा वाला
This
क्लिक
was
दिखाओ
Mate's chance to
यार
fight their
वो
way
वाला
back in.
दिखाओ नाइस शॉट वाला
They have been buried that little bit deeper, elimination in the back of their minds and slowly coming to reality in front of them. BBL looks
रोहन भाई ये
set
क्या
to not
लैंग्वेज
just
है ऐसा
qualify
मैसेज
themselves,
मैसेज
but bring
लिखोगे
Foot and KC with
समझ
them.
रहे हो क्या हो
Just
रहा
a
है
few
थोड़ा
rounds
देखो
in
इधर
between
उधर
them. One left in the half.
मजाक वजाक मत करो डिजिटल है ये कल परसों कुछ भी होगा ना तो तेरी गांड में आते का लंड घुसेगा बोल रहा हूँ
The squads left to play. But also after
डिजिटल वर्ल्ड में वो कुछ भी लिखोगे ना मालूम पड़ता है
having
कभी
that
भी
Turkish derby
चाहे
at the
तुम
end,
डिलीट
didn't
करो
want to
या
leave
ना
it all
करो
down to that. Even still, we've seen this squad fight back. Click with a solid pick, but already the opener going in the other direction. The right click, not so forgiving at times. Kamik has done well.
एक्चुअल में
A
बता
quiet
रहे हो
performance from him so
बता रहा
far.
हूँ
An uncharacteristic one on a map that's been his favorite, but maybe this could be his round. Even still, though, oh, he's gonna get picked off.
पॉसिबल
Sociable is
होना भी
just
तो
on fire right
चाहिए
now.
His utility
मेरी
is on to
जान
shot
मजाक
darts
है
through the
लव यू
wall.
मालूम
He's
है
grabbing
मजाक
them
है
to reveal,
लेकिन
helping him along
कुछ
the
कुछ
way.
मजाक मत
His
करो
whole kit.
वो बोल
He's making Sova look like a duelist
कुछ
now,
मजाक
Tom, and
मत
it's been a
करो
while
मजाक
since
में
we've
कब
seen that level of
मालूम
success,
नहीं
that
पड़े
consistency from Sociable. What a time to come online like this. Double digits as we close out the half. BBL inches away from qualification.
10-2 है भाई लेट्स गो किधर नेक्स्ट गेम में जाएंगे अभी
play from
10-2 चल रहा है
They are close to that qualification for them and their buddies, but there's still another half to go. Mates need to
है
break.
ना टीम है लेकिन कहते थे मैं जस्ट सेइंग 150 का मेंबरशिप नहीं ले रहे हो आप बिंक्स भाई आप इतने अच्छे किधर हो किधर यार चैट मेरी गांड मारती रहती है वर्ल्ड इज अ स्कैरी प्लेस यप 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 आउटसाइड वर्ल्ड इज अ वेरी स्कैरी प्लेस चैट वेरी स्कैरी प्लेस यप यप स्टूडेंट हु आर 11th लव यू पढ़ाई करो इसलिए तो घर के अंदर ही रहता है दिन में 16 घंटा स्ट्रीम करेगा तो क्या ही होगा अभी कल है ना मेरी गांड कभी ये कल है ना चैट EMEA NA और पैसिफिक पूरा साइकिल आई थिंक कल है रुक जाओ देखते दो 18 कल है चैट कल का शेड्यूल इज केसी वर्सेस फुट केसी जीतेगा जस्ट से नावी वर्सेस TH which is gonna be a banger match G2 versus Cloud9 which is gonna be a banger match once again MIBR versus Furia Brazil versus Brazil banger another banger PRX versus G another banger पे banger फिर T1 versus Talon Primi versus Goods another banger तो बेसिकली कल बेंगर है कल का पूरा दिन हाँ बेंगर नहीं रे बेंगर कल का पूरा दिन बेंगर है चैट समझ रहे हो तो जितने भी लोग हैं अभी से सो जाओ कल फुल डे बेंगर
If anyone in the league, if he kept it up consistently, we might be talking about him as the best player in the world. It just doesn't happen every map.
मतलब बैंक स्टेट पे सारे पैसे
Truly unbelievable.
ये सब मत करो भाई और ये सब साइट वाइट का भी नाम मत लिखो भाई
Seems like BBL
लंडेश
into
होते
a
हैं
trap. They
betting
want
sites.
every single pistol, even from a 2 versus 4 in the last. Already seeing a multitude. That's 11 gone. Not a bad start, but the trades are coming back thick and fast. 3 to 3. Rotation coming in for support, but Mini's taking a lot of damage. Japan's done well. His second kill, I believe, in the map so far. Really rough series for him so far, but still a chance to wake up.
Yeah, mates have come back flooding into that B site, but BBL seem to be looking to take this elsewhere. A trap and a cam in their way. But mates haven't got the read on time. Pacing here for BBL might get them a plant. I don't see a stun online for Kamek. I see a flash, but he goes swinging. He's made a mistake. Luckily, it's not punished too heavily. Sociable, the man of the hour. The one being delivering. He's got a shock dart and you're low. Run the hell away. His utility is hit every single time. But look at this. He's not content to just play that position. He could have planted, but instead he goes pushing deep into the spawn and realizes they've gone running. They've taken this elsewhere, and I think he'll put 2 and 2 together and realize they're wrapping around on long. Instead, he's going to go to the A site, a narrow margin. If they ran here, they'd be crazy. And he realizes that he should have a free plant with a shock dart still online. And so, look, 35 HP combined, Tom.
He could right-click, kill them both.
Exactly.
And he's got it spot on where they're going. I don't know if he will have heard any steps, but getting into this close corner.
Camera sound आ गया.
Make so much more awkward. If they don't clear this, he's dead for sure. Mini, round the corner he goes, a chance for him. Damn them both! And that's exactly what Sociable does! A Red Bull clutch for BBL. That's 4 for 4 in pistols.
Well, you said they were unlucky facing this squad when Sociable's on God mode, and it's not changed coming into the second half. 21 and 4 at the moment. When you add Magnum and Yumpy on a tear together, and they only barely match up, but with a hell of a lot more deaths, that is a hell of a statement from this man. You talk about young Turkish duelist, well, he's one of those things. But he's certainly a strong duelist indeed.
Oh,
for mates, that's 1 foot in the grave, and they've just put the second in on top of it. Casket soon to be closed. Their playoffs dreams fading to nothingness.
Oh, hello. I think if you told gentlemates at the start of the season that a 28-year-old making his debut in the league would be absolutely farming them, I'd say, well, both of but no, it really is a ridiculous performance. Someone that I think was maybe a bit of a gamble for BBL to bring in, but someone who has been delivering when they need him most. A post plant. Of course, they've gone heavier on the rifles. The conversion here is more important than economy or anything else. And for mates, this is a full investment. This is not an eco. This is not a save. This is everything they've got.
Yeah, they can't afford to allow 12 on the board, but on the retake, they meet Sociable again. The fight not going their way as he picks them off one by one. Sociable! He's not taking his foot off the gas. It's pedal to the metal. 12-2. One of the next 10 rounds will be enough to end Gentlemate's dreams of playoffs. And what a way to do it, Tom. You'd think, looking at the scores of these maps, that Lotus was Mate's pick. A map that BBL don't play much, no, don't play at all. But they come into Haven. Mates think they can bounce back.
4.
Oh my goodness. I think we're using the crowd mics to pick up Yumpy on a reasonable decibel.
Nobody wants to get Def and Click getting aggressive, and he's met with Levin. He tried to go toe-to-toe with the Turkish Jet, and unfortunately, that has not gone his way. The players within the site, I'll be honest, there's no better way to put it. They are having a howler. Zipan has been wrecked. Guess what? He's been caught. Kamek is gone as well. And for Mini and Kata, a 2v5 retake between weaponry. I don't know how Mini's won that kill from there, but it's at least the smallest bit of hope.
Mates have got to be traumatized by that Hunter's Fury. Every time you hear it, there's bodies on the floor. And another put to bed by Sociable. That's it.
26 and 4.
A dominant conclusion from
26
BBL.
and 4.
Come in and cause chaos, making this series their kingdom in the promised land of playoffs, where they're heading. For Mates,
The fuck?
that's elimination. Bitter as it tastes, they'll wait for the next stage while KC and Foot celebrate in the stands.
Yeah, it's always unfortunate to go out with a whimper. I think we've seen from Gentlemates kicking things off with a victory versus Liquid. The hopes were high. I think we saw Kamek definitely make his mark, but over the last couple of series, they definitely went that little bit more quiet. And I think there's work to be done, but they still have time to get ready. Of course, another week to be played, but that playoffs is now locked in. In fact, both groups, have got those 4 teams. It's just the order, and that order is, in fact, incredibly important, but we won't talk about that now. The important thing for BBL is their first time in front of the crowd is a victory, and in map number 2, it was dominant.
Well, we've seen Yampi play it up to the crowd, to empty seats. Now he gets to do it to a full house, singing his name and the name of his team, sociable, with one hell of a performance. They got the stands full as they head to playoffs, where they'll get to see that a few more times.
भाई अब ये मैच काउंट नहीं होएगा, ये मैच काउंट नहीं होएगा क्योंकि there is no way Giant X qualify. Like there is 0.001% chance. Correct? Correct? Fnatic qualify टॉप पे, जायंट एक्स अगर नेक्स्ट 2 गेम भी जीत जाता है 13-0 13-0 तो 26 into 2 52 राउंड्स जीतेगा, तो -43 + 52 मतलब 9 +9 पे जाएगा, और नाविक को बहुत ही गलत हारना पड़ेगा 2-0, तब जाके ये टीम क्वालिफाई हो सकता है. सो टू डू द मैथ ऑफ मैथिंग, Giant X has to win 2 maps in a very good way against Fnatic and Apex. I think ये दोनों मैप वो लोग हारने वाले, एंड यप वो लोग क्वालिफाई नहीं होने वाले चैट बेसिकली. हाँ बेसिकली वो लोग क्वालिफाई नहीं होने वाले. तो जो गेम मैटर नहीं करता क्या हम वो देखने बैठने वाले, ऑब्वियसली, क्योंकि फेनेटिक है और बूस्टर है. तो चुपचाप पॉपअप लेके आओ और देखो. ले
How much you've grown as an IGL, and definitely the results are proving to be very, very
Banger
good.
का
How
मतलब
do you manage to stay calm
language,
within your head? I know that you have a lot of experience, but how do you manage to
Pinky
stay calm
बुला नहीं
within
रही
your
है भाई,
head
उसका
with
stream
all
चालू
the
है.
screaming and the cheering, and how
इधर
do you
घर में
get
अलग
back into game quickly?
cheering हो रहा है.
Yeah, I think it's the experience, like between, because when I first joined the tier 1 scene, I was the hype man always, and then like as a younger person, and then now that I'm the IGL, I cannot always be like, I'm still that, but I had to find the balance between the hyping and the IGLing. So I think kickoff was the best experience for me, because that was the first time I'm IGLing like properly.
तो MVP बारिश नहीं होता क्या वहाँ पे? Language.
And I think from there I learned a lot. Let's say that how I can manage myself and as a team. So I think that was the biggest learning experience, and just balancing out the IGLing and the hyping, basically.
So it's definitely working. You've not only locked yourself for playoffs, you've also locked foot.
ये जो 500 लोग हैं जो लोग सिर्फ वोट करके भाग गए और लाइक नहीं किया है, कांड में हाथी कलर.
You know that, of course, BBL versus Foot. We have.
चाहे किधर ला रहा हूँ ना.
How do you feel about Foot as an opponent?
एक कब बचा है भाई, आज रात को मेंबर्स
Yeah, I
में
think
मेरी
Foot has been one of those things that you know that they're always gonna do good. I think I expected more from them, if I'm honest. I think they are still very strong team, and I think they are improving every week. So I think that's the toughest part. That I know that they're gonna play.
कल आफ्टरनून का वैल्यू करेगा.
Even stronger.
आज भी वैसा वैल्यू हुआ था.
Compared to what they have shown before. So I'm
या
excited.
फिर मैं सोच रहा हूँ कल प्लान करूँ शेड्यूल नहीं, कल
kind of
शेड्यूल ऑन नहीं कर
match,
सकता, कल कोई भी नहीं, पिंकी भी नहीं है.
Fnatic always like a kind of special
classic.
open, even though these guys always beat me. I think I beat them like twice only, but yeah, now it's like a proper derby match between 2 Turkish orgs, so I'm super excited, and I hope that we bring the fans the
Binks by language, why गाली?
Trophy also, like
भाई गाली नहीं है भाई. गाली नहीं है वो। हाथी इज अ एनिमल और उसका लुल्ली इज हिज लुल्ली, नॉट अ गाली, इट्स पार्ट ऑफ हिज बॉडी में dude, don't disrespect like that। वो होती है गाली। नहीं 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 नहीं, वो होती है गाली। हाथी का लुल्ली इज नॉट अ गाली, वो है। नहीं 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 नहीं, वो समझ रहे, वो होता है भाई। शेड्यूल 1 में गया प्रोग्रेस, कुछ प्रोग्रेस नहीं की। लैम्बो भाई, लैंग्वेज लैंग्वेज क्यूट लग रही है, बोलो।
Yeah, we try to not do that and we try to bring
एक सेकंड
the
हर्ष,
confident BBL of every game.
एक सेकंड, मैंने उसका नाम लिया।
If you want.
Victor?
I see that you have a lot to say about this team.
Oh, no.
But okay, thank you very much, Jumpy. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Congratulations on the
Çok teşekkürler.
playoffs.
Thank you.
There's going to be a lot of crowd for those playoffs, so they will be coming back, and we will be coming up as well, because after this break, we have Giant X facing off against Fnatic.
Elias, it's yours. Can I see? And how does work?
हाँ क्या?
Bro, what the? That's so. Am I stupid? That's so.
भाई यही
That's
होते हैं
so
भाई।
good.
भाई यही भाई, मेन आर सिंपल वाला यही है भाई। हाँ चैट, रियली नो चैट, छोटा छोटा चीज भाई, छोटा छोटा चीज। हाँ छोटा छोटा चीज जो तुम्हारे पास है वो भी छोटा है, वो बात अलग है, बट मेन आर सिंपल यारो, मेन आर सिंपल। इतना अपने को अंडरस्टैंड करने को कैसे नहीं कर पाते लोग। मेरा शादी हो गया, ये तुम लोग का रियल लाइफ का बात कर, मेरा शादी हो गया। तू सिंपल है बिंक्स भाई, तू बहुत डैश, तो आई कांट से, एक्सक्यूज मी। एक्चुअली हम लोग का क्या बोला, डिमांड्स भाई, तुम्हारा डिमांड्स भी छोटा है बोला भाई, क्या तुम्हारा इधर है दिमाग भाई। डिमांड्स, तुमको लाइफ में क्या चाहिए वैसा, किधर है दिमाग भाई। गंदे बच्चे, गंदे बच्चे। टीवी वालों का टीवी बंद हो गया, दिमाग भाई। व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप कैसे ज्वाइन करें तुम लोग? अगर मेंबरशिप लिया, तुम लोग को गिफ्ट मिला, किसी और से लिया, कुछ मैटर नहीं करता। मेरा कम्युनिटी पोस्ट जाके चेक करो, या एक्सक्लेमेटरी मार्क स्पॉन्सर डाल के देखो। बेसिकली तुम लोग को डिस्कॉर्ड और यूट्यूब को कनेक्ट करने का है। उसके बाद तुम लोग को डिस्कॉर्ड में एक नया सेक्शन देखने मिलेगा, वहाँ पे लिंक है, वो लिंक पे ऐसा क्लिक करो एंड यू विल ज्वाइन द ग्रुप। बेसिकली बेसिक बेसिक, ठीक है। चलो नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम कर, कैसे करूँ नॉर्मल जब है ही नहीं, लोग है ही नहीं। कर लूंगा नॉर्मल, लोग होने दो, कर लूंगा नॉर्मल। इतना भी नहीं हूँ मैं पैसे के पीछे, थोड़ा ही हूँ। का पता नहीं, पीएच वल्चर ओपी, नो आइडिया, मेरी जान के टूटते। और जब ग्रुप पे आप कितनी बार मैसेज करते हो मैं देखता हूँ। खास दोस्त के ग्रुप में मैं मैसेज करता हूँ, नॉर्मल ग्रुप में ऐसे देखता हूँ, बक्सों देखता हूँ, स्क्रॉल करता हूँ मैं। बंग भाई आपका स्ट्रीम देख के मैं एक्सीडेंट पहुंच गया, लव यू। इमो एनएच के बहुत से ऑलरेडी इमो, एक बार भी चैट ने बड़ा नीच बाय, लव यू। रुको मैं आया, चाय लेके आया।
Welcome to Throwback Thursday. Today we're taking a trip down memory lane and looking back at Fnatic's golden year, 2023. And I'm joined by the one and only Mini and Alfire. How are you both doing today?
I'm feeling good. It feels a bit strange to be
yeah.
back, you know? Like, we went out for dinner the last time we were here, but like, it feels weird to not see each other as much, you know?
Yeah, definitely change up to the intense kind of like way you would spend time with each other back in the day. But yeah, we're going to be sort of feeling super nostalgic, and I want to start off by asking you, Mini, because of course, if you don't remember the format, it did start off in 2023 in Sao Paulo with the very, very intense best-of-5 final against Loud. And Mini, there's always something I've wanted to ask you, and I think you've spoken about this before. What did you say to the boys during that timeout at not the timeout, sorry, the halftime before the comeback?
So I think everyone thinks I said loads of good things in that 3-11 timeout, but I didn't say anything useful at all, to be honest. But during the halftime, I could feel the boys were getting really stressed out. And like, one thing I tried to do is like distract them a little bit, have something to focus on. And I noticed they just weren't communicating very well at all. So I made them kind of focus on just communication as a way to distract them away from being so stressed, because they're in a very stressful situation, about to lose a grand final in front of a lot of people shouting against them. So yeah, I always have these like distraction things that I like to kind of throw at them. Especially for Alpha and Durka, I feel like I was always trying to get your mind away from, you know, if you're not playing so well, trying to get your mind away a little bit.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
It's just at the time he told us, like, guys, focus the communication, because at this time we had stress a lot. So like we were doing miscommunication, even like we were not aiming well at the time. And we focus the communication and just focus our game, then we start winning. I mean, he's saying it's not an important thing, but I think it was really important.
Yeah, I mean,
no, that was important, but like the 3-11 one, I think I was just, there was another timeout where I just said nothing.
I think it was, that one is also fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Well, it clearly made a difference because, of course, then the 11-3 curse became a thing, and we came back and we won the whole of the kickoff event. And then next,
look at you.
Well, guys, I joined Fnatic in January, so a month before Sao Paulo. So do I take some of the claim of that victory?
I think you won it for us.
I definitely won it for you.
It was all you.
100%. But then the sort of win streak began. You got up to 16-match win streak before heading to the grand finals in playoffs against Team Liquid, and we lost. When I say we, I mean you. But unfortunately, yeah, we did lose out to Team Liquid in the grand finals. But I wanted to ask you, Alpha, did you feel like that loss actually helped you then go forward to win Masters Tokyo?
I think it really helped, because at the time we were winning everything, though. That's why like we were not giving attention to the water reviews. And I mean, that's the truth, because we were winning everything, so like we were not care what did we do wrong. But that's the loss. Is like wakes up and say, oh, okay, we can.
You remember, this is at least an hour of my day every single day that he said they're not listening to.
I mean, it's easy to switch off sometimes, you know, especially.
No, I mean, I said we were not giving
voice.
attention, not me. So.
Oh, okay.
I was giving attention, of course.
And did you notice, Mini, like a change in the boys after that loss, that it kind of made them a bit more hungry to win again?
To be honest, I think it was business as usual from my POV. Maybe like it's hard to see like internally how people are kind of motivated by things. Externally, it felt similar. I didn't realize that they weren't paying attention to my bold review, but yeah, I was more worried about not losing and then not being able to experience the loss. At Tokyo, we didn't lose, so we didn't actually learn from it in that way. But I was worried if we got to Tokyo and lost and we hadn't felt a loss before, it would have been maybe something we didn't know how to deal with.
Yeah, and were there points that you felt like you had to keep their emotions in check? Because sometimes when you're winning for so long, I think that, not that you get an ego, Alpha, but it can go to your head, right? So did you
our team was full of ego players, I feel like.
Okay, no one had a personal ego, but we had team ego, I would say.
Okay.
I think everyone had, whoever wins 20 match win streak, they're gonna have team ego probably.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna think they're the best team and they're gonna beat everyone. But no one was thinking like they're the best player in the world. Even when I did like win the title on 23, like the MVP, I wasn't like I'm the best player in the world. I can do everything. It just no one didn't have ego, but we had team ego, I would say.
Yeah, and I feel like you still live in that almost. Like everyone looks back at that year and they're like, Fnatic, they're not playing the way they used to back in 2023, even though you've got a new roster and everything's changed in the game, really. So
yeah, I think for me it was just about, even when we're like winning scrims, like I watch back a lot of rounds we won. You can see like I was getting very like stressed on camera a lot, even when we're winning, because I knew that that doesn't fly at like top 4 or in grand finals and stuff, some of the way we're playing.
Yeah.
So it's about trying to realize that even though we're winning in certain situations, we'd still have to treat them with the kind of the discipline we would if it was against a better team, if that makes sense.
I was going to say, I also feel like this is when the alpha stand curse was born, that every time you stood up alpha, you would then like lose the next round or lose the game. You know about the stand curse, right?
Yeah, I'm never standing up again. Like,
Just gonna sit down at all
we
times.
won 3 match and I never stand up, so I'm just gonna keep it that way.
Yeah, and really, really quickly, I'll start with you, Alpha. What is like your personal favorite moment from 2023?
I will say Lock-in, I think. It was a great win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Lock-in too, because I thought there was so much pressure in the off-season. Like me and Boaster are being flamed a lot for not winning anything, and there was a lot of pressure on me. But then everyone said Lock-in was a fluke, so then Tokyo also felt pretty good too. So both.
La 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 la.
Was good at the time, I think. We were just winning everything.
We were pretty good.
You were just the best.
We were good.
Yeah.
We were good.
And then Mini, obviously, a lot has changed since 2023. You're now sort of casting and on the desk. What do you miss most about coaching a team?
I miss.
You miss me?
Like I watch a lot of Valorant now that I maybe wouldn't have in the past, and so I have to watch a lot of teams where I feel like, oh, I wish they just did this thing. I don't really have as much of an outlet to like put it through, if you know what I mean. It's like if I see some bad stuff, I'm like, I would do it this way, but I can get to do it on the cast a little bit, but I don't actually get to do it in the team, if you know what I mean, and like prove that like, no, this is better, you know. I have to just say it and hope people agree with me. That's the thing I miss.
I mean, an amazing year, and of course, we're now in 2025. Fnatic, they're still on top form, so let's take a look at how they play.
देखा लाइव में मेंबर तो नहीं वो भी बिग स्ट्रीमर ये भाई मेरे को ये पॉज नहीं करने का है डांस होने वाला है प्लीज
It looks like we're getting a different view of Fnatic this 2025.
भाई बचपन में हम लोग खेलते थे पता है
Yes, you're watching and you're seeing right now Fnatic getting ready.
ये भाई वो मेरा ओवरा इससे ज्यादा है
against Giant X.
मैं ट्रेन नहीं खेलने वाला मेरा ओवरा ज्यादा है
Easily compare between the two teams because as you know,
कल होगा आज नहीं होगा कल तो
eliminated from playoffs, 0 chance. But Fnatic, they're still looking for that top seed, Meg.
Yeah, I mean, they love to win.
Why did Binks bring a ladder during the gaming matches? Because he heard the competition is on next level. Hoga gamer क्या हो गया भाई?
They are still playing for something, that's champs points. Now, I don't know how likely it is that they're going to make it to champs, losing out on, you know, playoffs and the points that you're going to get from that, but we shall see.
Yeah, exactly. And as you're mentioning, now after BBL having that win, and we have everything
Champ point 3-4 vitality
from EMEA that will be competing to go to Toronto. We still have to find out who is going to be that first seed. But as you're mentioning, Giant X, they're still fighting for this champions points. You do not want to end the stage winless, I think, if you're any game, any team. But for Giant X releases, they have decided to surprise us on week 4 and make 2 roster changes.
And we can already see them coming. Adam, Flickless are joining to the team. Thomasy and Runner are out right now. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit sad. I will miss Runner and Thomasy. I really like them seeing playing.
Actually,
to be honest, I'm happy to see players coming from the Spanish league. Aaron Flickless.
It's not the first time, right?
It's
they take a lot of players, you know, from the Spanish.
They always poaching the Spanish.
नया player है ना ये chat?
I like it. Maybe we're talking about the best regional league. I don't know.
Yes, we are.
I think so. I'm talking about the best regional league and player from there. I would like to talk about Flickless. Flickless has been playing there for 2 years on OCAM. He's doing a performance that is amazing. And to be honest, he's not only individually gifted. We're talking about a player that is also willing to serve all the players, to try to shine every single round. He's amazing, and I only need 2 rounds seeing him play.
कहाँ से आते हैं players?
To know that he's VCT material. But on the other side, if I have to talk with Nara, he's so young. His first match on a BCL was 1 month ago, and he was shaking on the first match. And today, he has to play in front of a lot of people in the crowd.
I also think it's important to mention that it feels like it's just a little too late, you know, because a lot of people were making those roster changes at the very beginning of stage 1, and we're now seeing them come into action. They're now locked in, relaxed. Both young, like you said, both sort of new to the crowd, and we're expecting them to pop off. I feel like you need to give them a few weeks, and this is a really important
यार मजाक से हटकर मिस तो करता हो यार
and expect them to perform.
So we do not expect
जैसा भी था
a
अपना
day
था
one Sibeth kind of play, just surprising everybody.
उसका था मैकेनिक्स और एम था
because of who you're representing. I want to also speak about the experience, right? Both Tomasi and Runner had the year in their bag.
I am scared for my future, Binks bhai. Pratik bhai, I will give you a life lesson. फ्यूचर के लिए स्कैर्ड है ना सिर्फ तुम नहीं हो, सब लोग हैं. मेरा भी अगर यूट्यूब के लोले 4 हो जाएंगे मैं क्या करूँगा मुझे नहीं मालूम, समझ रहे हो. इसके पहले मैं क्या कर रहा था वो भी मुझे नहीं मालूम. तो फ्यूचर के लिए सब लोग स्कैर्ड रहते हैं और वही सबसे प्यारी बात है अबाउट फ्यूचर. बिकॉज कब क्या कैसे होएगा मालूम नहीं, द सरप्राइज एलिमेंट. तो उसको तुम लोग को अंदर लेके पॉजिटिवली काम करके अच्छा इंसान बनते हुए करना है, वो तुम्हारा काम है. समझ रहे हो. लिव योर लाइफ बड़ी, लिव योर लाइफ. फ्यूचर अपने आप दरवाजा खोल देता है, समझ रहे हो. और ऐसी ज्ञान और भी चाहिए और चाहते हो कि मैं आपका चैट पढूं, 150 का मेंबरशिप आता. मेंबर्स में कम लोग हैं, तुम्हारा चैट बहुत बार मैं पढ़ सकता. W बिग बहुत क्रेजी. थैंक फॉर द 100 मेरी जान के टोटे.
The changes that we saw in Fnatic at the beginning of the stage are giving them a fresh face. Milan currently is undefeated.
मैं तो जो होगा देखा जाएगा कि कैटेगरी में हूँ, मैं सेम कैटेगरी में था, तुम्हारी कैटेगरी से आया हूँ मैं, जो होगा देखा जाएगा.
I mean, I love an enemies to lovers arc, but this is a lovers to enemies arc, you know? Like, they've obviously previously worked together, and now they're going up against each other, and I feel like that's almost going to make them even more hungry for the win. When you've worked with somebody previously...
मत लेना दलाल, नहीं पढ़ता चैट, कोई हाइड दो इसको, इसको पढ़ूंगा ही नहीं अभी.
Lovers to enemies?
Yeah.
What does that say?
For me, I see every single one like a people. One is
It is by language.
people angry into Pipson. He's people angry always.
मेरी मेंबरशिप खत्म हो रही है. एक चैट ने पढ़ा ना यार, अभी रिन्यू करो. पढ़ता हो यार किशन भाई. हेलो Rid by hater night. Supporting which team? Fnatic baby. Which team? Are you questioning the goats? जो लोग टॉप पे बैठे ऊपर.
Throughout this stage, they can be that Fnatic that wins it all. So, you know, it's getting warm in here. So how about I shut up and we welcome the teams onto the stage.
आ रहा है टीम आ रहा है.
And Giant X.
W. Fnatic आ रही तो मत लेना भाई. Fnatic अगर आज आ रहा ना, 3 दिन के लिए सेल्समैनशिप बंद. 3 दिन बहुत ज्यादा होता. आज मैं आ रहा भाई, सपोर्ट करना चाहूंगा. डन जैन. सही तो बोला. हाइड की यही ऐसे होता है भाई. हाँ, कोई तो सही कॉमेडी भी कर रहा था, लग गए ना. यही होता है, ज्यादा सही बोलने का नहीं. W.
It's never too late to make your debut here in VCT EMEA. It does.
भाई ये औरा वाला बंदा कौन है जो पीछे आ रहा है? औरा वाला बंदा चैट. वो औरा वाला बंदा कौन है चैट? किसको पता है क्या? फ्रैक्चर बैन करो.
So they want to go to something that is, I mean, I'm not
बस
surprised.
2-0 कोई भी रहने दो, चलेगा.
Like 2 days ago, they didn't
Fnatic आ रहा तो मेंबरशिप ले रहा नहीं आ रहेगा.
We're practicing also with Ocam, so I expect them to be playing much more likely like a ranked. And Aston is one of the maps that every single one knows how to play.
Yeah, I'm very surprised because Giant X moves away from that icebox that they've been banning the entirety of the stage. Fnatic won the coin.
भाई ये लोग अभी फ्रीली खेल सकते हैं, ये लोग क्वालीफाई तो नहीं होने वाले. फ्रीली खेल सकते हैं.
go to that icebox either.
Which is a very big
we've
bonus.
seen them ban it in week 2, so I think they knew that they could leave that in there and it was very unlikely to be picked. I think this first game on Ascent is going to be so important for Giant X to win out because
Same
the rest
maps
of the matches
Ascent को भी देखा अपन ने.
like it's going to go in Fnatic's favor.
सारे Fnatic fans. Heretics fan थोड़ा जल्दी आया कल ये मैच. कल तक यहाँ पे बैठेगा वो.
So we're still feeling that even though Giant X
मेरी chat में अच्छी बात है.
When you bring 2 new players onto the board, I know the Fnatic has been looking very good this stage, but there has to be a saving grace for Giant X.
अरे ये क्या loading हो रहा है भाई.
That is full of these amazing plays, these unexpected plays.
ए तुम लोग को ये दिखता है कि चैट में साइड में इमोजीज जो उड़ते रहते हैं उससे कुछ होता है क्या? कोई तो ऐसा आंख वाला मारने वाले इमोजीज उड़ रहे क्या ये? मोबाइल वाले लोग हैं क्या ये?
Good spot for them. Maybe GX could do something, and it's a proper honeymoon. But to be honest, they're facing one of the best teams right now. Oh no!
I mean, I'm going to say,
I
love to see Alpha on a Sentinel, and if it is the buys, welcome it is.
लगा membership cancel करनी पड़ेगी ना members only पे chat पड़ी जा रही ना normal stream पे. Hater ये gifted वाले chat. भरोसा मत करो gifted वाले ही.
For the Alpha Vice, I said this back in the Game Changers playoffs that I am a Vice enjoyer through and through. I go feral for a Vice, and to see Alpha playing that Vice.
मस्ती कर रहा है.
I like it. I mean, we're talking about one of the strong holders of the competition. And if you bring him in with having all the spots covered and also having a flash to pick, Alpha could be just holding any side as he wish.
Yeah, and we're speaking about the new players, the head-to-head Kayak versus Ara, definitely with the performance that we've been seeing.
मैं भी कर रहा हूँ, मैं भी जगह में मत करो यार.
Very interesting. But Meg, you were having a chat with Alpha and Mini, so now as I'm choosing to.
ए वो क्या है वो किसके लिए है वो? यहाँ पे जो डालते हैं?
And Pansy.
Dark circles.
Right, Bayer, relax. I'm going to be asking the questions here, and actually we will come.
The new W duo.
We'll talk about the new players. We'll talk about
FNC best caster, best caster.
I want to talk about the veto here.
Mini great insights.
A win con or maybe even just stepping towards that for Giant X because I feel like they've carved a little space for themselves.
Yeah, I absolutely love this veto from Giant X. Taking out Split immediately, which wasn't great for them last game, and looked phenomenal for Fnatic. And now testing Fnatic's map pool. We haven't seen Fnatic on that Ascent or Icebox, and they've been banning them quite early into series. So I think this is a very good approach for Giant X. The other thing I talk about is that Ascent is a very historically standard map.
Crazy Love is Apollo 2023.
And historically, it has been a stronghold for the likes of, I guess, Cloud, you could say, Pips, and the teams he's been as well. This has always been a solid map for them. And we will talk about Fnatic.
भाई मेरे को दो ही बंदे देखना है पूरे मैच में एक आरा और एक फ्लिकलेस
and obviously Ara on the other side. A very aggressive beginning, so I'll pause my
आरा गया
already gone from
फ्लिकलेस
this
पे
round
गया
as is Flickless, so
अब क्या देखना चाहता अभी बातें करते हैं कैसे अब भाई 2 मंथ से गिफ्ट मिल रही है सही में कैंसिल करना लैंग्वेज
new composition. I expect rounds like this from Fnatic. We haven't seen them play it, so all the tricks are going to be up their sleeves.
लो देख लो अभी
Yeah, it kind of puts a little bit of the pressure on Giant X to be up to the challenge, right? And this isn't exactly a highly played map for them if you look at the amount of times they've played it, but it's obviously sat well with them in the past. Now we look at what they can recover from here, Giant X. It looks like that focus to split through trees, still focused towards LA. Cyphercron is waiting. Nice. Well, the connection towards west side. Catching Cloud trying to slip in. Spike now loose and Purpo not really able to make much impact through main. So try and maybe find a new way here, but I think Alpha will have.
बिंग भाई अरीना का एंट्री फीस कितना होता है बहुत होता है भाई
Yeah, he absolutely has. Clean work for Alpha in the end.
कोई तो मेरे को ग्रुप में बोल रहा था ना मास्टर्स का 300 से लेके 1200 1500 $10,000 $10,000 तक जा रहा है भाई
20 years old coming in from that UCAM sort of team and scouting wise
Toronto
you've always been one of those players coaches who've looked for these upcoming players.
मेरे को तो फ्री है कभी जा रहे हो
list ever? Have
चैट पढ़ ले भाई अरे बोलना आगे
there were other prospects you'd focus on first.
I believe Flickless has been on my radar. I think specifically the list might have been the 6th man for Fnatic during 2023 when we had Kamek.
ये लोग इतना हाइप और खुश कैसे रहते रे अगर टॉप पे ऑलरेडी है तो मेरे से तो नहीं होता
For Ara, I have no idea about this guy. Coming up through tier 2, his stats seem decent.
हर कोई स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम के सामने तो
to see him play.
Yeah, it's a hard first opponent, isn't it? To feel comfortable
12 hour
against
NHK? क्या 12 hour
and somewhat
NHK?
unknown. You don't really know what Fnatic are going to look like here. And we do have this new composition as well.
Yeah.
As Bayer was discussing, this should be a throwaway round. It
Top
is only
कब से?
classics
अभी
for
top
Giant
पे ही है वो
X.
लोग group
So
पे.
how do we feel about Alpha in this Vice role?
Alpha specifically, I think he'll be fine. I think that
Heavy recon.
they're going to have all the tricks up their sleeves for this first time they've played
Oh
it.
shit.
So Giant X doing a good job for the rest of the teams who are
That's
gonna
a
play
W
for
damage.
later on a
एक
sense,
extra
trying to
gun
expose,
गिरा है.
You know, where are they cooking, where are they not cooking. But I expect it to be more than fine for the first time.
I don't see that.
Tag खाएगा, spam खाएगा. वो spam
I think
spam.
specifically for the Vice for Alpha, having
किसने
that
मारा?
flash to fight off of is something that he's not used to having. That
Dot.
self-sustained, like.
And all love to you.
that makes
चलो
sense.
कल ऑफिस जाके
So
good
I
night
think
stream
we'll
like
see if he's
करके
gonna
जा रहा
flash
है.
the fight.
जल्दी. Love you Shimbai. Thank you so much. थोड़ा volume बढ़ाओगे Binks भाई.
Did lose out on Alpha and Crashies.
Fancy.
Not the end of the world. Absolutely fine. Ticking the box. Now we get to the fun part, right? This is when we really focus up on Giant X and how they want to approach this. It's a bonus for Fnatic, so the buy is going to be shaky at best. A lot of light shields out to play, a lot of leftovers. But I do want to see Giant X take some control of this now. I want to see them look solid in what they're doing. I want to see them have that, I don't want to say singular approach, but a very focused goal as to how they want to achieve it. So nothing too complicated with their composition either. Very run-of-the-mill for them. So application is everything. And the setup in play already for Fnatic. It looks like an aggressive start for Kayak.
Excuse me.
Yeah, very set bonus here. It looks like they've got an idea around middle. Maybe using that Euro to bait a false sense of security into the middle of the map where the Euro usually is, but surprise, there's going to be 3 people here.
Ooh, what's the plan to go on this one? A lot of presence shown already just by spamming that smoke, the owl drone there, all of the bits and pieces.
By recon bhi hai, nade bhi hai. Oh
yeah, Aura's
my
gonna have to be quick on his
god.
feet, dip away towards top middle, and try and reset.
भाई लेकिन
Fnatic
क्या
aren't
मस्त
giving him
dash
space
मारा
up
बे
for
आरा
free at
ने.
all.
आरा का movement is strong.
From it.
ना chat.
A little bit unlucky.
Movement
perhaps,
on top
recon
है भाई.
dipping. But now Fnatic reset.
4 बार chat miss कर दिया अब.
Giant X, it looks like
वाह
that
भाई
drift
वाह.
up middle, up cap, straight towards that A site. But we're looking towards where that util is invested from Alpha. It was the early flash towards B, but we can see the wall now. Presence towards short. This is lovely. This is stalling out and allowing for that third man in rotation. And you highlighted there. Look at that deep line for Kayak.
Yeah, Fnatic got them completely surrounded here.
Oh, this is going to be tough.
Jet का
Already got
सारा
Alpha
util
tucked in
करना.
towards hell.
लेकिन
Most
अच्छा
playing from
बचा
heaven. And the split is mostly focused through towards tree, but it's segmented.
Well,
And they
well.
have some security here.
Welcome to
I can have his work
VCT
cut out trying to work
baby.
it back through, but I didn't even think about Teo on this map as well, breaking down that door so easily. It doesn't really make many odds for now. And they make this costly.
चल भाई सब
Giants
बढ़िया.
got some stability here. Waiting patiently for anyone to overpeak. Not seeing that now. You can see the temptation
टीम
from
देखे
Mara, but
Fnatic आपको टीम में
Crashies
ऑफर
is going
करेगा.
for a really late lurk. Time is.
maybe just trying to cost
Ticking.
the
भाई ट्रिप
weapons.
देख रहे हो क्या कोई कूदेगा
At
करके?
this point, this is still the bonus for Fnatic, try and lock
True.
them in. Maybe cost them some of these rifles,
Yep.
but if they do path down towards tree, then they're pretty much scot-free here. Crashes and Chronicle are the two with the Vandals, but they may be opting
Oh,
against it. This is
shit.
on Crashes now to farm up. This is
Oh,
nice
shit.
back. That's a rifle cost. You don't want to lose more than one
Oh,
more than
shit.
that's been dropped. Crashes going to make it costly.
Bye.
Big economic damage
Bye.
in the
Costly,
end. Very
costly,
nicely done.
costly,
Cost them
costly,
3 of
bye.
those invested rifles. The Fnatic
Costly
Chronicle's
हो
going to
गया
keep
भाई.
his. The rest can reinvest.
और
But
भी क्या
still,
क्या
Giant
पता
X
नहीं जिस
showing
डायरेक्शन में आप
some looks here.
बढ़ रहे हो
Yeah, it came down to Alpha on that A site, and I thought that if he played a little bit more disciplined, perhaps not under. We called that spot Alpha
पुलिस
when he
भाई
played.
क्या
He loved to
नशा
just
कर
sit in
रहे
that
हो?
corner every single time.
एंड होगा
But
तो होने तो
unfortunately,
किधर और कर
he's kind
लेंगे
of
stream.
isolated there by himself.
Good
There's
job,
not too much
platform
support.
क्या
I
हो
like
गया?
Fnatic that they had good surround,
क्या है ये
but
सब दिख
ultimately,
रहा
if your site players are dying, then that surround doesn't matter.
ये करियर के लिए चालू ही नहीं किया था. मेरा फैमिली
Great
सेटल्ड है.
first stake
अगर
of
मैं
claim
लाइफ
for
पे कुछ
Giant
नहीं
X. That's
करूंगा
going
ना
to
तो
feel
भी
good. Get
चलेगा
off the starting blocks. They haven't had a totally awful run so far. They haven't been able to claim a win yet this stage, but they've been picking up maps here and there. But
तेरा आवाज बढ़ेगा थोड़ा इससे
with
ज़्यादा
new
नहीं बढ़ा
players joining the
सकता.
roster, you want positive results. And I feel like, as you highlighted, this is a good area. This map could be a good place for them to find some potential. Kayak still on that outlaw, dealt with so easily. Yeah, there's light shields to maybe try and work it against, but Cloud absolutely different.
I think that's something that people don't realize. The Guardian's
गेम
extremely
का वॉइस
strong
कम कर
against
दो.
light shields
क्यों
too.
बराबर है?
You only need 2
ये
shots
full
to the
भी नहीं
body, so
है.
it does act as like a slightly nerfed out
थोड़ा
at
कम.
times.
The unfortunate factor is that they still have Alpha with full setup on that B site, no early test of it, and we're sub a minute, so they could potentially
बैकअप क्या बंग्स भाई? लाइफ
reinvest
में
towards
बैकअप नहीं
A. I like
रखूंगा.
this reposition towards main from Crashies as well, taking a bit of that
Backup
space away.
रखेगा
They
ना,
can't
ध्यान
be
दो जगह
completely
जाता है.
passive. But looking at the pivot, Janex trying to paint this picture that's going to be this A hit, but it is leaning back towards B.
Yeah, nice maturity in this mid round. Nothing too obvious, but they need to check Chronicle.
Oh my god.
Bro.
Really nice. First roll challenge for Alpha on this. It's a lot to handle on this site, and he goes for... I mean, that was a bold maneuver from Alpha. It wasn't going to work out. Aura with a lovely approach towards towards B, straight up middle. Plant's going to be there. Giant X looks solid here. These lovely rotations, they're kind of getting that pick, slowing it down, working the map, feigning that A presence, and that late look back towards B. I've got to say, it felt like, who was it, Kron? Kind of sat towards Pizza, could have had something there, but just wasn't to be.
Yeah, it felt like very old school ascent to me, almost like 2021 vibes. Pipsons have been around this long.
बुरा लगा रहता तो हाइड नहीं होता था. मेरा सिंपल है, मेरे को कोई बात बुरा लगता है ना चैट में रहेगा.
You know, pivoting that middle
तब तेरे को मालूम पड़ेगा कि मेरे को बुरा लगे, लेकिन तब कुछ कर नहीं पाएगा तो करके तेरे को बुरा लगेगा.
You know, put that pressure towards shorter middle and then flip it. And then when Fnatic kind of start thinking it's a fake, then they just go direct.
This will be a big challenge for Alpha going forward. If they are going to continue to kind of leave him, I don't want to say on an island on B, you can hold it just fine, but it's that level of comfort that he's going to have. Is he up to challenge on it? Is he up to the test on it? Didn't like the walk through smoke off the back of, I guess it was off the back of the flash, but
Binks, dinosaur को height दे दे, वो
They felt a bit desperate to give
मेरे लिस्ट में है,
him a bit
dinosaur
of
लिस्ट में
they were
है.
in a 4v5 situation.
Dinosaur है लिस्ट
Fnatic
में.
didn't quite know what to do with that
ए
map.
केला किधर गया बे?
Usually they'd be, you know, we
केला
want to
गायब
play
हो
very
गया.
strong here, very weak here, but
From
they're a bit
कच्चा
spread
केला
out.
to
It didn't
पका हुआ केला to गायब केला.
one idea.
That was a long journey.
That back in Cloud here does have ult as well. Looking through any early progress. Crashy's only one away from his, and
अरे
so
क्या serious topic चल रहा है? Bunks भाई मेरी मार लो.
Considering they've
गोपाल
lost
भाई क्या
2 in a
लगे?
row, they still have a little
तो
bit to work with here.
There's something special for us. We don't know how high up this is in their veto as well.
चलेगा
You'd
ज़्यादा
imagine
लड़ना
for
नहीं.
Giant X, this is a map that they can depend on more than before. I have to go in. Should at least
मैं देखो
connect towards
technically अगर देखा जाए तो Giant X
but
अच्छा खेल रहा है अभी तक.
again, Kayak taking over this B main approach.
पिस्तौल राउंड के अलावा 2 राउंड खेला है, दोनों अच्छा खेला है.
Again, it depends who they kind of greet first, I guess. It's Kayak with the Phantom, Crashies with the Vandal still. Split, of course, across the sites, but it's feeling like that slow build towards A is coming in. Crashies is going to give away that he does have a rifle here.
Oh,
and now
shit.
the problem starts to mount. This is going to be an issue.
Oh,
Both trying to
bye.
forward, but he gets caught. This is gorgeous.
Oh,
Giant X
bye.
looking like they're on the same page
Wombo.
finally. This looks good. Ara looking to try and slip the net. Finds a man. That's Alpha gone. Not having the best of times in those smokes, old Alpha. And now Kron, he was already on that Sheriff, so it was never going to be easy for him. But Kayak coming over with the Phantom might still be able to do some damage. But by all rights, this is solid from Giant X. Westside going to probably close the account here. Ara.
भाई Ara is Ara.
Zone flawless. Giant X have every answer they need so far.
Huh?
I thought macro-wise Fnatic had a decent round there. They set up Kayak on the B side of the map deep into B main.
भाई लेकिन वो सोवा अल्ट ओमेन ब्लाइंड और नेट भारी पड़ा.
But Giant X just had the ult advantage and economy advantage to deal with anything that Fnatic had there. I do like from Giant X these like little prods into garden. Like
क्या बात है, ये टीम पहले खेलना चाहिए था बोला ना उसने. मन में यही बोला
They are pressuring that garden. It's worked out twice for them now, getting a kill in that smoke.
भाई Ara 60 खेल रहा है भाई.
As well, a really
लड़के भाई का कमबैक होगा
Fnatic
Fnatic में.
putting that vice
ऐसा नहीं रहता यार.
all over that area. So
ऐसा नहीं
different
रहता.
challenge coming forward.
सब लोग एक बार टीम से क्या वो लोग को वापस आने का उसमें बहुत मतलब वो बंदा भी वापस आना चाहिए. मर गया फिटनेस मर गया.
Okay. You'll take it. Yeah, we'll take one. Look, it's better than Governors.
उसका वापस आने का वो भी रहता है और का भी वो लगता है मतलब struggle है वो.
Have that KO. I think I'm not sure if he had it in this round, but still. That's rather lovely to take away.
और उसके बाद प्रेशर भी रहता है वापस. अगर समझ डर के वापस आ गया और बाद में वो अच्छा खेलने नहीं लगा तो वापस निकाल सकते हैं क्या?
Do they then start looking for other options? It looks like that is the case with Giant X.
बहुत चीजें रहते हैं तो वो होता नहीं है.
Westside is hitting today.
बस मारा ना Westside ने ये मारता है
लेकिन that silence became really pressured and he got it right back. 4v4 now.
I think unnecessary mistake from Kron though. He could easily just be jump spotting. He doesn't need to move the rotation
भाई
at all.
इसको दिखाओ यार. भाई ये क्या अठारह का है क्या अभी? आरा?
Down to Kayak.
He's gonna be forced off this one.
Nice.
Gonna go for the ult. Gets him out of there, can reposition towards backside if he fancies. And also Boaster slipped in, but look who's been caught. Purpo catching Crashy is really going to create problems. Boaster tries to greet him with a smile. Ara's still going to be fighting forward. Time getting low now. 10 seconds cleared. Giant X showing off now. 8 seconds, they got to get a plant, and Alpha is a problem. Until then, Purpo, safe pair of hands. Giant X absolutely outplaying Fnatic here in my mind.
Yeah, Giant X just looked
वेबसाइट में नहीं है वो, वेस्ट साइड है वो,
in my opinion.
Yep.
But Fnatic
उसका
don't
नाम
seem to
वेस्ट
have
साइड है
the
भाई.
most comfortable defense theory. And it's never been a map that's particularly strong for Fnatic. Even in the 2023 year on that Throwback Thursday tournament, you know, we got away with a bit of murder, not having it picked against us sometimes. So not a map that Fnatic are traditionally known for.
Huh?
No, and it is quite surprising because, again, I feel like this map does play out quite traditionally, right? It's got a very standardized approach, at least from what I'm seeing from Giant X. You know, we're not seeing anything too tricky about how they're playing this. And again, Fnatic, in my mind, do tend to have very good reads of how they want to approach things.
You never know.
No, hold on. Cancels that plan. I thought he might have followed a little bit.
अभी तो Fnatic top पे बैठा है भाई. 3-0 चल रहा है वो लोग ग्रुप में.
The bigger gun here.
Fnatic हारा तो बाहर क्वालिफाई होके हो गया. Fnatic अभी चिलिंग के लिए खेला है, चिलिंग.
Very composed from Giant X,
Championship points और क्या मैचेस किसके अगेंस्ट होएगा, क्या बोलते हो उसको, उसके लिए खेल रहे हैं.
Body brought towards mid here.
Bracket draws, क्या बोलते हो उसको.
Trying to complement Chronicle's position. The Aldrone shown from market.
We can see the tech here, the Vice Flash on the arch, something I've not seen before. Era has to be careful here.
And now noting Crashies, would you then pivot further towards A or explore that option? Alpha, the timing is going to be curious here. Ara is getting closer. He's had a look lovely from Ara. This guy's doing really well. You want to see a young star like this having those impact rounds, but this one is just good farming. Great trade for Westside too. They're catching everything they need, and all eyes turn towards Ara here. And he's caught the perfect timing on this. Chronicle caught with nowhere to go. Follow-up looking likely not to be. Almost out swings, but still the numbers sit with Giant X, and they have the sight.
भाई मैं आरा फैन बन रहा हूँ क्या? फैन से मैं तो बोस्टर फैन सीडिंग मैं तो बोस्टर फैन था.
Not ideal.
So much still to play with here too. Purpo still got that paranoia. Smoke just coming back in. Flickless as well, ready with the flash if it comes down to it. I don't see a way in. And certainly not like that. Caught off guard. Westside has been firing on all cylinders.
Random spam मारा ना उसने.
Fnatic need a timeout. They need to switch something up here.
Hello Binks भाई, केम छो? मजामा पटेल भाई, तमे केम छो?
The last couple of games have been on this really good increase. They've been looking better and better per game. Confidence looking good. Now they've met a bit of a challenge on a map that they don't have, I'd say, high up in their map pool. But still, you don't want to be going down in these scenarios here. This is still a game that you'd want to put in a good performance for.
I think they're just losing. They're going 4v5 in situations they shouldn't, or just losing a person in situations they shouldn't. Chronicle and
Big Blaze fighting career only business well settled. मैं almost जिनको भी देखता हूँ.
I'm not a big fan of where you're just like leaving someone by themselves.
Part time से चालू करने का. कोई भी तुम लोग काम out of the box करते हो ना, वो part time करने का. थोड़ा time थोड़ा. And if that is working, so you can switch.
Coaching staff mostly leading the conversation here.
And
one investment that I can see, I don't know if you guys can, I don't think you can.
मेरे को तो कुछ करने के था लाइफ में, कुछ नहीं करने का था करके वाइट चालू किया तुम. मेरे को तो मालूम भी नहीं था कैसे स्ट्रीम होता क्या होता.
Relaxing. But otherwise, it is going to be interesting if this is enough of a response, because I feel like Kayak's been getting some of these deep lines anyway, even on just the Vandals taking
ये दोनों नए players उनके affiliate team से. हाँ क्या?
Him to be the one to change the outcome.
He's been in positions to win Fnatic macro
मतलब
in terms of being
वो
in that
academy,
deep
ये लोग
position
का
and having good
academy है.
information on the map.
Yeah.
But the rest of the boys haven't kind of delivered.
Yeah. So.
But you got broadcast देखा nope.
Kayak somewhere else. We haven't been seeing these kind of direct B approaches.
I think for this round specifically, it needs to be around Flickless's KO. Do they have an anti-ult set up here? Is Vice going to be one side of the map to avoid it? Looks like he's not. Alpha's not, so he could be in trouble here. And then also, Alpha also has the Vice. So
how you join it? Big link पे click करके.
It would be go towards the A side of the map, play retake, use that Vice ult in the retake.
Yeah, I think they've realized. I don't know if it was late, but Alpha has adjusted to go towards Cat now. So that B site will be only really helped by Kron a little bit deeper. Playing from backside, support coming from market, but Ara's already ahead of this, deep through towards CT. Are they expecting it? Yes! Kayak with a quick shot. Takes away Ara. And it is all a fake.
भाई
Yeah,
लेकिन
big fake
रीड
as
तो
well.
था
It's worked
रीड तो
wonderfully.
था कजक भाई
Lotus
का
doesn't want to take the risk. He doesn't know what's around that corner. We know
खेल
there was
रहा
one
है
main
भाई
and one
GX
towards
उनके
site, but the
साथ
rest now filtering through. And almost a lurk now for Flickless.
Yeah, in a crazy position from Purple.
Feeling brave. Maybe wanted to take
नया
that chance
smoke
because
डाल
the player disadvantage.
नया smoke डाल
He can give information that no one's coming through heaven so far, but still Garden going to come in, going to invest that smoke real quick. The paranoia looking good. Kayak going to take another step forward. This is the time to
Tight
pounce.
smoke देना चाहिए था रे
takes away Cloud. Purple replies. It's still going back and forth here. Don't think it's over until then.
बाप मारा
Roster's patience pays
वेस्ट साइड ने
off.
बाप मारा
Well
ब्रो
invested ults.
वेस्ट साइड
Really
ने
setting
बाप
the tone.
मारा वो शॉट
Yeah, it was a nice idea from Giant X, but unfortunately, I don't think I want to throw
कितनी
a
चैट
fake
मिस
against
करेगा
the
हिटर
Vice, if
उतरा
that makes sense. Especially on the
ऐसे
A
शॉट
side of
व्हेन
the
यू
map
नो
where
कि
the
मेंबर्स को
shorties
स्पैम करना
don't
पड़
feel
रहा
as
है
good in the
ज्यादा
post
स्पैम
plan.
करेगा
I
तू
think if
रहेगा
you're
नहीं
NB and you got the shorties tucked
हर
in all
कोई
these
यूट्यूबर
pulse
ये
angles
बोलता
in
है
jail
मुझे
towards
कुछ
the
नहीं
stairs and
आता
stuff.
मुझे तो
I prefer
ये
that
सब भी नहीं पता था
What
यूट्यूब
I
से
do like
पैसा
from
मिलता
Ara
है
though
सब
is
सेम
2 rounds in a
डायलॉग क्यों
row.
देते
I know that he
किसको पता ही
died
नहीं था
on
ना
aggressive there, but for such a
नया
young
नया
player
था
on the
सबके
stage
लिए
to be that
जब
fearless,
चालू
I'm
किया
like,
था
okay, fair enough.
You kind of have to let him do that as well.
किसको
Just
पता
keep
था
that confidence high. Go for those. I wouldn't even call that 50-50. That's like a 70-30, quite risky, but I like it. And it's rewarded him so far.
hello Baswar bhai
So we get him feeling good about this one.
Exploration through middle from Fnatic.
They don't know. They only know about one. The knife actually only caught towards Crashies, but it's a quick clear. Cloud and Ara are very heads up about this. We've seen the diligence in this mid presence from Giant X, and this time it's been rewarded earlier on.
लगता है 3 दिन के लिए बंद करना पड़ेगा यार चैट
Maybe feeling the pressure of being behind here.
हाँ
We haven't seen them playing from behind too often, genuinely, since at least the start of things this time around. A little bit, again, if we're going to talk bigger picture, right, like to an extent we have to when it comes to at least Fnatic, when we're talking about playoffs and such and so on, this does bring up, you know, the veto and the depth of map pool and how other teams will see this. If Fnatic look, I don't want to say lost, but nowhere near as strong as they are on other maps, yeah, it becomes a little
Hello,
bit
bhai.
you know, like, again, rolling it back here, poster, no man's land, swept aside.
Yeah, the best case outcome for them here would have been to beat Giant X convincingly
Yep.
अच्छा वो
and make
3
it
दिन
look
बोला
like a catfish man.
Like
Whereas
the
like
classic sunset
कैंप
you
पॉइंट
guys
का क्या
tried
फायदा
in the
रहता है
past.
चैंपियनशिप जाने के लिए
It
रिक्वायरमेंट
does
रहता है
work though, right? It adds in the element of, okay,
Camps
we
में
can,
दो
float
team
this one,
जाएगा
because we know they really would
on the basis
eventually
of
like
camp
it gone.
point.
It gives you that nice little kind of bit of play.
जिसके पास पॉइंट से वो लोग
Here,
क्वालीफाई
this is
होगा
a save. There's nothing else to be had.
Basically,
Those
जो अच्छे
two
teams
picks
हैं,
in
वो
mid
लोग
that
ही जा
Giant X
सकते हैं
got
वैसा।
early on basically won the round.
Yeah, I think the other thing for the Fnatic kind of narrative is that
Binks, I'm
this
turning
game
20
doesn't
कुछ
matter
serious
for their
advice
seeding,
अपने
but
भाई
next
को
week's
देना
against
चाहोगे
Heretics
एक
does
ही
for that
एडवाइस है
seed
कि अपने
one.
मॉम
And,
डैड का
you know,
एडवाइस
next week it now means that their ascent is wide. It could be open. You know what I mean? It could be something that
उनका बात नहीं
determines that
सुनते
seed one is the
उनको
veto
दुखी
next week.
पहुंचा के कुछ नहीं होने वाला
You know, it's not over yet, but still the holes have been
If we can see it,
yeah.
Thank you, thank you for the 40 long time no see. How's you?
Definitely not a stronghold here. Giant X, and credit to them, they're not doing anything brand new. They're not changing the world. They're playing just good Valorant so far.
Yep, clean
I mean,
Valorant,
that's the
clean
problem I
Valorant.
have with Giant X is that sometimes I watch them like, I actually quite like what they're doing. It's just they're losing.
Yeah. And look, if they get a couple more gunners on their side, right? Let's say Ara and Flickless have some more great performances, look really good on this. It revitalizes the roster, gets some confidence on this map win. That future investment looks good for Giant X, right? This isn't a short-term reward they're looking for here. This has to be a long-term solution to some of those issues. So, again, ticking the box for me so far.
करने की हमेशा कोशिश रहती है. Any other?
Last round it was that mid walk, very
Any other
unsuccessful.
क्या यार? अच्छे इंसान बनो बस.
This round more of a spread approach.
और कुछ.
The kayak's already been pushed off middle.
Because Dad will always
Giant
be
X
watching.
essentially own the whole map already, which is a little bit worrying.
I mean, originally, it felt like Kyle was trying to take some of that space, but now he's top mid. He's playing deep as he can do, really. I wouldn't even put it on him. He was doing well, taking good information around the map, but this time leaving Giant X to explore as far as they can.
Why Tens don't like Valo?
That recon into B main might be a bit.
Rushikesh bhai,
okay,
कभी हाथी देखा है?
The information game, I was worried that Fnatic would have misread that information, and Giant X could have used it.
उसको Valo क्यों नहीं पसंद है करके मैं आंसर.
There's the big info builder, isn't it? Seen a lot here. How does Kyle want
मुझे
to
क्या
approach it?
पता?
Combining it with the ult going to be coming through from Chronicle. Did it?
नहीं लगा भाई 3 बंदे दिख गए थे.
I think so.
Yeah, they're still trucking through towards that B site. We've got Kayak on it.
Again, there's this
You got
fake
Alpha
pressure
here.
in the market. They're ready for the ace split.
Yeah, they are waiting patiently, and it looks
भाई
like
बच
Fnatic
गया
are
भाई
fighting this
लो
time.
वो बच गया
They've learned a little bit more of their lesson. This is tough for Westside to get away from. Gets at least one tick of damage off of those salvos coming in, but now it gives Boast to the corner to play on. And now you're looking at the time. You're looking at that time. This has been a good bit of stall from Fnatic here. Boaster needs to buy a couple more seconds. He's going to leave one more to take a fight on it. Ara's going to clear Crashies.
Plant
They might be
हो
able to
रहा
get
है?
plant now. Hold on. It's not over yet. Playing from those pressured scenario, they're holding on. Boaster needs to get out of dodge real quick because Westside is trying to bully his way through
अरे
heaven.
उसने
Leaving just out
कैंसिल
for a
किया
1v2. Loud on the site. Flickless playing down low. And oh, it's perfect. Giant X, even under pressure from the clock, still finding composure for the plant.
He was complaining
Giant
so
X,
much.
with that time pressure, that's when
उसकी
you know
मर्जी
the
यार वो
comms get
care
hectic,
करता रहेगा
players get
करके
a bit
complain
pressured,
कर
but
रहेगा उसकी मर्जी ना
very composed for a team that's never played an official together before.
Wild, isn't it?
I do think that Fnatic are
मेरे
lacking some
नाम का
approach. Though I
player
think
देखा
that
है
they're
और
overplaying
Indian
this
है
A
NA
side,
challengers
and when a
खेल
team
रहा है
defaults mid in the way Giant X
team से
are, I wouldn't mind them getting aggressive into A main, leaving someone there, and then when this short exec happens, they at least have space somewhere to work with.
Indian origin रहेगा
Money not looking great again for Fnatic.
No.
So a bit more of aggression.
Nab of the old orb.
भाई किसने सोचा था 7-3 Giant X होएगा क्या
Victory. Fnatic playing 3 middle. Cloud gonna just get into safety. Ara maybe overextending a
भाई
bit there.
चलेगा यार भाई तेरा पहला
take
मैच
that. I don't know if
चलेगा
he got
थोड़ा
caught
बहुत
just
चलेगा
off the back of the flash, but a good
फील
first
कर
pick
रहा है
for
बंदा यार फील
Fnatic.
कर रहा है
Yeah, I like the flash play again. All the micro I've seen from Fnatic, they've got interesting ideas that I genuinely haven't seen yet. No, I haven't been studying all my
नहीं
SM
पता रे
bots,
मेरे को
but
विघ्नेश
I've watched enough
No
to know
idea.
that that's not common.
What do they do with 4 players here? Still need to walk through this big
ध्रुवी पर ज्वाइन करने वाला था
push
No
up
idea,
there.
man.
So starting to fit. Oh,
तो
Boaster.
दूसरा आदमी
Okay.
कैसे नहीं उठाया अगर अच्छा
That
प्लेयर
wasn't the prettiest kill, but it gets the job done. And now, player advantage, weapon upgrade, Plant going to come in. It is still a 5v3. You do have those weapons now collected.
Purpo knows he needs to do something.
Getting ahead of this, but Chronicle seems aware, and so does Alpha. They are being very, very cautious about this, holding this position. Purpo isn't alone, though. Flickless with him, though. This is huge. Purpo finds the pick, and now it's going to be Kayak in the response. They are now dwindling in numbers. Down to just 2. Flickless still fine. Bodies to drop with a few starting. He's got to go nuclear. Can't be done.
भाई बाप राउंड गेला बे फनाटिक बस फिटनेस पे लेकिन बचा है बे काट में चुपके चुपके जाके मारा है उसको
To keep Fnatic in this.
Yeah, some nice kills
है
from
सार्गन
Fnatic,
भाई
but what I
देखते
did
देखते
actually like is they played offsite on that A side of the map. They can't do that every single time, but it looked a lot cleaner when they're.
भाई हम मिशन लॉकडाउन रहने वाला गेम पे बाद में बैन didn't no idea
Oh wow,
zero idea bro
very nice.
करेंगे लेकिन एक बार ये खत्म हो जाएगा ना
I like this new
इज्जत वाला ग्राइंड करूंगा बोल के ग्राइंड करूंगा
on the cam, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like pumped up.
Pumped up, yeah.
Yeah. It's good to see.
क्लिप पे 3 दिन सेल्समैनशिप बंद करना पड़ेगा अभी तक
Because we didn't really get the
गेम
depth
खत्म नहीं
tested
हुआ है
for Giant X either. They've pretty much had their way with things, so it looks like directing their eyes towards Alpha's side of the map, towards B.
Yeah, Fnatic opened up with their A main aggression again.
Okay, Kayak.
क्या पोजी पे बैठा देखना
Risk. Absolute heater, stunning towards Ara,
भाई
catching that,
रीड
dipping away. They
था
got the
कोई
first
मिड पुश
pick,
रहेगा
and they've got
वो
the man
मिड
advantage.
वाला ही जंप पिक था वो
Yeah, a little bit surprised that that works with this composition. Still got the drone, the camera. We have tools to check. Jump spot was okay, so Kayak did have to hit a nice shot.
This feels
भाई
like
था
some
रीड
space
तो
Giant
था
X
रीड तो
we
था
can see there
शॉर्ट
is
क्रेजी
intent
था
behind it. There's
सर
vast
वाला
majority of
क्वेश्चन
players
नहीं
gonna be
है
working through from that market side. Flicker's going to pop the ult and it's game on now.
Question
Alpha
पूछना
gonna
बुरी
be
बात
swept
नहीं है
aside
दोस्त
after one. It's pretty much falling into Chronicle, who gets drive-byed. Flicker's just... I don't
That
even
should be
saw him.
allowed.
Yeah, that doesn't even seem real, but still, they are only down to 2, right? It's Purpo and Flickless. Purpo's got his ult. Don't know if he's getting a real chance to play it much, but the map is closing in. We can see the positioning from Crashies. Discomfort from Purpo to try and play it forward. Flickless over towards Switch. Turns a flash. Gorgeous from Flickless. Needs a bit more here. Does he get the timing he wants? No. Kayak gonna shut it down. Fnatic with a little bit of resurgence towards the end here. carving out a buffer going forward
By
up to 5 rounds.
Replay.
Yeah, and
Replay
attack side,
चाहिए.
surprisingly, is a side
Replay
that Boaster
चाहिए.
historically said he doesn't
क्या
mind as
चल
much
रहा
as the
है
defense.
ओपन
I know
में
in a sense that's a weird thing
स्ट्रीम
to
हो
say,
रहा है
but
बस बता
I think
रहा
we
हूँ
got a game on our hands.
कुछ
We
करने का नहीं
might
बोल
do
रहा ठीक है
5-7. Let's
ठीक है
find out if we actually have a game on our hands.
जीतेगा तो सही भाई क्या मारा बे उसने That is true, पुनीत भाई पापा मम्मी सबको हेलो बंक्स भाई हेलो भाई घर वालों को जीपीयू के लिए कैसे मनाओ सौरभ भाई पहले तो मॉम डैड को बोलो आज डिनर करते हैं साथ में सामने बैठे रहेंगे ना सीधा आंख पे आंख मिला के मेरे को जीपीयू चाहिए यही टोन में बोलने का समझ रहे हो उसके बाद शायद आपको थोड़ा उल्टा घूमना पड़े और आपके जी पे यू लगे बट इट्स द रिस्क समझ रहे हो कभी कभी रिस्क लेना पड़ेगा यू नेवर नो रिस्क है तो इश्क है जा चाय लेके आ भाई चाय लेके आओ
We love Shpoozy. If you don't know Shpoozy, then you don't know EMEA is all I'm saying. We love Shpoozy out here. 5-7 though, we are just waiting for this one to get back up underway.
कोडिंग करने वास्ते एक 5070 Ti जरूरी होंडा नुंडा
Come into this as massive underdogs in this series, right?
5070 Ti
New players
जरूरी
coming in, and
होंडा
both of them towards the top of the board as well for
Skills
Ginex.
जरूरी होंडा
Both towards the top
and
end of things,
membership
looking very
जरूरी
good
होंडा
on their debut here. But can it continue? We'll see if they've got what it takes on this defending side. And of course, for Ginex, how does it look for them really trying to deal with Fnatic on the attack?
Straight aggression here through middle.
By zero risk kill rate.
I won't expect it to be this deep into middle though.
Sure not. Oh! Alright, clean. And this is nice for Ginex. Just taking the fight to Fnatic. No fear being shown. Flickless trying to back away, but he doesn't need to. Shoulders it well, takes away Boaster.
Deadly duo
Fnatic looking kind of outdone on this. That's so many players here. Oh my word, outdone. Yeah, beautiful. Ginex. Where's this side been the whole time? Sheriffs,
they get some more.
Was it 4?
If Cat goes for this B,
वहाँ पे देखो up, down, left, right हो रखी है यहाँ पे.
I mean, I don't know how disciplined he is.
Off he goes.
Come on, go B, go B.
अगर यहाँ पे आरा को clean मार के निकला ना तो possible है.
A textbook trying to show what the difference between Vice and Cypher and Killjoy is. The Killjoy and Cypher. It's alright.
No, it's over now. Ooh, kayak? Nah, it's done now. It's done now.
ज़्यादा लोग थे.
It could have been something. Okay, talk to me.
So the Killjoy and Cypher obviously can have that information towards the middle of the map. The turret
उनका map पे भाई लेकिन
outside
वो 0-3 चल रहे भाई.
the little hut. The Vice doesn't have any passive info to
Ninja
really
आने के बाद इंस्टा
deal with that
में
mid
जरूर
push. So
भाई.
usually you see those mid pushes kind of stopped short, but we saw it deep, and Fnatic weren't ready. That's going to have to be something in their pro.
It's crazy you're talking over the guy you don't respect.
Has to be something in their protocol list to deal with these mid pushes.
Got it. I do like that though from Ginex, right? Just kind of backing yourself in those fights, walking mid with 4 sheriffs, I guess, and doing it again. This time a little bit better equipped. And Cloud might catch Kayak. Oh, it's Purpo. Oh, he's made it across. He's going to be able to keep his life here, but that spike is over on the A side, and there's still a lot of bodies there.
It's really interesting to me that they're doing this on the anti-eco. Like, really stating loudly that this is something that they want to do. And I wonder if they're going to end up using this to plant seeds into Fnatic's mind and then switch when it comes to the next round.
Fnatic forming up here. It's only Alpha with the Sheriff, Ghost with Kron, so it shouldn't be too hard for them to handle. You got to look at that nice angle as well for Cloud, lovely, and that's without even getting past Westside, who's going to be waiting. One's going to slip the net. Any big pressure? Okay, Cloud has to get away from that now. You can see Boaster going to take the space that was given. Aura going to catch the cross though. That's Kayak gone. They're going to know that someone might have slipped that smoke. There is a chance of it. It's going to be found. Flickless very heads up. And Kron last one alive. And not for long. Giant X with a flawless round. It's so flawless. All looking good.
Bro.
And here we're going to see an interesting interaction of things happening. So
Bro.
Giant X on their bonus round. Usually this is where we expect some kind of strange aggression. But Fnatic have the Euro. And, you know, Fnatic are the type of team to cook up new ideas with these ults. So it'll be interesting to see, like, how these two ideas integrate this round.
30 seconds left.
Just getting caught in the drift. Oof. These pickups are looking good for Giant X. These are very good. You're right. Let's see how these two moments interact here.
So Giant X, they've baited, they've done a little fake A main aggression push, but they've got a trap ready on the B side of the map. If Fnatic is
Zaref, Heaven.
It's very pacey, isn't it? Straight up.
Garage.
They think that the A side of the map is stacked. That might be enough information.
Same combo kiya tha
maine.
maine.
2 or 1, but then Flickless feeling brave, but right now Cloud is blinded. Kayak desperately trying to find them, but it's Alpha controlling it well. Yeah, they cleared this B main pressure very diligently. Good usage of the paranoia coming through everything, even under that real high tempo. Looking solid. Aaron Purpo probably not going to find too much here now. Well done to Fnatic to navigate all those threats.
The team out of power performed RRQ and Boom and now stepping up DRS.
They want some economic damage here. Don't want to get Fnatic too ahead.
G भी आएगी. Yup, G आने वाला है. कल ही आने वाला है G. Ads आ रहे हैं यार. मैंने ऑफ करके रखा है मेरी जान. मेरे को मेरी लुल्ली की कसम है.
Kron is sniffing the map out.
Purpo. Gonna get dealt with by Alpha. Aura be the last to fall here. Yeah, probably opting to give this up. They actually killed him in that, but did take him down in the end.
I do want to say that Giant X did exactly, they made Fnatic react exactly how they wanted to.
Yep.
And they got a little bit unlucky that Alpha full blind killed someone and couldn't capitalize, but Boaster's flash into B main was the winner there for me. I think Alpha getting the 3 kills there though is important. I think he had, you know, he had an okay first half.
But Ara is stepping up, chat. Naya player, bro.
I think that those kind of kills are rounds where
Fnatic के सामने.
Aura, they're getting wise to the games here though. Fnatic seem to catch on with the fact that Giant X love this mid aggression. They've shown very little fear in these early rounds. They've been pressuring through Cat. They've been trying to get in their face. But Aura does lose an operator for this one. That's a pretty hefty price to pay for it.
नया नहीं हूँ 15 का था
Fnatic, they can slow things down for a second, get the lay of the land, try and get some of that information building. Stack towards tree as well for Giant X.
क्यों करते हो? यही सब नहीं करने. तो जो शिकायत है ना यही सब वाला नहीं करते.
Yeah, Giant X have info on the B side of the map.
समझ रहे?
With the cipher camera here.
यही चीज मैं टिप्स दे रहा था. ये सब नहीं करने. कोई बात का बुरा लगा जाने देने. ये सब नहीं करना.
Yeah, going down. That's.
But I get your point. You're doing good in life. Love you.
Control in the cross going to feel treacherous for Westside.
They keep the high low. So if there's no smoke here, this could be dangerous for Fnatic.
But they're getting cancelled. They're getting too curious, too worried about that B side. They might get the timing right. They absolutely have. Flickless. That is perfect impact. Going to be blinded, but it's fine. He gets out of it in time. Oh, but Alpha right back to it as well. Back and forth between the two. Westside in a 1v2. We saw how far he was. Luckily for him, he's made decent progress. Guess where Alpha is? Can you believe it? He's got company down there, though. Pause now. Slow down. For creeping away. Going to make this difficult for Westside. No util to play with, just the gun in hand. Has to clear Kron first. Can he get an isolated fight? I don't know. He's looking for it. Westside's been smacking some of these shots, but yeah, angle too good for Chronicle in the end. Gotta say it, out for that time, saved them there. It felt like Flickless was on an absolute heater.
Yeah, both teams with the
Binks bhai, kabhi Agra घूमने आए हो क्या ना?
A little bit lucky, but I think that ultimately he'll take those. And yeah, we're getting closer and
Crisis
closer.
को तो बेचारे को बंदा भी नहीं दिखा रहेगा क्योंकि योरू सामने
go
आया
away
है.
with this map, considering they were on
हाँ?
the attack side, defense usually being the strong side. But 9-7, only 2 rounds in it. Giant X back down to Sheriffs.
Binks bhai किसको support कर रहे हो? Fnatic baby. लेकिन मैं आरा को support कर रहा हूँ.
This nice from Boaster though. Comfortable, beginnings.
नहीं लौंडे लोग आते ना ऐसे से मारते. काफी अच्छा लगता है भाई.
Ara loves to walk a smoke. This time not
क्या बोलते हो
given
उसे?
much of a chance with the spam from Chronicle.
It's a mid re-clear. Not gonna get anything here. Flickless is all the way up A. Oh. Sorry, I made the mistake.
Can't believe it.
I did that one. I did that one on my first cast, second round, and that's now.
पूरा आगरा में dance ने मंच भाई.
I think you're fine. We'll let you get away with that one. Fnatic getting away with the A site as well. Slowly but surely working their way through. Flickless incredibly deep.
8-9 अचानक से close गया बे.
He's in spawn.
Guys, are you ready for fun? सब लोग speaker के volume full कर दो. मजा आने वाला है.
Yeah, that's like I said, all the micros been interesting.
Yeah, God, look at the time stall. It's heavens. Just you can't work back from it.
Just looks like they want to economic damage potentially, but Jesus Christ.
Nice trade though from
Hey,
Mel. Like both teams are hitting shots today. I feel like we've got some really nice mechanics on display. Kayak still going to be very much in control. This shouldn't be too much of a threat. Too much of a threat. They make it out with 3.
क्या हाल है Binks bhai? Dinesh bhai, thank you for the $2. बढ़िया हाल है मेरी जान की रोटी.
I did say. What attack side? Boaster seems to prefer the attack side sometimes.
आज Galaxy भाई आज ना मानते.
The side that people would say was one of the hardest in the game, I think.
I mean, but we have to put this in context, right? Giant X, who have yet to get a win this entire run, are still in the lead against Fnatic, who are meant to be back in form. Right?
Yep.
This is still very good from Giant X. Gotta see them get to grips here, and having 2 brand new players. By all rights, they are drastically overperforming my expectations. Now, if they get held on 9, fair enough. It is what it is. Maybe Fnatic remembered how to play the game. But at this point, I'm still very impressed with this squad. Rashi's going to be forced off this, and they keep
Timeout पे अभी timeout आने वाला है.
Yeah, it's not actually getting.
ये round हारती Giant X का timeout आने वाला है. Timeout पे.
To make Fnatic respect it.
Galaxy भाई.
Force that util to come through toward middle.
Ready रहना chat.
It's going to be Boaster.
2000.
That was just a right-click flash through the smoke. That's a bit bold. I like the boldness from Ara in the first half, but a bit too bold for my liking from Flickless there.
Right here.
Giant X, yeah, the right read here. Three-man stack.
Ara, the want to even
मेरा aura feel कर रहे हो chat?
4v4 is beckoning, isn't it? It calls to you. Is he patient enough? I think he's got an inkling here, hearing it, seeing it.
He's been left alone too.
He's got to see everything. The timing on that is unbelievable. Ara just tries to get away for now. Going to pop the ult to try and keep himself in this round. And now there's pressure coming from everywhere. They are close to the site, but they're waiting by the boathouse. A little bit of a trip towards the back here. Ara doesn't know where to look, but soon enough he's going to have a flood of players coming his way. That smoke is lethal. Oh, but so's the knife to the throat. Oh, it's gorgeous from Ara. Giant X answering back instantly, furthering the distance again and keeping Fnatic down at their heels.
I've never felt so nervous watching a player during a round. I've felt so tense. And he's pulled out a blind.
दिल का दरिया बह ही गया राह में यूं फिर तू मिल गया इश्क में समझ ना राह में यूं फिर तू मिल गया ये सिंगल बात दिल की है जिस कदर दिल है टूटा क्या बात है टूट तेरे बिन अब न लेंगे ए तुझे इतना चाहेंगे नाम ए लिरिक्स की मार दी मैंने कम ए www एक बार आज गैलेक्सी बाय को ओपा ओपा करके हार्ट्स दे दे और लव दे दे आज गैलेक्सी बाय थैंक यू फॉर द 2000 मेरी जान के रोटे लव यू लव यू लव यू जस्ट सेइंग मेरा और अर्जित भाई का कोलैब आने वाला है very soon leaks
How do you feel about that?
ये लीक्स है ये मैं किसको बोलता नहीं
you support
तुम लोग को सरप्राइज
Actually, I take that back. I think that Alpha's attack side is surprisingly
पिछले लाइफ में मैं सिंगर था मजाक सेट
thinking back to it. There were times where like he had to play the chamber for us and he was pretty good with the attack side up.
Love you, thank you so much for the 2000 मेरी जान के टोटे
Let's see how he fares this round. Peeking into that aura. That's
thank you all.
मैं उसको मालूम नहीं था
I don't think that was really Alpha in my mind. I think that was Aura peeking back in towards main. Maybe not expecting an operator up. Maybe I think Kayak maybe showing some presence earlier or someone even Boaster, but still.
The classic timeout happens by an operator.
वेलो कब होगा अभी क्या सुपर मारियो चल रही है
This is also just learning lessons for people like Aura, for people like Flickless as well, of the difference
समझ
of
जाओ ये
how
मैं ही
much you
प्लेयर
get
हूँ
punished at this level. For now, Purple gonna have to rescind away from that A main side. Flickless not clean enough on that. Chronicle gonna clear it.
Flickless,
now Purple's under pressure himself. We saw how well Aura did, but now you got to make your own go of it. That's not how it's gonna work out, Purple. Kind of connecting that above the dice, it looked like.
30
that's a comfortable plant. And west side, Alpha's just watching over the prized possession.
That's some crazy timing right there.
Economic situation not great from Giant X, so West Side does need to
That's
save
some
this
crazy timing right there, buddy.
Fnatic can't hunt too much though.
Nice gameplay, thank you.
Economic situation on both sides not great.
Yeah, pretty fragile. Right now they're really stabilized. So
तो scene है.
Keep it where it is. It looks like maybe Kron's searching, and so is maybe Alpha. Sorry, Boaster, but actually they are searching on this.
What?
अच्छा बोलते हैं.
I don't love.
भाई अल्फा ने भी क्रेजी शॉट मारा लेकिन वेस्ट साइड में भी क्रेजी शॉट मारा हाँ ब्लू शॉट मारा
Boaster's in the next
क्या
round,
3600 लोग देख रहे हैं हल्का सा लाइक करके 4K लाइक्स कर सकते हो
Okay, another timeout. That makes sense.
एक बार सारे एक साथ लाइक बटन प्रेस करके देखो
with the round, the game being so close, the economic situation being so close, and so
मस्त शॉट मारा
many
ना
to play with in this round, I think this is a good timeout for Pipson.
It is going to shatter the money of Giant X as well. Looking at that, they do come out substantially worse. But yeah, it is getting crunch time now. So another check-in from Pipson here. Maybe just something to deal with that operator, keep that in there, fresh in their minds as well. But obviously, if you are playing along at home, both sides are able to talk during this timeout. It isn't just that one-man, side of things. So Fnatic also going to be able to check in with boys and see how they're feeling about this. I do want to see. I think Crashies could drop Kayak if he hasn't already got one anyway. But for the side of Giant X, they've got a whole lot of ults and not a lot of weaponry. So it does get a bit of a tricky round. There are a couple of things that could go right for them. But
yeah, Fnatic side
harder
तो
now.
क्या पर हल्का सा लाइक नहीं था क्या कैसे bye bye good night
We've got maps of these ults, and we haven't seen Ascent much at all in EMEA. So I want to see what new things we got.
Chronicle with the operator now.
I mean,
everyone's down now.
Okay, now it's
Now we wait.
Retrieving
might be questioning it.
Most curious.
Retrieving wall.
You are up against sheriffs, and a classic for Flickless. It's probably I don't want to say it's an easy round. They're never easy rounds, but oh, they're getting aggressive. Look at Aura. Away we go, straight up the guts. Oh, almost had him so close. They are desperate to get Boaster dead here.
W
trying to connect that from far away.
Fortunately, they called the Omen who has the TP. Get out of that server ult easily.
Kayak, in the meantime, trying to progress towards that B site. They made a bit of a gambit. I like that. I like the attempt at the play, right? Try and be a little bit proactive, take a risk, take a chance.
So backside पे blind होता है क्या?
Bloody hell, he is just about evading presence. Chronicle. Oh god. Question mark, Poster. Oh my god, oh my god. It's okay, it's Poster, he's fine. He's fine on that. Cloud and Flickless go down. He gets CT control. There's still pressure here though, right? Like, Poster can be smoked off, which he has been. This one's not off for another couple of seconds. Nice from Poster though. Laying it in right.
Early stream Valo.
Just going to beeline with west side towards the site as best they can. See if they can try and pry these players out of the back side here. But time is running low. They got to go now or they got to go never. They're trying to make something happen. West side and Ara doing well. Going to have to go for the ace. And he's going to wait for it. He's got it.
Ace Mara!
Saving Fnatic from what looked like a bloody mess
My goat on top. My goat on top, baby.
Kind of was just pass over. Kind of was starting to think about the next round.
My goat on top, baby. एक बार membership gift हो जाती तो मजा आता. मेरा खत्म हो गया.
And this isn't one of those aces I feel that's ever going to go into a highlight reel, right? It's just not, because the context of the round feels horrific. It's like, what? Oh, how did Cron die? We don't. Oh,
what the hell? I've never got an ace. That's my first ace.
हाँ क्या? Love you.
And it was that.
Look. You know, maybe we just cut out the kill feed of what else happened.
10-10, but Jantex is playing good. Goga bhai, to main kya karu?
The ult plans are coming in for Fnatic here. They're getting stalled by this KO knife, but Teo ult coming in.
Ooh, and the Sova as well.
But nothing on it so far.
So I'm looking at who's tucked up on top here. Purpo. Oh my god.
उसने random मारा Flickless को.
Flickless just pops that KO in reaction, and Fnatic can't do anything. Completely stuck in that choke. That's a big win.
वो salt का है वो random का है वो भाई वो random bullet का है वो नहीं salt का है क्या?
Close to with the TP if they need it, right? He's got his ult there.
I think salt का है वो.
They really want to end towards A, it looks like.
Yeah, but for me again, it's this camera on B that just allows
Jantex
to do anything they want in this map. If Fnatic don't explore this camera and break it, it's going to be easy for Jantex to stack towards this A side.
Oh, but Alpha just ahead of where Flickless expected. Controls the corner, and now Purpo's position gets really tricky. Harder to handle on this angle, but he's so clean! Purpo, that is gorgeous from you! Takes the TP out, but he might have absolutely destroyed Fnatic's approach. Now we look at their deeper options. Both are trying to give them another layer. He's been caught. No ace this time, buddy. That's a 4v2. Kayak and Crashies don't have anywhere to go here. No info on A, no info on B, and no time. Out of time and out of options.
Are you telling me Fnatic lost?
It gets so tricky when that, you know, when short becomes available, when you've still got the pressure from A main. He did really well. Super clean shots there.
I'd be really interested to know if Purple was playing that position specifically against the ults that Fnatic had. Like Teo ult is usually used at the back of the site. And if you know they're going to come from that position is beautiful to play.
Thank you. Bro, you see how I'm amazing them, bro? Insane.
Those shots were nasty though.
Really
actual match.
There's a reason he used to play the duelist.
He's a very talented boy, and he's towards the bottom of the scoreboard here for Giant. So that's a step for them in the right direction. 11-10, just about tipping the lead again. Now, Alpha 1 away from ult, 2 away from Kayaks. They've got a couple on the horizon here. Big early look
lost. Counter
into heaven. It gets cancelled by the knife. Beautiful from Flickless.
That's really, really impressive. Now, Purpo still in a bit of a I want to say an all-in position. He's going to be noted this time. You're not going to get away with... Oh! My God, what are they feeding these young players? Flickless does do well to get 2. Is going to be traded in, but Cloud going to continue to keep the numbers up for Giant X. The spike is down in main mini. They're screwed, surely. I mean, Kayak's got his ult. He does get out of there. Hold on, can Giant X keep their composure? Yeah, it looks like they can. Alpha found towards hell. Kayak. A lot of pressure on one-man shoulders now, 1v3. This would be the 12th for Giant X. Kayak waiting for someone to give him that 1v1. Does anyone dare do it? Who blinks first? He moves forward towards main. We can see the positions on the minimap, but Kayak has to go in. Lovely. Nice try, but Cloud in the end, taking him up to 12. Look, we had Purpo have an impact in the previous. Flickless now finding two. Those shots on main, I know we're going to have a replay, but I'm waiting to see that come back up, because that was stunning control under, again, high pressure. Look at
Binks
that.
भाई, you don't like
Just
Fnatic
beautiful.
team? I love Fnatic team, but दो नए player आए हैं Giantex में,
This is a totally
इसलिए
different looking
वो लोग को
Giant.
support कर रहा
When
हूँ.
Purpo died initially, I thought that was it, but Flickless comes in. Cloud, he gets kills, but
Yampi?
also that recon at the end.
Incredible. My favorite Sliggy chatter.
MP बाजू में कौन
Usually
था?
flames me, but so does everyone, to be fair.
Yeah, but it's got to hurt when it comes from Yampi, right?
हाँ?
Why is that?
Because
Cameraman
like, he knows
gaya.
what he's saying. You know what I mean?
Oh, I see.
Cameraman
Like
गया.
when, you know, others mock you,
The other
it's
chat.
like, who cares?
The other people in chat.
But when Yampi's like,
Binks भाई, do you remember me? कैसे हो मेरी जान की टोटे?
well, I got so confused. I thought it was a Giant X timeout. Then I'm like, wait, have they had three? It's not. It's a Fnatic timeout. Because look, they've been held on 10 here, 2 rounds back to back. Really nice. But Fnatic have a couple of ults here, Mini, right? We were talking about how close they were before. Alpha had it in the previous. Kayak's now got his here. Big ults to play with, you know, kind of like sight controlling ults.
भाई
A
वो
lot
coach
can be
young
gathered,
दिख
but
रहे हैं, young
it's not
coach
like
है
Giants
वो.
will be aware.
It's a Fnatic have to take the
Fnatic
timeout,
का?
but it's unfortunate they do, because now it allows Pipson to come in and talk about these ults and
Yes.
figure out a way to beat them. I might not have even taken the timeout there and taken pressure from the outside. You know.
That's a big
I know.
That's a big. Okay.
I know
that's a
people
big
are like,
shout.
why the hell is he not taking the timeout at 12-10? But if we've got rounds cooked up with these ults, I don't want to bring in the coach to talk about it.
That is true. Yeah, this let's see how well prepared Giant X are, because obviously Fnatic will have to use this, but
Young
using
है
with
वो?
Kayak unable to afford a
बाप.
rifle at this point.
20 साल का है?
Yeah, I would probably.
Why wouldn't you give him the
I
rifle?
think we give him the rifle here.
Right.
Spectre's not the best entry weapon.
Yeah, weird
उसको
decision on
पूछना
that
चाहिए.
front. And our
20 साल में
optic for the
Fnatic का
outlaw, it does
coach
feel like
कैसे
a lot
बना
of the
करके?
kind of
I can see.
हाँ?
He
क्या
has the
रोड मैप
ult, so
रहेगा ना
maybe he
उसका
should have
मेहनत का?
Bucky.
Sure. Again, I feel like these tier 2 players or players coming
20
up from
साल
tier
में
2 are so
ban
used to
Fnatic
playing
का
with that
coach.
outlaw as well.
Of
Because
course.
it's something I'm so used to seeing. Even doing it in something like a 12-10 scoreline when he's obviously got enough to be able to go for the rifle.
मेरा
but I kind of respect it at
message
this
ignore
point.
I mean,
हो
every single player in Fnatic are
हो
one
रहे
shot right
हैं
now.
अलग-अलग
Okay,
मैसेज करो.
Kayak, here comes the ult. Straight up middle, right up the guts, gonna spot the util. How much more does he get from this? Looking for maybe... I don't know what he's looking for here. Okay, backside control and maybe a crunch. So they've got Boathouse, but Cloud's taking Kayak away. This feels like it's fallen short already. They've been hindered at main. Might get spammed through on the wall. They will.
बेचारा
Cloud,
ट्रिप में भी फंसा, रिवील
stunning.
में भी.
And they're so ready for this. Look at these shorties in hand. They know exactly what you're going for. Westside just trying to buy time. Wait for it to fade away, but the TP gets taken and Purpo's on the site now. Chronicle's got problems. They got the rifles back out. Crashies and Kron can't do enough. It's 13-10. Giant X outdoing Fnatic here on Ascent.
Big upset in this first map, but Giant X are going to have to go now towards Lotus and maybe even Haven. And these are maps that Fnatic are a bit more comfortable on.
Spot on. This is a perfect start for the underdog here. Can it continue? Can they really take Fnatic on?
उनका मैप है भाई. मेरे को एक बात प्लीज समझाओ, ये लोग हम लोग को चोमटा बनाते हैं क्या वो लोग रुकी से करके? हाँ, यू आर टेलिंग मी भाई छोट नहीं, मतलब तुम लोग को समझ में आ रहा है, 2 नए बंदे नए टॉप टीम्स के सामने खेल रहा है. टॉप. हाँ, मीन्स एकेडमी स्टार्ट कर. मेरा प्रॉब्लम ये है कि मैं एकेडमी से स्टार्ट किया है. हाँ, मेरा एकेडमी फ्री एकेडमी है. ऑटोमेटिक वो लोग निकल जाते प्लेयर्स साइड से. एक बैकडोर है मेरे एकेडमी में, वहां से ऑफर आए मैं जा रहा. वो वाला सीन है मेरा एकेडमी. गेम में न्यू थोड़ी है भाई, लेकिन फिर भी भाई वो लोग टॉप पे चल रहे Fnatic अपने ग्रुप पे। नेक्स्ट कर स्ट्रीम पे हूँ। ठीक। Young player is equal to long time, yes. Following टीम में है no players followed by थोड़ा language. Chat 4K likes करो। क्या कर रहे हो? 4K likes करो। JX is cooking W by W। तो कुछ खाने को भी लेके आया है। भूख लगा मेरे को। कुछ है क्या घर में? कुछ हेल्दी पियो। गाली खाऊंगा। ये खत्म करेगा ना बॉटल। पिंकी सबसे पहले मेरे को गाली देगी। थोड़ी चाय बचा है पीने का भी होंगे। देखो मोबाइल में लेके आया, काढ़ा भी लेके आया।
So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We had some doubts. Do Giant X have what it takes to bring it back with 2 new players? And they are able to take their map pick here against Fnatic. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Kakuka, joined by Ulysses and Meg. Guys, Meg, how are you feeling after that? Did you see that one coming?
Are you okay?
Right, Ulysses.
What a first day. I mean, they already become the best Belgian and Romanian player.
Yes, in the entirety of the league. We absolutely love that, but we can say the same for almost every player on Giant X.
Obviously.
Could it be the pressure not being on, or, you know, to perform, not really caring about the opposite, like not having that pressure because you see yourself as such an underdog?
I honestly think Flickless and Aura came in with something to prove. They wanted to shut all the doubters, like me, up and say, actually, you know what? We're not scared. We've got what it takes to bring on, to take on the big guns, you know? And they did just that. Every shot they were hitting, they seemed to just adapt very, very quickly to what everyone else on the team was doing. And yeah, you can't argue with their performance.
Also, one of the good things that we had is that initiator plus duelist. There is a synergy that is coming before playing a Nocam. And that's really nice to see that they keep it. And also they have to add website, cloud, and jara.
Yeah, it's curious to see, right? Because when we see the changes, obviously that synergy needs to be built from day on, and it definitely should help with the nerves as well.
Yeah.
I think that we have some Ara highlights because it was a pleasure to see him play. Before going into the match, we were speaking about that head-to-head possibly with Kayak, who was doing so well in this stage. Meg, I saw no nerves on the server.
I mean, I have to also just mention that Uli and Bea were screaming at the top of their lungs at that 3K.
Did you see? But did you see it?
It was unbelievable. And I have to say, I feel like it was a big fight for mid at points, and Giant X were just dominating, and Ara was going in all guns blazing. It was just amazing.
And also I have to say the props to Kayak. I mean, he kept it. I mean, it's not like Ara was doing everything. No, both of them played amazing, but Ara, first day, 20 years old, first time playing on VCT, after 1 month playing on BCL. I mean, he went from 0 to hero.
Absolutely, and knowing also the pressure that is on your back, of like you're not really expected to perform. You're joining a team that is already has no chance of making it to playoffs, that has not been doing well this year, that was 13-0. Like there's so many things that could go up against you, and we saw it just there on the head-to-head against them. Meg, you were mentioning the fights on mid. Yes. I think that especially when we saw that first half and we were seeing Giant X on the attack, when you choose Ascent, you expect to be starting judging from that side, it's kind of like the downside that it has. But Giant X were doing a great job of fighting for space.
Yeah, and it seemed to be that the maths equation was get one in mid equals win round, and that was kind of how it played out. And we saw Giant X definitely fighting for this, and they were being very successful in their fights. And then you would also see on the back of that, Alfire from Market, he finds one kayak when he walked out mid with the op into tiles. He would also find one, and then they would win the round. You know, sorry, I feel like I made that really complicated. Essentially, what I'm saying is first kill in mid equal round. That's, yeah.
Let's see how he's going to bring Deus into the next map, be honest. I mean, this Aston is something that we never seen played before from Giants. There is no information, nothing to prepare against it. I mean, they play as normally is played this map. It's a combo that you could be seeing on 2023, probably. But there I mean, it was perfect.
It's simple, right?
It's simple
we were
and
speaking
playing.
about the teams not having played this map. If you want to throw a curveball at a very strong opponent, Ascend should be a very good pick.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ
Something that
चैट
we also saw
मेरे को एक मैसेज आ रहा है कि मेरा ट्रांजैक्शन ब्लॉक हो गया है कार्ड से, लेकिन वो कार्ड मेरे पास है ही नहीं और मेरा बैंक वाला ही मैसेज कर रहा है, जो ऑटोमेटेड बैंक का मैसेज आता है। तो ये मेरे कार्ड से जो मेरे पास है ही नहीं, क्योंकि मैं दूसरा कार्ड लिया है। फेक है? अरे फेक नहीं है रे बाबा, मत कर। अरे लिंक नहीं है रे बाबा, एक्सिस बैंक का ऑटोमेटेड मैसेज है रे बाबा। तो मेरा पुराना कार्ड है किसके पास? दैट इज द क्वेश्चन। कांटेक्ट करो ब्लॉक बैंक को, जब कार्ड ब्लॉक किया हुआ है तो कांटेक्ट करके क्या बोलूं, कोई तो यूज कर रहा है।
Every single time you see something is, oh, Fnatic, because they mostly invented this map historically. But if we're going to see right now a match on a map like Lotus,
नए कार्ड का नंबर बता, मैं बैंक में काम करता हूँ। लैंग्वेज
as you tell Bea, Ascent is a map that you can mostly try to play like on rankeds, maybe. But we're not playing a ranked on Lotus. It's a map with 3 bomb set where you have to have a really good IGL that's going to be trying to move, and also you have to force a lot of utilities. And it's not an easy map to play for someone that didn't play that much together.
And I do, you know, we haven't seen Fnatic play Ascent, and I think, you know,
Is
that
it
is a
just the
testament to
same
that.
as
Hopefully
Son?
we don't see it again. But Lotus is something we've seen Fnatic play very
I
often.
think that
we
is
know how incredible the
for
Alpha
BGMI,
is
if
on
I'm
that
not wrong.
Killjoy, Kayak on the
But
range,
also
you know, the
related
combination of the
question,
Chronicle
Gold
Viper
Viper.
with the Odin in
Bottom.
Tree. I just think that if we lose Lotus, that would be very poor form and showing. But Giant X are going to be coming into this with a fire up there.
Rosparty में भी मेरे मैसेज पे रिएक्ट कर रहा।
I did not know that one, but I
Like
will
here.
write it down.
I didn't think I could say the other one. You know, I want to keep it PG-13. So.
Yeah, and you're doing a great job.
Thank
so,
you.
But what we're saying and what we just saw on the side of Giant
Aziz
X,
bhai,
we
क्या
expect
चाहिए रे तेरे
maybe
को?
for
क्या
them
चाहिए
to
रे?
change something going
हाँ?
on to
क्या
Lotus.
चाहिए रे बाबा?
Because as you were saying, Meg, Fnatic, they've had a very, very good record. Nobody can ever get double digits against them here on
अच्छा
Lotus.
वैसा।
What is, we saw the curveball
जोक
for
मारा
the first
करके।
one. What is Giant X curveball for Lotus, Ulises?
Neon on Ara.
Oh,
That's my guess.
Okay. I'm listening. You've got my attention. Please.
Okay.
Elaborate.
We know that he's been playing Neon for a long time on UCAM, on the Spanish League, on Rising. And I would like to see him playing that Neon on Lotus. He's a really good agent.
एक सीजन रेडन गए तो टीम हायर करेगी। बैक टू बैक जा सकते हो अगर एक सीजन तक गए। हीलो हाई हो जाता है। बैक टू बैक जा
things that you have to plan. And also on defense is gonna make you make fast rotations, try to flood the side, fast retakes. I think it should simplify how to play Lotus. It still is a hard map,
Yeah.
but should simplify it.
I think we need to see a change here because Giant X have a 0% win rate in stage 1. They've played it twice. I do think that the comp that they were running before,
language, language.
I just don't think it will work with what we've seen with Flickless and Aura. So I do like
अभी
the
32
shout
का
of
तेरे को
having
तो मैं
the Neon
बचपन से
in.
देख रहा हूँ.
But would you also then combo it and have it change the rest of the players as well? Because you're speaking about Ara, but if we look at Flickless, he was playing the breach, right? Creating that synergy. A lot of stuns, also adding in the Tejo. On the first week when we saw Giant X peeking onto this Lotus, we were expecting them to change the composition, to bring in something new. With everything that they've had to do this week, considering that the two new players only flew in and arrived in Berlin 2 days ago, do we consider that to be a possibility?
I think so. I think we are going to see, for me, my guess, Neon, Breach on Flickless, and maybe Cloud moving from Fate into Tejo. Because you know already that they're playing with Alfire playing on Killjoy. And if you want to deny that Killjoy, Tejo is one of the best chances. You already seen them, you can know the spots, and maybe there is a chance. But, I mean, I remember you talking about last day, Alfire was playing in front of his utility.
Yes, I mean, I don't know if I agree with it personally. Maybe if you're Alpha, yes, because, you know, you're always ready and primed to take the fights, and you're probably going to land the shot. But yeah, last time we saw Alfire on Lotus, he was playing in front of that utility.
मेरे एक दोस्त बहुत नूब है और मुझे उसके साथ खेलना पड़ता है. Any tips you have played with him? खेलना तो पड़ता है. दोस्ती on top.
And we are going to be seeing Flickless on the breach and Cloud on that Tejo west side. Uli had been playing on the Viper, moves onto the Vice. Uli, what did you do?
This man's paying somebody.
Let me check your PC.
Yeah, check everything.
Where is it?
You can make a fast check right now.
So what can we expect
I'm
now that Giant
right
X
now.
has
I'm looking
all
for
the momentum? They won map 1, they're starting on the attack. What can we expect from them?
I'm being honest, I would like them to counter Alpha every single time. His utility should be both on the map. I mean, it should be enough, and also Neon playing so fast, retake and flute.
Is Ara going to
impossible,
keep up the
पता नहीं
performance that he had on map 1?
Jagru bhai, thank you for the membership. मेरी जान के टोटे.
As we toss it to our casters, is Pansy and Nini.
Thank you. And yeah, we will certainly find out, because this feels like a bit of a more even battlefield, right? We're on the map the Fnatic like, right? This is a solid map for them historically, recently, all of the good stuff. And for Giant X, they're now on the comfortable roles for Aura and Flickless. They're more played roles with that UCAM roster. So again, we get to maybe see the best of each other kind of.
बढ़िया.
Yeah, I think for Giant X composition though, they have switched and there are a lot of new things happening. So I don't expect the playbook to be super deep because they haven't had the time. But comfort is key, and I think the fact they're playing a very explosive composition means that they might be able to snowball momentum in some of these rounds, which is a good thing.
And adding to the fact that Aura just had a great performance on that one too.
2-0
These are all
हुआ
factors
तो
that could add into this. But look, and on the other side, talk about the new, talk about the old. Chronicle and Boast.
इसका कैसे चल रहा है यार?
Map coming into that's not bad going. We're kind of theorying who else would have been up.
कल heavy, कल I think 15-20 घंटे का stream में.
Kind of hard to tell, but Giant X will be on the attack here, of course.
Hey,
That's
don't
meaning
vlog,
Fnatic
मेरे से
on the
होता नहीं है.
defending side, and let's see how this looks. It feels like this is very much kind of learning as we go.
जिम के बारे में
Simple
सोच मैं रोज
approach to
करता
beat
हूँ.
Giant X, but Fnatic immediately
फिर
pushing
मैं
it a
शादी
bit.
मैं बहुत
So they're
मोटा
gonna
हो
have a
गया.
surround on
ये
this B
फटना
retake.
tips chat help कर दो. Love juice
Still.
Neon bhai.
Love to keep
Simple
that
बात
deeper
है.
into post pump, but already down to 22. That is rough. He might have to reposition, but there's even going to be player late over towards that connection side. Paranoia. Stalled out, and now the pressure comes in. Nice from West side. Oh, it's clean from West side. Crashies does trade it back through, but now they're dwindling in numbers.
उधर कट करना और एक्सरसाइज करना. भाई बूस्टर को क्या हो गया?
Where's this booster been? Gets one ace and he's big man. Purpo and Flickless have the time on their side. Fnatic gonna have to get back to business here. They've got to be dealt with, and they are.
Bro, what the fuck? वो लोग जीत रहे.
Yeah, beautiful from both teams macro-wise.
Hello?
Seeing the kind of push and pull, reactions. Fnatic had a nice plan to begin with, but Giant X spotted it out, reacts on top of that. Bose is able to contain nicely, but ultimately it just came down to Giant X winning out on those duels.
Credit there to Westside, really nice from him. Good composure as well, and you said though, keeping it simple. For Giant X, I don't think we're going to be seeing too many complicated looks. I think it is going to be...
Fnatic जीतेगा, लेकिन
it is going to be quite straightforward in that regard. But that can work with a Neon. You've got something you can go all in with. You've got the Teo there. You've got the Breach there. It can really work like that. But also on the flip side, I did like the proactivity from Fnatic to try and push through, get that pinch going.
I think the Lotus defense pistol, what I remember, is the hardest in the game to win. So, not surprising to lose the pistol.
Stats man.
These are old stats though. Maybe it's been, you know, not been checking up on those.
Have you not? You've not been doing your homework? Oh, can't believe
Not
it.
to that level.
Bro.
Give me a break.
Bro, खेल रहा है bro. DX खेल रहा है bro.
Is there a name for that? The stack? I know in other games there are.
What other games? Say it.
बिल्कुल कोलकाता के दूसरे टीम को सपोर्ट करो BDS में language.
That's a bold assessment.
I didn't. You can tell I didn't.
Yeah, you didn't send it with confidence, did you? What would you have called it back in the day? Was it Virtus Pro maybe back in the day? Because they used to do it a lot.
Ironically, Fnatic did it.
Yeah, they did actually, like the Swedish Fnatic back in the day were fond of it. But our old age aside, Flickless showing what the youth can do these days. Looking solid in this Aura as well, farming it up. They'll be happy as Larry. In zone flawless, round 2, tick in the box. Giant X off to a flying start.
कैसे
Here, though, is where we see all the game plan come into action. Something that we didn't really talk about is that Fnatic have played this map quite a lot.
Yep.
They played it twice already in this split already. They didn't get pressured that much, but I think they did expose a lot of the ideas they want to do. So I want to see what Giant X do now on a map where they do have preparation. But again, we don't expect the world in terms of playbook.
Nope.
मैं फोन का स्क्रीन तोड़ दूंगा बंद नहीं
That's
आराम
one
से
of the
आराम
things that they should know in their game plan, as Bose is going to be sitting in that tree with the Odin.
I do wonder if there's a plan for that in mind, or maybe just avoid, but obviously it allows you to stack out so much of the map and Kayak's position. Going to be negated for now by the wall coming up, but Ara is going to be spotted. Called for. Oh! Ara! That is so sick. Kron just gets backhanded. Kayak then tries to make a play, get involved, does well. Bails him out a little, if anything. If that got punished, though, that would have been almost an overreaction from Fnatic. And that could have fallen apart, but not to be. Out of Purple now left in the 2v4. It feels like Fnatic have really got the read there, at least got control of what was a dangerous situation.
Yeah, I love the idea from Giant X, but individual brilliance there from Fnatic. Looks like Giant X going to explore towards the A side of the map. Fnatic might catch this.
कौन सा कंपनी का जिप अरे ये टाइम पास वाला है रे इसमें मैं ना वो डालता
I feel like we have to really commit to one of those names.
मेरे को आलस आ रहा है
It's not
जाके
you,
डालने
it's me.
केड़ा का
The cross is being watched, be it on a little more deep angle. Actually, did Crashy see it? Must have seen something, because he's just started to walk up, but Spike not crossing yet does give Crashy's another opportunity. Oh, he's being sneaky, he's being very sneaky. Plants in, gun barely out, no comms apparently, and Cloud goes down. Won and lost in my mind by Kayak there. That push back through on B, kind of backfilling that space.
Okay, तो वो लोग का क्वेश्चन पूछना पड़ेगा कि इतना जल्दी रेस आया कैसे वहाँ?
I like the approach.
Yes.
I kind of, you know, you rarely see that part of the map being used, that kind of monk area. The Neon being able to go deep. Like the Neon pick makes that.
Let's go, let's go. I'm back, boys, I'm back.
Monk?
Monk.
I think that's the proper call out, I want to say.
वो जगह का ऐसा बोलते हैं? Monk को क्या?
Yeah, I did make the observers during the tech pause find every monkey on the map.
Yeah, you did.
It's my only joy in life. But you're right. It was nice seeing the fight over.
Yeah, Giant X not looking for this rubble fight at all, it seems like. Happy to let Boaster take it. Despite Fnatic's composition not having the best rubble fight, maybe they're afraid of this Odin.
Huh?
But Boaster's jumping like that whilst he's spraying, I wouldn't be as afraid.
Oh, Kayak on an off angle, supported as well. Yeah, I think that they're getting a really good read on this. Oh! Ara is impressing me, man! Until then. Look, who needs util? Just use the gun. All good. But look at the amount of bodies from Fnatic on this B side too. Like,
तू जो बोल रहे हो सुने नहीं दे रहे
left a bit of space towards A that could be explored.
Fnatic split 2 and 2.
भाई लोग वापस
angle, I
B
feel
ही
like it's
जाने
never
वाले
getting checked right now.
it seems to be getting away with it, right? Like, it feels like it went through that timing of like, okay, it's being checked a lot. They're all focused towards Boaster, but Crashies, oh, he's gonna get two! Exceeding expectations, and they look to pivot back towards B. Still had that presence towards main. They had Cloud over here. Alpha's gonna have to respect this a little. Yeah, has to fall away from it. He's got Chronicle now in support, but Ara on the case, and he's been clean. Doesn't fancy a re-peek towards that. Careful now, Cloud. They're getting closer. Flickler's keeping them secure, but it's Boaster left in a 1v2. That Odin, slow and steady. Oh, come on. Oh, he's making it look viable, and I hate it.
I don't think I've ever seen an Odin clutch like that.
Not like that.
No. I've seen Enzo do a few in this time, but
Mitch is
not like that.
Perked up somewhere in Berlin.
Yeah, I had to.
भाई देखो टेक्निकली अगर देखा जाए तो 3-1 काउंट कर सकता है भाई इतना इम्पोर्टेंट राउंड था 3-1 होता वो लोग इको जाते थे ब्रो 4-1 होता.
Two big individual moments there. There's been individual moments for both of
Petra. The Petra peak, was it?
The Petra peak.
That's a vintage.
I think the Petra peak to me is the double recon ban.
Yeah, that's what I. You know what?
Or the box on Sunset.
Oh. You know what? It worked.
No, knowledge pen is
Odin abusers around the world rejoice.
And that is something I was going to say, like the Odin back on attack could be something, but Guardians here from Giant X can spam back that Odin. So Bosa shouldn't be as comfortable.
Oh, that's a lot of util. Kron might be in trouble. Okay. Oh, stop it. Stop it. Kron, what the hell is that? And Boaster in the meantime just got one with the Odin. Looking like a bit of a difference from map 1 to map 2 here already. That's looking far more comfortable, but it is early days. And Cloud, still clean enough to take down Alpha.
Saturday को सुबह 5 बजे एमए वॉच पटे होगा होगा मेरी जान
let's do something.
क्या है गुस्सा ओए
Oh, that'll start it. Can they find anywhere decent for the post-bomb though? They've still got the paranoia.
2v3.
Cloud now, yeah, paranoia's in, he's dead. It's all on Purpo. That paranoia catch both of them in the end. Yeah, Purpo's in a world of trouble. God, again that Odin. Boaster. He's gone for the ace before. He's now had the Odin in the clutch and closing out this one.
Yeah, the strat from Giant X was to go through the B split with the big Visol and Tail, but when Boaster's got the Odin in the tree, it's very hard to go through that blue room. What's he doing? Showing
top of the board,
showing crashes.
Well, look. Top fragging.
अरे तू वापस मेरे को voice note भेजा.
Crashes and Boaster both at the top. A little bit of a battle.
Well,
these guy dudes.
Money not so great, but ult there for Ara. Got a ratty little Alpha.
They should know though, Alpha loves playing this box.
Ara's having a look. Hiya! Rat's gone. Kayak, oh dear, look at the util. He's still alive, he's still alive, he's still alive! Oh my god, he's very much alive! Pops the ult as well, feeling the pressure. Sends it, gets it, Kayak now! Looking to take that top spot away, but Westside left in a 1v3. They're hungry for these kills, Crashy's closing in as well.
आजाद को मैं वाला दोपहर को वही हुआ था ना मेरी जान के टूटे भाई मजा है ना लेकिन कितने टाइम बाद गोल्डी भाई के साथ खेल के हाँ YouTube
please
backseat gamer
this is what I'll be saying in the coach booth right now. I'll be molding
गोल्डी भाई पे always बड़ी
problem is that with Crashies in his current position they don't ever have to fall off this. Now the flash might do nothing actually. Boaster there to claim that one.
पैसे बढ़ने वाले भाई.
Because Kayak did just go farming there.
Yeah, I think Fnatic 4 in a row now. Especially the defense of Lotus is looking good for
them.
अब
strong दिख रहा है भाई लेकिन भाई 4-1 होना चाहिए था भाई.
You know, a couple individual saving.
Yeah.
मजाक सेट कर वो 2v1 अगर वो लोग क्लच करते थे नेक्स्ट राउंड इको रहता था 4-1 in favor of Giant X होता था मतलब एक राउंड कितना मैटर करता है सोचो और 4-1 होता तो अल्ट भी एकदम क्रेजी आगे रहता था Giant X
Seems like is the blank clouds going, well, if you could do it, I could do it as well. He's chipped away Boaster enough that he's had to fall a bit deeper. He's not going to be as carte blanche with the spam this time. God, such an unpleasant sight. Oh my god.
There used to be a scent, but no longer so more with the new changes.
Thankfully.
Maybe we'll put some scaffolding up on this map.
Pretty please. Crashes knows they're getting close now. We're spamming out by that ult orb. Oh. I hate this.
It's a little bit silly.
Riot.
A little bit silly.
Riot, I beg you, just get rid of it. Just
get rid of it. Jeez.
I hate it. Such a little purist when it comes to it.
200 बुलेट चलाए लोगों ने
agents.
True.
400 बुलेट खत्म हो चुके हैं चैट. हाँ?
Tough spot here.
Oh, does he get to live? Kayak. He was on the heater before. That's really hard though. Checked on by the util. There was no really way out for him in that as Crashy's now in his little individual battle on the other side. West side.
Spike planted.
God.
West side sharp enough to take him down, giving them that 5v2. The Boast is still alive and the Odin's still there. Look, seen stranger things, but it seems like the counter is just get your own Odin apparently. As Alpha gets closer. Nice for one. Couldn't quite adjust to
अपना नहीं गिरा, just saying. हाँ, अपन on top.
Looks
अपना
like
नहीं
he wants
गिरा.
to keep his prized possession.
Yeah, another decent round from Giant X. They took far too much spam damage for my liking, but a bit of a mistake I think from Kayak playing that aggressive with the op and then not respecting the tail drone to silence him and got caught in a corner. Which is the big opening there for Giant X.
Okay.
I like his B approaches.
Yeah, I feel like they don't really have an answer for that A side with the Odin being there, so I guess focusing towards that BC side of the map, and it's looked okay. I mean, Westside's hitting shots as well. Like,
part of the
gotta
plan.
Say that as much as we
part
are
of
kind
the
of
plan.
like hyping up
part
Ara
of the
and
plan.
Flickless, because they are the new nuance to the roster.
Yep.
Westside's been really present. He's been firing off here, but does it continue? I don't know if Giant X are really equipped to be able to completely anti what Fnatic are doing, but for now, it's a competitive series. It's 4-3. The first two did go Giant X's way, so it's not quite as clear cut as that, but still, once again, pressure towards C. Rotations are coming in.
If Giant X heard that paranoia towards A, I imagine that's going to, accelerating onto C here from Giant X, knowing it's probably weaker. Really ult invested in from Alpha.
Yeah, for perspective, they've no real opportunity to break. Cloud's util already down.
Gives Fnatic a look back into the C site, but not the most impactful ult.
No, it's kind of stalled them out here. Does it then send them exploring the rest of the map, or do they just pause and then go back in? Horn now going to be back up as well, if they do want to re-clear some of this space.
I'm out of here.
Prowlers there still in hand, but show of force over towards this time. Boaster is already forced back a bit. Maybe this is just part of the plan to try and get him away from that tree room. Keep him further back. Ara being the one to try and be brave about this to go further forward, but we can see it getting closer here for Boaster. Spams in. This is going to get tough now. Doesn't get out in time. He does.
30 seconds
no chance to take him down, and Giant X do have the sight, but close. Okay, no, that was Crashies. Okay, I genuinely was kayaking that. That could have been one of the best shots I'd seen in a minute, but still, spam is there, chipping away. Who's creeping? Ara this time to get Boaster down. It's all getting a bit chaotic here. It feels like they're starting to find a bit of an answer to how they want to approach at least towards A. How they can hold it here now is the next question. Chronicle, Alpha, Crashies, trying to find it.
Save.
I feel like this time you've got to. They don't have so much time to get past all of this. Could try and lock them in on the site, perhaps. They're still trying to fight this one. And yeah, just trading in on this. They're doing really well, but time! Oh my god, Alpha! They've got time on this too. Leaving it late, but plenty of seconds to spare. Fnatic not down and not out. I thought that was going to be a safe call.
Crucial round.
Yeah, I mean, I've cursed it completely. I thought with the utility on
crucial
Fnatic's
round.
side, they had nothing. Giant X could have played wherever they wanted behind these smokes.
Let's go,
I didn't get to see the full perspective from Giant X, but a big round to lose.
It felt like Giant X almost thought it was a save as well at one point, potentially maybe letting their foot off the gas a little bit, but yeah, wow, I'm quite impressed by that.
कैसे भाई भाई इतना लेकिन कितना अच्छा खेला Giant X भाई लेट गेम में थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है भाई early और mid game कितना बाप
Do
खेल
you see
रहे
a solution
Giant X
to what the adjustments have been for Giant X? Even though these rounds, they have been getting close, that is the thing.
Nah?
Is that enough of a red flag already?
From Fnatic's point of view,
कोई और गेम खेलो आज रात को प्लीज कुछ अलग
I think
कुछ
that like
अलग
that
नहीं
round
होने वाला
specifically
मैं रात
was
को जो करता हूँ
about
मेरे
the
सुकून के
Killjoy
लिए
ult
करता
usage I
हूँ दिन
didn't
भर
like
का
the most, but
शांति
that's
हटाने
not
के
something
लिए
that you can kind of talk about in this next round.
इसलिए तो दो मेंबर्स उनके आ रहे हैं
For me,
पहले
I
एक
think
क्यों होता
everything's
था
been
अभी दो क्यों हो रहे हैं
okay. I mean, you've got 5 rounds on Lotus. The
Rookie
rounds
यार,
have been
rookie
close, but
mistakes
5
ना?
rounds they're going to be fine with. So I don't think there's anything massive here that I've noticed.
No, so wait.
Shuttle one जब भी लोग रहेंगे यार
Adjustments look like if there's anything visually obvious. I'm looking at Boaster already trailing
शांति
away
हटाने
from
के लिए
that A
लाने के
side of
लिए
the
लाने
map.
के
So that might be one of the switches coming in. Yeah, it definitely looks like there has been a call for an adjustment now.
It looks like they're going to
अरे
like,
अकेला
control
थोड़ी
this mound
खेलूं
area with the Raise and Omen.
कल भी नहीं हो सकता
The
कल
one-way smoke
पिंकी भी बाहर
probably.
जा रही है
Maybe Boaster can do the spam
और
through
बंक्स
that
भाई
door
क्या ले
because Sultan-
सब बढ़िया ले
the mini-map.
मेंबर
More,
जोन पे झेलता रात को
discussing angles, we can see
रात को
damage done
झेलता
through walls.
झेलता नाइट
Nice little orb lineup to get onto that C site there.
I guess with Chronicles ult as well, they can
Oh.
kind of, yeah, this, I'll be,
Sorry, the Odin is back on tree.
it is, just in Chronicles' hands this time. Now we're seeing a switch of position, but the weapon's still in the same place. But as you said, there's pressure now from that mound side. They have to clear this. Otherwise, there's just too much of a crossfire to handle. So this does buy time for Fnatic to...
Yeah, and the problem is late round, if Giant X stall this round out and go back towards
भाई
A,
आइडिया तो है
Chronicle
बे
does
Giant
have
X
his
का
ult.
ब्रो what the
So if
fuck
they leave this too late and want to go back, they'll be in trouble.
Yeah, Kayak should have seen enough here. Calling for that one way to come in, but they're disrespecting it. And maybe they shouldn't have. Kayak, oh, he's clean again. So sharp, at least for those two there. Really nice impact.
Bhai,
Most
hai,
even catching a third.
Hey,
So they're
Kayak
down
hai.
to just Vickless. And Westside, that's still going to be just difficult even on the cross here. Nice from Westside to bail him out towards Alpha. And a pop of the ult. This should give them at least the plant, you've got to imagine.
Chronicles on this flank. No, Crashes is on this flank already though.
I don't think they've really had this come through because we saw the Crashes before was quite patient with it. Now obviously getting much closer from Mound. Gonna take away Flickless. Even just Westside in a 1v3. I like the reposition, but it feels quite obvious to an extent, even Kron considering it, and the
अरे
cross gets
मारना था
made.
मारना था
Things now get harder for Westside. The spam enough to be a problem. 14 HP and a prayer is not enough. Fnatic taking control now of this series.
Yeah, beautiful from Kayak again. The nice back and forth of Boaster on the on Mound.
क्या लगता है
But
एक
to
और
me,
आएगा
I'm a bit
Odin
surprised Giant X with this composition. They have plenty of tools to deal with a Mound control. I'm surprised they didn't use any of that util to force them out. I didn't really see.
घर पे आंटी अंकल सब बढ़िया
combo
सब फर्स्ट
coming
क्लास
through.
सब फर्स्ट क्लास
Like Kayak is
अभी
not
रिसेंटली
CC there at
शॉपिंग
all.
पे लेके
it's gone away with
शॉपिंग के लिए भी गए थे
And again, I
मम्मी
feel like
डैडी
I can't hold Giant X to too much of a
Pinky.
high standard yet because this
IKEA
is
गए थे
first time we're seeing them with new players. This is probably not a map that they're
all
super
Gucci,
comfortable
all
with in this
Gucci.
collective, and they're playing up against one of the better teams at this, right? You know, there's not going to be much of a harder opponent you're going to face here on this map. So again, just got to see if those fundamentals look good, the basics look good. If they can maybe pull up a
I
couple
got
more
a
rounds,
person
that'd be
who
a nice
makes
game to
YouTube
see.
videos by
They
abusing
can
people
pressure
in
Fnatic in
Valor
any
or
way.
cyberbullying girls
Feels like a
for
long-term
playing games
adjustment.
and
I
then
think they really do
promotes
need a
his
few more rounds
channel.
here. I always
Help for
stress it when
reporting
we're watching
ऋतिक भाई
Lotus.
हेल्प की जरूरत
Lotus
नहीं
is
जो
the
लोग
attack sides where
cyberbully
you're
हो रहे
getting
हैं
the
वो
bulk
लोग
of your
रिपोर्ट
rounds.
करेगा आप रिपोर्ट
6
करेंगे
for
वैसे ही
Fnatic
उसके
already.
लोड़े
I'll
चारों
be happy with it.
समझ रहे हो
This time, it's nice proactivity from Fnatic.
Giant X, it just feels like they're being herded wherever they go, right? This is tricky.
No vice.
This is IW से Valor team
Can continue.
मैं गोल्डी भाई तक भाई मॉर्टल और मर्सी
Odin's just making everything tentative towards this A.
मम्मी पापा मुंबई में रहते हैं बाजू में रहते हैं
Stall out time here, keep them pinned to this.
15
This
minute
pivot through towards
भाई heavy seas
this. Oh, the combination is divine. Aura is at least going to get one back and maybe forge a path in, but this is still not looking good. Fnatic really composed under this pressure. Aura's going to go nuclear. or not? And the answer is not. Crashy's there in the end, but again, the C's was great. The spam from the Odin. There was no really kind of explosive moment for GIANX then.
Yeah, because of Fnatic's macro where they had full man control, it meant that they were so comfortable on the A side to play what I call like the triangle, where you have that player in blue room, player in tree, and another player towards like stairs or site. And wherever the attack is being funneled through, there's always some kind of crossfire. And when the Odin's there, the crossfire is literally there through the wall.
Nice.
Damn, the slow-mo on that.
भाई क्या mic है आवाज भी है बे ताली का
Holy shit. This time you can see the utility being invested in layers, maybe to deal with the remembrance of what Kayak was able to do, but Aura can't disrespect that. And it looks like that ult is gonna go to, I don't want to say waste, but Chronicle, right place, right time, fully in control until then. Purple gonna make it through, but is traded in on Kayak, closes it out.
मेरे लिए तो 5 से 6 राउंड GIANTX जीती है अगर वो मिस्टेक्स नहीं होते
तो. Just going direct, probably a bit frustrated that some of these rounds haven't come through. A fine attempt on their low econ round.
हाँ, tilt हो गए रहेंगे बे, tilt हो गए रहेंगे भाई.
Clear that one up.
दो heavy crucial round. दो भी नहीं, तीन बोल सकते हैं. एक राउंड की वजह से इको जाते थे वो लोग.
Nice. Good job, boys. Thank you, bro.
Technically वो लोग 6 पे होना चाहिए.
Late time out here for GIANTX.
Technically.
With only one round to really play
Technically
with.
score क्या 3 उधर करो 3 इधर minus.
Purely for this one round.
4-6 for GIANTX. Technically score है.
They've got something, if they've been able to cook something up.
हाँ?
You're kind of clutching at straws,
2v1 और 4v3 भारी पड़ गया. भारी पड़ गया.
Okay, if GIANTX pick up map 1, core is probably a 2-1 series, because Lotus was never going to be closed out easily, right? Even if you had
yes, मुंबई जरूर करते हैं अब तक वहाँ पे तो म्यूट करने का escape दबाने का नाम देखेगा म्यूट.
The Fnatic have is there. They will have answers to a lot of problems you throw at them. So getting 4 rounds would be respectable if GIANTX can do that. You know, just see if they've got it in them. That's the hardest part. Some of these games are just going to be an outmatch here, and as I said, for GIANTX, this is the rebuild time. This is get that comfort in, start learning these roles with each other, start getting to know each other as players, and kind of build for that later plan. I don't know what they're going to try and do for this, but let's find out, because I'm already seeing a C's being held, I think, and probably a paint shell.
Yeah, going to be a big rubble fight here. See what that micro is for GIANTX. We haven't really seen much of these. 4 players from Fnatic ready.
Yeah, here we go. So paint shell goes in, Haunt goes up, no one beats it.
ये मैं stream के बाद record करता हूँ.
So GIANTX respecting the paranoia, knowing that the paranoia is coming in, that Fnatic are probably stacking.
That को stream थोड़ा late होगा.
But here Cloud needs to turn on the IGLing brain and figure out what to do next.
A little simplistic when we can see it, obviously, but Fnatic looking to try and match them kind of step for step here, ready to rotate, but pausing for now.
Nice little re-clear. We see the smoke coming in on rubble from GIANTX.
अरे तो ऐसे करें थे रे पवन इंट्रो के लिए जो लोग चैट वैट नहीं करते किल करने के लिए.
A lot of those opportunities towards C though now.
Yeah, I like that they got
it.
Hello, if this was, 20 seconds, 30 seconds left in the round, they'd be in a world of pain. But I imagine we're going to see probably a slow B split now with the positions GIANTX have.
Nice team snap करेगा रे बाबा.
So they can't at least unnoted creep through towards B, as you've just seen there. Alpha will be aware that someone is getting a bit closer, but focus towards main. That's a big reveal, big info. Cloud's going to take down Boaster, but it is this. Oh, that tracking was just stunning from Alpha, and the lockdown to boot. He was thinking about it.
And then
go in. Fnatic once again just compounding the problems here. Back to a 3v3. Denial of space comes in as well. Chronicle making this difficult. The lockdown in play. They got to run here.
Well,
they will be held back, and Alpha's on the hunt. Can they even make it away in time? Just about getting out of the lockdown, but Alpha is on the hunt. They wanted a quick plant. They're going to get it. But they've got to get a pick back here. A 2v3 is not happy to be held from the site. Cloud trying to play ahead of this. Awareness from Crashes, but the C's not going to find its man. But Alpha does. Fleckless goes down, leaving Cloud in the 1v3. Player spotted, but Cloud knows his days are numbered. Beautiful.
9-3 bolte.
Showing diligence here and keeping to their own standard.
Yeah, back on the
इंडिया में काफी अच्छे valid players देखने को मिल रहे हैं. क्या बात अच्छी बात है ना.
To beat Fnatic, you need to be very strong on these maps, and Fnatic are going to be more than happy with 9 on the defense of Lotus.
हेलो बंग्स भाई हेलो। तू बात मत कर, जा तो 2 घंटा स्ट्रीम करने वाली थी ना, तो 2 घंटा स्ट्रीम करने वाली थी ना। किसका तबीयत खराब है? मत कर, ये माउस जाएगा मुंह पे डायरेक्ट। किसका खराब है तबीयत? हाँ, दोनों का तबीयत खराब होएगा तो फिर कौन ख्याल रखेगा? नाटक मत कर तू। हाँ, क्या चाहिए?
चैट रखेगी।
क्या?
चैट रखेगी ख्याल।
चैट ख्याल रखेगी। तुमको हल्का सा चाय क्या हो
You
गया?
don't have deficiency of chai. You have deficiency of sleep.
थोड़ा सा 2 ही कप बना दे। 2
नहीं
2 कप।
तेरा एने है।
हाँ, एने नहीं है,
तो फिर बता
लेकिन मेरे को इसके बाद शूट है और फिर मेंबर्स ऑन दिया है।
किसका शूट?
मेरा शूट है, दिया है इतना बड़ा है, देख देख। तेरे को क्या लगता है मैं चुत्ते बना? तो ये देख।
ये आज ही?
हाँ,
कल नहीं?
नहीं
काय को?
क्योंकि तू है मेरी बाइक को। काय को
कल फर्स्ट हाफ कर।
नहीं, उसके बाद चेंज करेगा। कल मेरे को पूरा दिन, कल मेरे को 3 रीजन का वॉच पार्टी करने का और 1 स्ट्रीम अलग, 4 स्ट्रीम्स करना है मेरे को कल। कल नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम भी करना है। कल दोपहर को एक नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम होगा, मेंबर जल्दी भी नहीं, नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम।
For Giant X here, but
हाँ, 2 कप।
Those are the kind of things that they're fine to do. Like, I know it looks a bit silly, but Giant X do need to take risks against a team like Fnatic, especially on, again, their home
सारे
map.
लोग सिंगल है पंख को।
Flick was going to be forced
काय
away.
जला रहे उनको?
A little bit of the util coming in from Fnatic, but again, still maintaining the vast majority that they'll need if they do want to commit towards this seaside.
3 sheriffs from
बंग्स भाई
Fnatic.
स्ट्रीम चालू है। लैंग्वेज
I think it was 4.
लैंग्वेज तुम्हारा साथ दिया ना मैंने, दिया ना।
That's when they just like walked mid and.
टी-शर्ट लैंग्वेज।
Alright, Purpo. Ooh, that's nice.
That's nice too.
Oh, Purpo! He's beaming. Hold on, maybe Giant X. They're just nuts on defense. Oh, okay, well, it look 1 HP in a dream.
HP is low for Fnatic too, though.
Yeah, Westside is barely breathing, but that... Oh! You gotta feel that Alpha was on for that one, but not to be. And Westside, if you do anything here... Yeah, that'll be it. That'll be it. That should be the nail in the coffin as Crashies try and put in a performance... Sorry, Chronicle, but it's a 1v2. Yeah, they're just gonna swing it together. Nice try. But Giant X aren't out of it yet.
Hey,
good
goodness
pistol.
overloaded,
Something to
love
note
you,
from
thank
Fnatic's attack
you.
is they've switched their lurkers, so you're going to see
Bako,
Alpha lurking a bit more than Chronicle used to do.
Ek.
And I think it's moments like that where
Flat.
I think that
मैं
Chronicle
तो cold drink
sometimes
पी लूँगा मैं।
is a bit stronger.
Okay.
आज तो बोलना नहीं, मैं बोला था 1 हफ्ते में खत्म होएगा।
killing people when
फिर
he
देख,
knows
दो-
that they're
तीसरा दिन चालू है।
gets a bit under pressure, I feel like. Whereas when he doesn't have to think so much, he
कहाँ
just
पे खत्म
kills.
करके बैठा
So you
है?
just need that little flow state.
Just go for it, stay,
मेरे को
yeah.
तो नहीं दिखा वो।
अगर रहेगा तो
But what it does mean is
है,
Fnatic do have that Viper
है
ult
मैं
to
अभी
work
लेके
with
गया हूँ।
later rounds.
रहेगा तो चाय बनाएगी 2 कप।
2 कप।
There on the other side early on.
Yeah, there's immediate rubble control with the Neon, and then the fast rotation that
मत
Neon
करना
provides
यार।
means that, you know, if Fnatic don't accelerate quickly towards C, Neon can already be there. Then Neon will be running back and forth on this defense, trying to
Giant
figure
X
out
पहला मैच जीत गया
where the
के
attack
सामने,
is
पता है?
coming from.
लोल बॉक्स खेलते रहेंगे, क्या पता रहेगा तेरे को?
लोल बॉक्स से खेल रही थी, राफ्ट खेल रही थी।
लैंग्वेज वैलोरेंट इज बेस्ट गेम।
Fnatic on Lotus.
I have to say Navi-esque round. We're not down to
Attacker map पे या defensive attacker?
miserable, but they've chosen B, trying to feign a bit more attention towards A off the back of rubble.
यार ऐसा वैसा नहीं heavy attack
Crashes there was the one to just invest that prowler. Cloud, a little asleep at the wheel. Either mini map or just swung on here, and that's lovely from Chronicle. I like the initiative, and look what it's done to Aura.
तेरा HP नहीं दिख
That
रहा.
picture would have been the death of him. How did you live? They've done enough to make this genuinely doable, and they might fancy this look towards A. They've just been outgunned in the end. Fnatic made that look really quite doable. Purpo's on red alert though, feeling that maybe something's a bit weird here, and rightly so. Hasn't noted crashes yet. But Kayak slipped the net, he's been caught. Okay.
इतना BPDF
All those potential threats have been nullified. Yes, the HP is low. If it was anything but a classic, or if it was a Sentinels classic, I'd be probably paying more mind. But it's 8 seconds, and Crashies has to go for it. So, Giant X, another step here. Here we go. Here we go.
1 to 2 1.
That's a mouthful. You went for clean kill on Cloud.
I would say that one a few times.
Christ.
I don't think when I speak, I speak.
That's a really dangerous thing to be.
Yeah, but that clean kill meant
1 to 2 1 भी है.
Giant X were put on the back foot, but dealt with the eco. More than fine. A good sign. I know that sounds silly to say, but a good sign for a new team that, you know, not pressured.
Language.
Must win rounds.
Now, again, they did win the pistol and I think the second as well on the first half, so kind of following a similar trend. We do have to see once we get into the gun rounds if they can keep up to this. It is more of a wait and watch. Obviously, the known quantity is Fnatic here. To what can Giant X do to dissuade that approach?
Yeah, Fnatic are going to be very careful about this Teo breach combo. You can see Kayak already tapping that orb to see if he can trigger something. And there you go.
जा सकते हैं बस नाम मत लेना वो वाला.
But there's nowhere for Fnatic to go. They don't have control of anything.
नहीं
So
लेकिन
they're
तो बोल
just going to
सकते
group up together and recreate.
इधर है वो बोल
He's got a smoke in hand as well.
QT do
किधर
हो रहा
है? Big info again for Cloud.
उधर ही किधर मेरे स्टोरी में दिखता है.
Not finding
अरे बोल सकते हैं बोल रहा हूँ.
No, Giant X are doing a good job. They have a chess battle right now between the
मतलब
two teams.
Binks चाहिए स्टोरी में.
As you highlighted earlier, that quick rotation from Aura, it can be anywhere on the map. The Paranoid does go in. It's not going to connect to anyone, but it will give them a little bit of semblance of safety towards Tree.
View के भूख को.
See them maybe Fnatic considering this late B crunch puts Cloud right at the forefront. He's very alone, but Cloud's good for it. He's got to be careful about main though. He's been outdone, overwhelmed in the end, but now Crash is going to break through and take the space away. Can they keep security here? The lurk's on the way as well from Chronicle. He's going to be coming in on the flank. Beautifully done. Flickless just turned around, but it was too late, and now they can run it towards C if they want to, but time is very low here.
Spike planted.
Man, Purpo. Yeah, no chance. Didn't think that
खेल
Alpha
रहा
was still
अभी खेल
around.
रहा अभी Fnatic खेल रहे
Playing this
जज्बातों के
rotation
साथ
game
खेल रहे
very well. Iron Westside do
मलाड में हो रहा है yes sir.
Yeah,
Exactly किधर है इसको ही पता है मेरे को नहीं.
I can buy a bit of time on this post plant. He needs to use it. Still got a little bit to work with, right? But Aura gets the right timing. Both has been cleared. But trying to clear through. Ooh, that doesn't look like that was where he wanted it. And Aura doing very well. I don't know if they got half on this one, but time is going to be running low. Aura's going to go above and beyond for his side here, but down to 7 HP, just caught by the bullet. I think he knows he's done for a valiant attempt, but the bonus falls away as Fnatic get on the board in the second half.
शाम को 6 बजे मलाड में.
Yeah, good close there from Fnatic, but they were tested that round. I liked the back and forth all the way through. Like every single part of that round was, you know, if I was a new IGL looking at the game, I was looking at these 3 site maps. I think that's a round I'd watch to figure out, like, how do you deal with
You are playing with against the best Sentinel player in the world, bro. Just be careful, man.
From Alpha?
Be careful, mate.
Be careful, mate.
It's like the Turkish-British combination of it all. Perfect.
Yeah, both gonna start the same boss, man.
ये एक सच्चा खेल रहा
Okay. I want to see more of that though. Like, I know it went Fnatic side in the end, which is fine. You kind of expected to, but that was really well played out. I got one away from.
आज ही फेंक दूंगा मेरे को. Stamina.
Yeah, another question is how does Fnatic deal with the Vice? You know, traditionally you've seen a lot of teams use the Euro to deal with this.
Westside can't die here. Yeah, gotta play his life a little bit.
No easy way to get rid of this wall. Seems like Fnatic aren't going to go for it at all.
बंक्स भाई आजकल नॉटी कमेंट्स रीड करना बंद कर दिए है क्या? मैं कभी नहीं पढ़ता था नॉटी कमेंट्स.
Towards C this late in the round. Still going to confirm presence too. Paranoia, I think, primed here. They're going to try and disrespect this?
Giant still have 3.
Yeah, okay, that's how they get rid of the wall. You remove the player, apparently. But they got to go now here. Oh my god, Kayak! Oh, it's just unreal from Fnatic. They had no right to get in towards this side.
on top, baby.
And now
Isliye raise on
behind
top.
the curve, but it is still a 2v3. Not impossible, especially with Purpo's positioning coming in.
Yeah, awkward position for Fnatic, all on this elbow side of C.
Come back, kahan se come back?
Gonna fight out and find Purple.
Yeah, that's gonna be a
Line
safe.
attacking map hai, unka map hai, kahan se come back?
The fact that they were so headstrong in that approach towards C. Again, the question mark of how to deal with the wall, I guess just kill Vice also works.
Yeah.
That's fine. Kayak then pops the ult, flies in, gets it up. They had 3 players on that C site and they still went out. That was a brute force, but it was very well done by Fnatic.
I think it's one of those things where all this game, we've seen Giant X in positions to win rounds, but if you're not perfect against Fnatic sometimes, you just can't win rounds. And maybe something I want to highlight too is the difference between that Vice and Viper.
Okay.
I think that Viper in those situations with that orb, I feel like the orb is the best tool to deal with those C approaches. You know, the wall is great from Vice, but that orb seems to just stall people for days and not allow them to go through that choke at all.
Yeah, I don't necessarily
कौन जीतेगा क्या लगता है? Fnatic ही जीतेगा. 2-1 जीतेगा
I've got almost feel for Westside in that one. I don't think there was much more to do other than just be safer about it, but it felt like they were really chomping at the bit. But 11-5 now. It does feel like this is tipping back firmly into Fnatic's hands. As much as I've been impressed with Giant X actually on these rotation, they've been keeping up. They've been in the right place for a lot of this. Good reads. There is depth that we were talking about with Fnatic that they have. They have a lot more capability and experience. Cloud going to try and slip away here. Feeling the intent from Fnatic.
सिंगल ना होते तो वर्चुअल गेम क्यों देखते हैं? बताओ बंक्स, ये वर्चुअल गेम की वजह से मेरे को बीवी मिली है virtually.
But whether Bosa can make that read. It's going to be something. Just going through the protocols here, clearing out this blue
Language lemon by.
Nice paranoia.
And there's been so much pressure put on the players towards this side of that. But it was Cloud before, now you're seeing it with Flickless there. Really good at the crunches coming in and just layering that pressure on. Cloud this time was playing over towards the other side on A, but it's not much of an easier position. Trying to find a cheeky angle, maybe catch a cross, but he's punished by Chronicle. They've done everything they need so far. It's really heads up from Kayak. He's just hitting everything he needs to. Nice. Very nice. Gonna put a bit of pressure back on Fnatic here, fighting on the side. Purpo controlled in approach, and bear in mind, Crashes is a mile away. Purpo, no, what are we up to?
उसको लगा
I think he just got lost in the sauce there.
Might have been a teammate.
Just a missed call?
Yep. I'm going to bail him out and say his teammates.
Fair play.
No, played with him there. But yeah, rounds have been close, but then you get rounds like that from Fnatic where I think that they've just completely outplayed Giant X that round. You know, it got close towards the end, but it was ultimately coming down to some of these big shots coming in.
बहुत bad language. मतलब खुद एक्सपेक्ट करिए गेम नहीं होते तो लड़की नहीं होती लाइफ में बात कर.
No, it was just kind of a shaky bar as well.
150 लोग चाहिए.
Giant X, it's not like it's much better now either. The issue is that they are going to start
एक बार लाइक करके
financially
4K कर दो
struggling, and
मजा
at
आ
this
जाएगा.
point,
5K
it's
भी हो
12 to
सकता
5.
है.
A little late now. First time we're seeing a committed fight towards Rubble, or at least a show of force there early on.
Yeah, I wonder how Fnatic react. They don't seem to like to re-clear it back early. It doesn't seem like they have got a read on Giant X rotating away.
Oh,
Yeah,
alright.
best done.
You can see
लोग
the
stunt
attempt.
हो रहे
The
भाई.
Chronicle was there to save the day, catching anyone trying to close
दोनों
down.
लोग
I think
ready
it
है.
was
लोग
Alpha who just
stunt
dipped
हो
out
रहे
of there.
भाई.
Gets a little greedy on the look back, goes for the monitor adjust, because clearly that was the issue, but Purpo, position. There's someone behind him as well, yeah, Kayak was there. It's a messy round, but it's still going Fnatic's way until then.
Bro,
the stark reminder of his
crazy
capabilities.
मारा उसने.
And the spike left loose near his side. Lotus does have TP though. So that will be a quick collection.
Crazy
there
mara.
it is, he's got it, and that will be the plant now.
The problem is that Vice was still up, and so they're going to know where he repositions here. But Boaster knows.
Shadows traveling.
How's he going to play this? So he's put a couple of question marks, right?
And a big
smoke
brain.
from CT, toying with the wall. He's put a couple of, you know, worries in their minds. But
Big brains है.
this would need a 1v3. Now this would be impeccable from Boaster. He's gone for the mound position here. The plant complements it, but this is tough. There's a lot of bodies that they can put through to this, and Flickler still has utility. Needs to play this just to perfection. Lovely, controlled, beautiful. Boaster, can you do the unthinkable? Turns the flash well enough. He's got to stay on this one. He might have got the time on this.
Oh my
He
God,
actually
yes.
might have got the time on this, Boaster.
Oh my God!
Flash to close, and that was genuinely beautiful.
Good. Impressed.
Yeah. Yeah, look,
Bye,
that
Hebe.
one was very nice from Boaster. We'll be back with the third after the break.
भाई है बे गोट है बे मैं बोला ना बिग ब्रेन बूस्टर इसलिए बोलते हैं इसको है
Really good emotion and passion. I got
चलो भाई एनर्जी हाई रखो लास्ट मैप इसके बाद मेरे को अप्रॉक्स कुछ 15-20 मिनट का कुछ काम है ठीक है इसके बाद ही करना पड़ेगा मेरे को डीजे नहीं करने है काम रिलेटेड तो वो काम करके फिर रात को आएंगे मेंबर्स ओनली ठीक है थोड़ी देर चिल कर डन सीना बोस्टर बाय हेवी इंप्रूवमेंट बोस्टर बाय पहले से था तुम लोग ही शक कर रहे थे उस पर Will we see HDL Valor lineup playing EWC? EWC के सारे क्वेश्चंस गोल्डी बाय तक बाय भाई क्या 4K लोग 4K लाइक्स के लिए 7 लोग चाहिए 7 लोग तो अगर कोई है 7 हैंडसम लोग लाइक करो अब
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. I think they will fake a lot with the drone.
Smash my handburst. One more.
Oh, give me that smart also.
Ah! What is happening? Oh.
Love to see the Fnatic are having fun, and after that second map and that win, they should be definitely very, very happy. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Kakuka, joined by Ulises and Meg. Fnatic, as I'm saying, on their Lotus, they just can't stop doing it, Meg.
I mean, unbelievable scenes to close that out as well from Boaster, and I think sometimes it shows that it's not about how many frags you have, but how impactful they are. And there were definitely times, not just from
we have it.
Boaster. Oh, thank goodness, because we didn't know if we would.
What a play.
I feel like this this also shows how smart this man is. You know, you heard Mini over the mic kind of mention how they'll know where he's positioned because of the Vice Wall. And he baits it out and plays the time so perfectly. This is a man who's won many, many trophies.
I have to say that, I mean, he's smart is nothing to get surprised. I can even remember on the same map he was playing Odin on the defense, and he was pushing out. He localized where he's playing, the rival is playing. He's only one alive, and he knows he has to push. And instead of trying to shoot through the wall to the spot he was, he shoots to the spot he has to be.
Not many people would have taken this 1v3. You're already 12 rounds up. You have your ultimate to play with, playing with the time, the position here on Mount, so he doesn't get flashed. He dodges both and just and knows also that when he peeks, he does not have to care for the one that is pushing him. And just look at the look, he's just a mastermind. But what else can we say? Definitely, what a way to close that second map. But it wasn't the only thing that surprised us. It wasn't the only thing that was good from the side of Fnatic, especially starting off from that defense. We saw a lot of those retakes coming to fruition, as we can see in this graphic. 3 out of 9 times the Giant X was able to plant the spike. There's 3 rounds they were able to convert.
Yeah, they played really good. I mean, I have to say the Fnatic was always waiting, prepared, getting the information, anticipation, and ready to make a fast retake whenever it's needed. And I don't think the GX was prepared for it. It's like all the plan to get the spike into plant, it's okay. But after the post plan, it was kind of messy.
Meg, we also saw in that graphic 9-9 in those opening duels, even though Giant X is only able to get 5 rounds. What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to see a statistic like that and then see only 5 rounds on the board, because you've got to expect them to at least convert a fair few of those rounds getting the first blood. But I do think the aggression and the ability to adapt from Fnatic just shone through, you know. I think they had the reads and they knew how Giant X would play off the back of having those kills. And I also think it's props to Fnatic. Sometimes their retakes aren't the best, but I think they were willing to give up a lot of space and then play back in together, because it really goes to show the synergy of the team and how amazingly they work when they're all together.
Yeah, exactly. When we think about Lotus, when we think about Fnatic, retakes or not, we're going to see a lot of the Odin. Ulysses, are you an Odin or Ode out? I think that Yinso asked you to yesterday. I think that I heard that you were an Ode out.
All out, but just because Mitch. If I have to play duo with him, I don't want him to be playing all in.
Have you suffered through that? I have suffered through that as well.
Too many times.
Oh my God, it is terrible. Just run. If you see Mitch in your lobby, just run. Meg, what do you make of this Odin play?
I mean, it was a little bit ropey here and there when you saw Boaster on the Odin. Like, as much as I love him and he did clutch out around with the Odin, it did get a little bit silly at points, but I have to say that Chronicle on the Viper with the Odin, he is definitely my favorite person to pick up that gun, and probably the only person that I would allow to be spammed out by an Odin. But I think it also goes to show how impactful the Viper is on Lotus. I think we heard a few times the mentioning of picking out the Vice maybe instead from Giant X, but I have to say, like, a player like Chronicle and an agent like Viper combined together is why I think their Lotus is so strong.
I'd love to see more than one Odin. I think that it really shows the full potential to how annoying they can be, whatever Lauren says. Sometimes you do not need to listen. But Haven is going to be the last map that we play. And when we speak about stellar performances, we're seeing it on our screens right now. Alpha here on that Killjoy, on that Lotus was very, very impressive. What are we expecting to see from him on Haven if we expect him to jump in again on the ISO? Can he be the difference maker?
I think so, because even when he's on an agent like Killjoy, he's still playing aggressively. You know, we mentioned it before going into Lotus, how he plays in front of his utility, and he will do the same kind of aggressive picks with ISO, but he'll have 2 chances with that shield on. And again, I love seeing Alfire on ISO, especially when he ults, because he's usually winning the match.
Yeah, he's really good, and he's normally winning this kind of duels. And I want to see if they're gonna keep it, because last day they were playing with Heaven. I mean, he played properly, but it wasn't his best. And sometimes you have to try to innovate. And also, talking about innovate, what is Giant X going to play?
Yeah, exactly. It's a very, very good point that you're bringing up, because on this Lotus, we saw a composition that we've seen other teams play, and we probably play into mix and match of the comforts from the new players coming in onto the ideas that you already had. Ulises, you were right in guessing more or less what we were going to see on this Lotus. I was checking and I saw that Ada was also playing the Neon on this map when he was playing in Uka. Do we expect to see that on Haven?
I don't know. I mean, I can expect them to move into Neon Breed, Cypher, Omen, Soba compo. That is mostly something we can expect them.
Neon Breach?
Okay, Neon Breach for the new ones, Flickless and Ada. Cypher, Omen, and Soba. For me, fits the best for the team. But at the same time, they were playing before that.
इसने last round क्या clutch किया पता है 3-1.
The composition everyone is playing on America. So we've seen playing mostly from Fnatic. It could be working maybe they are playing on Joru. It could be. I mean, I never seen Ara playing on Joru. He's the only agent on Duelist. I never seen him play.
Uli, I want to put you on the spot here as Mystic Uli, because you got it right last time. Who was Cloud going to go on? Because if he was previously playing the Yoru.
I mean,
oh my god,
no, Soba,
do you remember when we were doing the pre-match and I was saying, name an IGL that hasn't, that has not bottom fragged, and you were so right in saying that Cloud could be one of them if it had not been for that Euro.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the Soba's a safe pick.
No, let him with Soba. I mean, I can remember him on Soba. He's one of the best players. I want him on Soba. For me, my combo. Break, Cypher, Neon, Omen, Soba, please.
Would you be down to maybe some Tejo Breach action?
Okay, if we bring okay, let's do it. But maybe Neon on... I will keep Neon on.
Bread में शक्कर यार मैं नो शुगर में था.
Okay, you only have 5. You know, you still have to have smokes, and I assume something else.
Neon, ISO, Omen, Tejo, Cypher.
Locked in. That's your locked in.
No, we need Bridge. Nah, I don't care. Too much. I don't want Tejo.
तो Fnatic comeback बोलते हैं, yup.
I love the back and forth.
You need to know something because we need to know if you're going to be right or wrong before the agent select comes up.
Soba for Cloud, Omen. Yeah, Omen on Purple, Soba on Cloud, Neon Ara. West side, Breach on Flickless.
My prediction is they're going to do the exact same
thing. Okay, that's so safe. Okay, we have our predictions from the desk. Let's jump into the agent select for the last map of today. We do get the Tejo Breach. We're not going to be getting that Neon. Moving on to that Jet. How do you think this is going to face?
I like it. I mean, Jet is amazing, and I think that Tejo with Breach is one of the best combos you can ever play. The thing is, you're going to be playing against someone that is going to be facing you, ISO and Joru. Meg, do you think that GX has enough to stop them?
Maybe. I mean, you know, I'm not going to sit here and talk badly about Giant X after
that. Fnatic का comp, classic comp है. 1.5 साल से वो लोग Euro ISO खेल रहे हैं.
Fnatic's home grounds, and they've played this comp and it's tried and tested, and they've won out with it many times, you know. And we've really seen Crashies come into that Sova role since joining the Fnatic roster. So I just.
लेकिन अगर ये comp का कोई counter है.
Go to win this one out, Ulises?
वो है Breach.
I'm gonna go for Giant X.
Okay, Giant X, Fnatic. Let's, you know, not wait any longer and toss this to our casters for this last map of the day. It's Pansy and Mini.
Thank you very much, Bea and the desk. Do I need to ask you who I think's winning this?
उसे chocolate का था 2 layer का था 1 layer बचा है ना?
Giant X, obviously.
You guys, nah?
Love the composition from Giant X.
Yeah,
the Breach Tail, I think this is one of the strongest Breach Tail maps when done correctly.
Yeah, give me a couple other wing
अच्छा तो
comps.
था.
What else do you think is great about Giant X here?
In my defense.
Right, okay.
Well, really good.
Yeah,
Lemon next time दो अलग packet.
When I see a Breach and a Tail, or at least a Tail, I'm like, okay, my job's done.
Okay, you're like, yeah, job done.
Analysis tick, done.
मेरी गांड मार ली.
One more map between these two. Going all the way.
चलो कौन जीतेगा चैट जल्दी बताए. Fnatic या Giant X. मेरे हिसाब से Fnatic clean जीतेगा.
But let's see if Giant X have something to say about this. Can they stop the
wish
roll
the best to
In all
Ara.
seriousness, Fnatic played this comp a lot. Last time, only 3 rounds on that defense, so Giant X looking to do the same to Fnatic.
Alright, Ron, test is on. And the patience is here. Paranoia, good. Time to strike. Was right about them, but it's Westside. Come in with a couple for himself, but it was Crashies to keep the numbers on their side until then. Kayak now left with
By firepower तो है बे Giant X में.
Purpo is lower, and he does have a sheriff, but they're staying together. But does that matter? Kayak with both. A Red Bull clutch from the very word go.
इतना भी
I was
नहीं है.
about to say both teams coming out shooting strong, and our Giant X in that 2v1 looking a little bit whiffy. Kayak with a fairly easy 2v1.
You would hit that.
How did Boaster die, by the way? He got full Tero salvoed, but
देखो
he wasn't
technically
stunned, I don't think. He got
2-0
full Tero salvoed,
already
so
up है Giant X.
if we're doing a
Technically.
U-beam frame thing, I think we got the
Technically
governor
पे
Tero
जाते हैं ना,
over, and I
technically
wanna
पे
see that
जाते हैं.
round back
ये
at
round
some
वो लोग
point.
जीत सकते थे.
I
Next
think
round
we're
इसको
pretty
देते. 2-0 Giant X, ठीक है. 2-0 के बाद जो round होएगा
Look,
अभी
after
देखो.
that 3v1, we gotta bring him down just a little bit.
The ego will be there. Boasties have been collected. For now, this should run par for the course unless we Giant X focusing towards his B side. Not too surprising. This is quite traditional in this sort of round. Does normally get you a plant. But the player looking to stop that V Alpha. A little bit wild for him to come in swinging, but hey, let the boy take a fight or two. It's gotten a bit dangerous, but it was always going to be kept in check. And that's West side.
Killer.
The timing on this, but does he get to spot him in time? I don't know.
Killer.
And the caution being aired, but this should give away his position now. But Crashes is far. Ah, he's got the angle. Not a problem. I got a bit nervous just in case he was able to gap close towards most of it wants to be. Crashes has his back. The new romance.
अब देखते हैं कौन जीतता है round. ठीक है? 2-0.
Romance.
They have won some clutches on this map together too, so.
Yeah. Oh, look.
Bonus versus भाई है लेकिन फिर भी 2-0.
Oh.
Fnatic go.
Could never be you.
Could never be me. But a good round from Giant X.
Yeah, I like it.
Getting the economy down for a little bit. They're going to have the 2 Vandals coming through to this round. Fnatic are usually very strong in this bonus because they save so much. So they buy so much into that second round and they're able to save it into the third, but not as much this time around.
Good night.
Good chip to start with. That's Ara and Purpo on the receiving end of that. It seems look relatively simplistic, barring this.
ये गाना किधर तो निकलने लग रहा है कौन सा?
Yeah, but Giant X have done the main thing on Haven. They've taken away A main. Kayak does have info.
3 players here.
This was a problem for Fnatic in their last game. They weren't good on these A holds.
Okay, does Boaster get away with anything here? Paranoia preemptively sent, and he backs away. This feels a bit overly cautious to a degree, but they're backing away towards kind of deeper on the site, leaving just Alpha
Giant
close.
X are waiting for their cycle, and they've got it now. Going to be stunned, and Salvo's coming on an XX soon, I imagine.
So that's going to be going towards backside. Salvo's going to be going in, forcing them both kind of towards that graffiti side. Aura so sharp. Does he get another though? No, he doesn't, but Alpha's flashed up. He can't do much about it. And once again, we pose the question, can they hold this? And the answer is no. Purpo clearing house, leaving just Kayak to try and walk the smoke. Nice attempt, but just too many bodies there. It feels like they hadn't solved that problem once again.
3-0.
Now this is something I noted when they played against Vitality, was they only got 3 rounds on that defense, and I think it was 4 rounds on defense. They had 3 stacked on the A site, and Vitality just snowballed into them. And it looks like Fnatic have the same kind of approach where they have like triangle kind of crossfire going on, but it's not working.
Nice, good job, guys. Let's go.
And I think that's why we see Giant X going in with that simple approach, taking A main control and just execing A. If it works, if it locks Fnatic that last defense, why not use it against them?
It works so well in that regard. So much inside, so hard to play. So it looks like Fnatic wants to attempt take some control down towards A long, putting Alpha in a more forward position. Put him in the corner. Those classic clips from this one as well. Played in off the back of Crashes' contact, but we're already seeing Giant X kind of taking their time on this default, exploring middle.
Life की पहली सबक
but only
कभी भी बीवी को उल्टा बात ना
do too much off of it.
भाई ये सब एक पेन पेपर लेके नोट डाउन करो तुम लोग का लाइफ इजी कर रहा हूँ
Steps, flash, swing. They're already ahead of it though. They actually got around the corner, so it wasn't as effective as he probably would have liked, but already on towards that C side. Bosa's going to beat the timing on here. Paranoia goes in. It looks like Kai wanted to swing. Flickless though going to find both of them. Sight now under contest. Chronicle might have to back away from this a little bit. He can't be the one to engage now. He needs to wait on Crashies. He needs to wait on Alpha to get closer to try and pounce this trap. But Crashies leans in ahead. Takes away Aura, but a trade goes in, so it's still numbers up for
हेलो बंस क्या हाल है आशुतोष भाई बढ़िया हाल है
Not going to find a way forward. This might be a save.
Yeah, it should be. Giant X looking good
But
again.
technically
just
4-0. Technically 4-0. Huh?
But we've got to say as well, Fnatic have become kind of renowned for this composition and what it became, and it got obviously adapted and adopted by a lot of other teams. If you're Giant X, even in this new iteration with these newer players, you've got them in quite clear-cut roles, you know what I mean? The strong suit for Flickless there, and obviously Ara on the Jet is certainly no slouch. But you've got to have theory crafted how you want to approach a composition like this anyway at some point, right? Because you've got Vitality running something very similar, got Fnatic doing this, plenty of teams starting to do it, so it shouldn't be something fresh in their minds. This should be something they could prep for potentially. So far, it looks like they've done their homework quite well here.
Yeah, they're going to get lots of reps and scrims to figure it out. Of course, I don't know how many scrims they've really had this roster, so a lot of it might just come down to theory and Pipson having to kind of, you know, tell them how to play in the moment a bit more, or theory craft before the game a little bit.
I wish.
One thing from Fnatic is they're using the Yoru towards the C side of the map instead of the A side of the map, which is, I think, one of the areas I'm going to look towards for the rest of this game, because usually you use the Yoru towards A to TP fast back to C. You guide people up towards A, and then you can fast flood in. Using it towards C, which is
कल no members only, ठीक है? कल normal stream करेंगे.
Down middle as well. Ghost in hand for Kayak.
Yeah, broken by here for Fnatic.
Yeah, they're going to know that Alpha and Crashy's got away with weaponry. That is something that's not going to be subtle. Obviously, Boaster going to be investing up on the Bucky.
What do you think? Why Fnatic not following Breach meta still? ये map में वो लोग का ये कॉम रहा है.
Careful.
वो लोग ने हराया भी है
It's
Breach
dangerous
meta. वो लोग का strongest map भी
every
रहा है.
Fnatic member is one shot away from dying to that outlaw.
ये meta ही वो लोग ने बनाया है भाई.
Brave in any of these scenarios now to try and shoulder anything. It feels like you're going to be punished, which the Crashies could be the case. He's one of the big players here, but only a light shield still, even with that Vandal. Doesn't know what's coming his way, but they are waiting. If he dares peek that corner. Crashies, it's wait. Baited, breath, lovely. Out. Doesn't need to outstay his welcome. They didn't speed up too fast, and they have numbers.
Yeah.
This is a lot more, and Alpha the other with the weapon here, but the angle not great. Playing off the corner just a little bit too close, gave the advantage to Westside, but still, ult's gonna be coming in, and they are gonna push this one straight in. Head first, Ara clears Kayak. They still know there's threats here, they still know there's more here. Boaster being one of them, dips away towards Sewer, runs off, but he can't get away. Flickless gonna find him, and now the plant next on the horizon. The Sova ult from afar, actually catching Kron, I think they're on that one, but still they got his number. Purple down now, Flickless in the 1v2. He wants the time, but Chronicle wants the gap close. He didn't get the kill, and now there's a chance. The shock dart connected, but not quite enough to really deny that fight going his way. But Flickless in the 1v1 up against Crashies. Crashies an experienced player, but Flickless playing this well, but you can see that little bit of paranoia building. Did he already cross to sight? Himself towards hell. Dart gonna come in. Is there hesitation for a moment? Stuns there. Cross made. Crashies comes back around. But Flickless beautifully controlled there. Handles the pressure well.
Yeah, again, Fnatic have got 4 people into this A site. Giant X looking like they had no way in, and it was Flickless for me who saved that round completely. Not just at the end, but even in that mid round, he getting kills on the site. The economy wasn't great from Fnatic, so that's going to be the kind of saving grace for them.
5-0 for Giant
the same
crazy,
pattern,
bro.
Stacking A and losing.
Worried about this. This is a worrying trend, isn't it? It's one of those that's...
W match.
It's one of Chronicle's going to do something silly there. No, it was Kayak actually to find the first. That was right down C long.
लेकिन ठीक है उनको मालूम पड़ गया ऑफ आ गया अभी उनको वैसा खेलना पड़ेगा.
Usually that means that B is more open for a finish. Smoke's not as impactful there. It looks like a C split. Giant X.
Yeah, so close up from Garage. Gonna have to give away the game though. Cloud couldn't really deny it, but away we go. Already quick off the starting block. Ara in, looking for a man. Found it. Kayak completely, I don't know, out of it in this one, and it feels like Ara's ready. Right, but it was Flickless to find Chronicle. Removed. He was left all on his own. Boaster, Alpha and Crashies, no flank this time, no luck this time, and still quite far away from this. That plant's going to be in.
It's going to be a drone and Alpha's shield up to facilitate this retake.
Smoke's there for Boaster now. Waiting for Alpha to set it in motion, but Boaster goes ahead of this one. Crashies, Alpha, they look lost in this, and Crashies falls. Cloud is going to be sky high after that one. Beautifully handled. Again, losing out on Purpo so early on. I thought Fnatic had the reins in that regard. They should have had that round, it felt like, but not the case at all. Lovely split.
Yeah, worrying when you get a clean kill, not just on anyone, but the
ऐसे पीछे मिलता तो सब बन जाता है.
Not looking good in this round at all to finish it off.
Do you think this is just, I don't want to say the composition running out of gas?
Nice! Let's go, let's go.
Are we seeing Fnatic making similar
Body
mistakes
block
again?
हुआ वो, हाँ.
Because we're going to have a
Body
timeout
block
here
हुआ अगर
anyway,
machine टूटा.
and we do need to kind of talk bigger picture, because the first two maps kind of went the way, I don't want to say we expected. Ascent going towards Giant X was a great look for them, fantastic. Lotus, a reminder of some of Fnatic's strengths.
Masters का नया एजेंट आता है ना और चैंप्स का मैप वो लोग कभी भी कुछ भी
If this
करते
is
हैं.
where pressure comes in on a map like Haven that has also been
वो लोग का
quite
जो
strong for
project team है
them,
वो
maybe not the epitome of strength, but very much towards the top. If now they're receiving
Shadow
pressure,
भाई
it
ये
feels
मैच
like there's
खत्म होने
been
के
a
बाद
solution made to deal with this composition? Or is it just dealing with Fnatic in this composition?
I'm not sure yet if it's the composition specifically or just Fnatic's defense overall. The defense with this composition this year hasn't felt as good as it did last year. I think if you look at the numbers, I think 6 was the worst that Fnatic got last year over 15 games. And there's usually 7, 8, 9.
क्या बंदे लोग ये लोग दोनों.
But yeah, it could be either or. I think that the C site was always something that was a little bit weaker in this comp, and we relied on having Alpha running in on those retakes, Durka TPing in, but with the style shift
Difference between champs and master, champs is last tournament.
Is interesting to me.
जो champs जीता वो
could be something
heavy winner.
to be kind of worked around.
पूरा साल का best team.
Giant X have the answers. They also have the operator that I think was brought into the previous. Are going to be noted early.
Another horrible buy for Fnatic as well.
Yeah, it is messy. And it's confidence from Ara. Can't get away from that though. Crashies. Hey, we got some North American on the server here. That Stinger's going to do well. Kayak trying to find a bit of space for himself as well.
वहाँ से Stinger मारा actual में.
Bold about this. He might get the timing right. I think he beat the cam on this one. Oh, Kayak could be on for a heater here. Might get in trouble soon. Does he get the... No, Westside just going in towards that sewer. And he's turned around and he's dealt with him. There was a moment in time, 10 seconds earlier, it could have been different, but for now it is what it is. Poster tucked in the corner, gets cleared. Cloud diligent in approach, but Crash is still trying to be firing on this one. Chronicle! Oh, this could be huge. A 1v1, 2 bullets to play with, and information had. Can he land the shot though? No more to play with, and the gap gets closed slightly. Purpo down on 18. Chronicle can't do it. Giant X. It may be close, but it's another round win.
Sounding like a broken record, but once again, Fnatic made the read, stacked the A site, and they can't quite get it over the line.
What do they need to do differently here? I know it's a lot to ask of you, right? But it's like you've seen this before, you've thought about it before, because we saw it in the previous games. What is an adjustment? Is there anything easy that comes to mind? Is there something that feels simplistic that you'd be just testing out? Because it feels like they're not
7-0.
A site specifically dealing with those pushes, they have a very set kind of triangle setup they're trying to run, but they could just push down sewers, double push down reactively if they know that Giant X are taking long control.
Giant X सोचता रहेगा ये टीम पहले क्यों नहीं खेला.
Giant X feel like they've got the momentum, they've got the choices. Ooh, 1v1 time.
Qualify नहीं कर सकते.
Alpha. Let's see how you do. You should be on for this, but he does have Aura, but very well handled by Alpha. Good first pick. And oh, the follow-up, gorgeous as well. Cloud gone, they're down to just 3. The 4v3 with Chronicle still at the back of the B site. They have control across the map. There's very little left unchecked here.
फिर भी 7-0.
It's got this deep line on.
Love that. Really nice. Purpo checks, but it doesn't matter. Kayak hits the shot. He doesn't need to outstay his welcome. He gets out of there, gets his one, and backs away.
7-1.
Yeah, talking about win conditions, I don't mind having Kayak on that.
1-1 क्या है third map पे ये third map.
What I would be doing as a general approach.
Yeah. Alpha and that ult, even getting the second just feels like was the kind of icing on the cake, wasn't it? But for Giant X, it's a reality they have to face. If you do start seeing Alpha starting to warm into this game a bit more, having that sort of impact, Kayak holding those deeper lines, they're going to have to find a new adjustment. But for now, Fnatic, that's what they needed, a step back here.
Yeah, it feels like any time Alpha's got that ult, it is one of those freebie rounds for them. Can they do it when he doesn't?
And this is what we now look at. Kayak does have the operator back. He was posted towards that seaside last time.
What are you counting technically rounds?
But I do wonder where
I'm counting technical rounds. Technically वो पहला round Giant X को जीतना था, जिससे वो लोग 2-0 up होते थे. तो 2 round उधर ऐड कर रहा हूँ, 2 round इधर माइनस कर रहा हूँ. I am counting the technically round. क्योंकि last match 4 round वो लोग ने throw किए. 3v1, 4v3 और 3v2.
The in-between comms.
Yeah, Giant X have breached.
So on theory, Giant X जीत सकता है कि नहीं?
If they spot 2 players, maybe towards quad, yeah, that if anything encourages it here. Chronicle trying to stick around. You can't stick around. There's no way out of that. Had to respect it, and they can't. And now Giant X gets
retaking
with that operator on that site. Doesn't feel good.
Yeah, it's a hard enough retake as it is. A site's not fun. 4v5 with an op.
Look at the cam. Look at the trip. Look at all of this information they have here. Purpo should be watching towards this. Kayak gonna have to come out of that ult at some point. Here it is. Purpo on the line. Gonna be cleared. Fnatic looking to try and pinch from the other sides now, but time is gonna start ticking. 4v4. Flipping the roles almost. Can you hold this site when we play attack? No, you can't. Aura the only one to draw blood here, leaving Cloud in a 1v3. They've got numbers, they got positions. Gorgeous retake from Fnatic, taking the tour of the map.
Lovely macro there from Fnatic. Textbook example of how you should supposed to retake that site. We see every single team trying to flood through CT, but it's those flanks that I think are the key. And Fnatic in a 4v5 with the op, we were not liking their chances, but adding that flank in was beautiful.
Player again, nice from Kayak.
Nice!
Because technically,
huge retake, bro.
5-4 था.
True. Now Giant X's money gonna be shattered here. They're gonna be down to that broken bite. We've been seeing what it felt like Fnatic had for like 3-4 rounds, but for now, it's gonna be bits and bobs.
It's crazy how quickly Fnatic look like they're back in.
Yeah, attacking है, defending map है, attacking है.
One flank retake, and now anti-eco.
Things can change, but the solution hasn't been found the whole time. Chronicle has not been having a good time on this side of the map. Crashies gets a gift from the gods. He almost survived longer than they've managed to once again take this site with lesser weapons. But the retake this time has not got the flank on it. It's not got the pressure on it. There's a flank on the other side. Look at west side here. His timing could be divine as well. Alpha trying to get a little bit closer, and he's found Purpo. This must instigate that flank from west side to come in now. Flickler's trying to be posturing up, buying the time with these beautiful salvos. Oh no, it's a nightmare. Cloud just got Boaster as well. That's twice now he's died to these salvos. We've got the ult coming in, and maybe unnecessarily. Cloud to catch Alpha on the drop. And the issues persist, even against those weaker weapons.
Yeah, I think I got a highlight Kron here.
Like 2 rounds in a row. First
advantage
और उसके हिसाब से.
By a breach shot.
Yeah.
This
4-9-1.
round, just being overwhelmed.
9-1.
Cypher on the A side of the map, you traditionally see them playing in heaven, trying to play off the trips.
Yep.
I'm not too sure what he's planning, to be honest.
And I feel like I've almost never said that sentence about Kron, because he always feels like, I always feel like there's such control with him. He's such a very intelligent player. He reads how he wants to approach it incredibly well. So it does feel like a strange amount of focus, but I do want to just keep track of that, of how he's handling this being put towards him.
Omen blind हो गया, वो कुछ नहीं कर पाया. उसके बाद जो blind था शायद.
It's the only map he really has to play it on. So it could be to do with that.
मालूम है इतना बंदे flank कर रहे तो city लेने का.
Not often do I really worry about Chronicle, but he's having a tough time here.
Share?
Once again, Giant X are into C site with very little resistance.
क्या हो गया मैडम? Morning
stream नहीं है. Respected by Fnatic. The smoke obviously deep here. Does Alpha invest? Oh, Chronicle has got Purpo though. That is lovely. Crashies from all the way across. Oh, he's got both.
क्या ये vulnerable combo था? नहीं ना?
Dreaming of an outcome that's probably not going to be happening now.
था क्या vulnerable combo?
We're up for a biff. Oh,
9
gap closing. Doesn't expect it. Oh my
god.
Oh my god. Yeah, Kayak easy now, Tiger, because there's a real issue here.
बाद में बोलते boyfriend को नहीं मिल रहा.
Timing is everything. It's a nice reposition. It's very hard to consider for Cloud. But that suddenly got serious in a heartbeat.
He's going to need to ace though.
I mean, God.
तो WhatsApp video call से मैगी वैगी खिलाती है क्या इसको?
Perfect position here.
भूख लगा.
He'll have to go towards a spike. And he is. Very well done by Kron. Kept composed in the end, but Christ, Cloud almost did something unthinkable.
Huh?
I mean, I got a bit worried that Fnatic could just put the red carpet up for Giant X to go into that C site, but nice trip from Kron to get a free kill.
Sticker on the language.
You know, Fnatic good at playing around these ults, knowing that they can flood in or get kills from them. Crashy's looked incredible with the solo ult this game.
I catch the timing, bro. I catch the timing, bro.
W.
This is a nice enjoy it. You've had a hard game. Like some of these aren't going to be fun games. That's just the nature of the beast. But maybe a little bit of a weight off his shoulders in that regard. But God, if Cloud has another round like that, oof. 5-6 though. You're right. These ult usages since that kind of ISO ult that came in. Yeah, there's been a bump in the road. You know, it's not a complete one-sided affair. But since that moment,
भाई बहुत सारे राउंड जीतना था रे
They're very, very good at this. Oh, the strength.
वो पिस्टल राउंड जीता तो अभी 8 होता और वो एक राउंड जीता 9
respect it. See the amount of attention put towards clearing that. The TP as well, up towards heaven straight away.
Another massive brawl on A. Usually favoring Giant X.
Oh my good lord, he's thrown everything at it. Ara still hungry, but it's Kayak to greet him with a smile. This time around, Kayak's here. I feel like he hasn't been able to be on this site as often as he'd like, but now with the operator, tough position to play in, feels risky. Oh, but the reward is just divine. Gorgeous stuff from him as Cloud. Oh my god, not again, Cloud. You got 5 bullets and 3 players to find. Easy, Tiger. Easy. Oof. Cloud's been so close to a couple of these rounds, but they brought it back to a 6 apiece, Mini. It's close.
Yeah, but going into attack side, I think that's where Fnatic love it. Lotus has been calling some masterclasses recently, and that's something to worry about.
9-3 देखा जाए तो 9-3 for Giant X होना चाहिए था.
One of the best in the league. I'd be still happy with that with 2 brand new players. I miss how this ends.
हाँ देखा जाए तो 9-3 होना चाहिए था. नहीं आगे लगता.
All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
बन भाई जेक पे पैसा ये सब नहीं करने का भाई. टेक्निकली कौन जीतेगा? फैनेटिक जीतना तो चाहिए. प्लीज गिव मी अ गेमिंग पीसी. आई वांट टू बिकम गेमिंग यूट्यूबर लाइक यू. इट्स माय ड्रीम. शैडो भाई जितना आप मेहनत मेरे चैट में ये चीज लिखने के लिए कर रहे हो, जो कि आप इग्नोर हो रहे हो, लेकिन जो कर रहे हो मेहनत, इससे अच्छा घर वालों पे करो. उनको बोलो कि ये चाहिए करके. अगर नहीं हो रहा तो रिलेटिव्स, नहीं हो रहा तो फ्रेंड्स. समझ रहे हो? हाँ तेरे मेहनत को मैं दांत देना चाहूंगा, लेकिन उसके अलावा पीसी नहीं मिलेगा. दांत मिलेगा मेहनत को. तेरे मेहनत को दांत, पीसी नहीं मिल सकता. रूट बहुत से कि रूट कैसे हुआ ये? बिंग्स भाई मैं जीत गई, लेकिन ट्रॉफी तो नहीं जाएगी. है नहीं समझा.
But map 3, a closer affair. Mini, we're seeing a challenge here. Now I know that you rate the attack side here with Boaster at the helm. I get that. But is there any worry in your minds, or are you quite sure that Fnatic will be fine now on this side switch?
Mumbai,
I think they should be fine, but Giant X have, you know, I'm casting with the respect that they've been playing very well. So it's not going to be a simple, it shouldn't be a simple, you know, blowout victory from here. I expect resistance.
I'm with you on that, Wes. It looks like Westside actually copped a lot of damage here, but look at the stack. Look how much priority the Giant X put. This 4-play stack towards C and Garage, that's huge. Putting a lot of faith in Cloud control towards the A side. And bringing Fnatic just down to 3. Now, Kayak's got himself a lot of space here. Cloud gonna know the presence through Suet. Didn't see the second player.
GX to Fnatic. 11-3. एक बार सोच के देखो
all across the map. Ara's got the flank. But Kayak's in a strange position too.
Yeah, if Ara can keep his life, that's lovely for him. Yeah, he's gonna be happy with that. But yeah, he's Kayak. Can he become instrumental to the outcome? They've kind of navigated away from each other. You've got the players backfilling towards B. And now it's kind of, I don't want to say thought through, but there's... Oh my god, this kayak been seen. He has... Oh my word, and Aura turned around for it. He was just caught by the players drifting from B towards C. The timing not there for them, leaving Crashies and Boaster to try and pick up the pieces of this round. 5 against them, and Giant X looked prepared for this. Boaster trying to find a path through Garage. It looks unavailable. Crashies with a lovely shot towards Aura. Just that shock dart to buy maybe a couple of seconds on the plant here. Boaster trying to make a play. Playing in that smoke. Does that Fnatic classic work just as well? The double swing. Oh, just dipped into the other side of the smoke there. Crashies. Oh my god, it's 3. Are you on for the ace, Crashies? You got 1 bullet, hits a reload. Got the dart as well. He's got something to do with this one. Come on, Crashies, show me some magic. No! It is Giant X pulling off the first round here in the second half. And Mini, they looked ready. They looked like they had
11-3, buddy.
4-man stack through Garage.
11-3.
Yeah, like that's what I wanted to highlight. Is maybe Giant X looked into the pistols of Fnatic. I'm gonna be honest, I can't remember what pistols Fnatic ran, but they looked like they had an anti-strat ready, knowing that Fnatic maybe liked to go towards that Garage. Nice. And it was nice, well executed. It's like sometimes we talk about Giant X and they have these nice ideas and they don't. The execution just isn't there. Sometimes the shots aren't hit. But today, looking very different.
This is... It gives me a little hope here, because we've had, like, Cloud hitting, couple of... This hasn't been a big push you know, popping off, doing anything crazy. If he starts heating into this one, if he gets a little bit of room to build, oof. Let's get a bit scary. But
what is 11-3 technically round? Technically...
Any small victories here.
बराबर खेलता तो 11-3
should
up
have
होना
the angle,
चाहिए.
and he's got the kill. So far, no really red flags to be worried about.
Standing ahead. It should be a simple one for Giant X here.
I like this though. You can see the timing on what they were trying to do on that crunch towards West Side, but
idea बढ़िया था.
I like Kayak's attempt.
Idea
it's
बढ़िया
not
था.
there though, and this now.
Idea बढ़िया था. 11-3, ठीक है?
Getting the second with an in zone flawless. Suddenly.
Idea बढ़िया था.
Not much, but you can feel it. That little bit of tension now. You can see it as well. This round becomes pivotal, important. If a bonus gets converted for Giant X, I'm on board.
It's also, like you point out, Aura, if the bonus is converted, getting that economy up, getting that op out, the Jet on defense, that's what you want to see.
Nice, good job, guys, good job, good job, good job.
Another round where Giant X have an idea on the bonus round. We're going to see a C push here with the fault line.
इसको PC gift कर दे live. Excuse me.
Push down towards that cutout on C long. Still 2 players present towards Garage. This is very similar to what we almost saw on the pistol to a degree, right? You've got Cloud isolated towards 8. This is rinse and repeat.
They're reading Fnatic's Garage default. Fnatic love to go into Garage at the start of the round, take this Sentinel space, take away that utility.
Down long, we've got a bit of a brawl about to break out down there. They're going to at least kind of insert one.
पीछे भागने का आवाज दिया है.
Left to his own devices, but they do go back. They should have information, at least on the camera to a small degree, but Cloud may not read how many are on that side.
Yeah, he's got a big job in this game if they're going to continue with this 1A approach.
Yeah, it is not easy. Whoa, yeah, outdone. Kayak.
Crazy.
So mechanically gifted, but Purple going to claim one back, catching the player by window. That was the spike. I don't know if he saw it drop necessarily, but that's enough that kind of gives away this, maybe it's not this direct A approach. Alpha going to be caught by the paranoia. Has to back away, stunned up almost, actually gets away with it. He's being forced out, bullied around the map by Util. Gets away to safety.
वो लोगों को पता है कि flank कर रहा है ना, वो लोगों को पता है flank कर रहा है.
The trajectory and pathing of Giant
ये
X
reason
is
की
good
वजह
towards
से
the
वो लोगों को
side.
पता है कि सब flank कर रहे हैं.
All from one position though.
Silence. Would have been nice to have a bit
सबको
more
पता है flank
precautions.
कर रहे हैं.
Yeah, now you look at the pressure then coming back through from sewer, but they've already gotten past that. They've skipped ahead a little bit.
सबका position कोई city नहीं दिख रहा
Turns the
है.
flash just
सबका position flank
so
दिखने वाला
Crashies
है.
plays in, swings in, crashes. He's held the line just as desired for
Technically
Fnatic.
Binks by Radiant
Happy with that one.
सही
And the first one truly
बहुत
identifying
सही
that isolated Cloud on the A site.
Yeah, I think that it'll be interesting to see if Fnatic make that
Ganesh bhai, you have
read
to
that
seek
Giant
help from
X are
your
hard
family and
anti-stratting
neighbors and
Fnatic
your
right now.
relatives.
They've got stacks towards C to deal with Fnatic's usual default, playing just one towards that A site. If someone gives both of that information that they're only playing one on that A site, I'm
really
gonna say that
nice
this is what
round,
this time is probably about.
Really nice, and Alpha really good input there.
Language यार उसमें मेरे को Technically didn't बोला मैं
maybe
पहुंचा ना
identifying
4-5
how
बार
many were in
कितना बार
middle
पहुंचा
as
मैं
well. So
Probably.
this does feel like, as much as yes, this is a giant
4-5
X timeout,
बार
because
तो
maybe the
पहुंचा
plan
ना
has
मैं
been uncovered. The Fnatic are probably working right now as well. I'd love to see the coach cams on the other side. It looks like Boaster was having a bit of a
कोई तो
chat
बोला
there
था
too, but
3
I'd be
दिन
very curious to see if they're
salesmanship बंद
interjecting
अभी
with
तक
what
हारे
they see
नहीं है
happening. Yeah, it
Fnatic
looks like it's mostly led by Boaster there for
एक
them. But
क्या एक
now
हेलो
this is the
क्या
test
एक
of depth, right? Like maybe they have a
शर्म
good idea
है
of how they wanted to deal with that default, deal with the garage control, make sure that's not a freebie, that it's fought for,
दो
and challenged for. But now, okay, they've found us out, right? We've been
कल के
stacking
stream पे
for.
दोपहर को
Cool. But then the issue
गिनाऊंगा मैं
becomes, look, even Fnatic struggled to hold that A site, even with 3-4 players. It's not an easy site to hold if they get this full execute going. The challenge then becomes, and the question mark becomes, does Fnatic try and exploit it
go
now?
to के hit
So go back to the standard,
देना
you'll imagine that there's going to be an adaptation. So it becomes this kind of,
जितना आधे
a
से
really
एक बार
chess-gamed answer.
I think with Fnatic, I'm prodding both A main and Garage at the same time and feeling out, are they continuing with this game plan, or where can we just get the easy space?
Yeah.
कोई तो 0 बोला उसको hide दो
Because we can already see the adjustment from Giant X, right? That's a very different looking A side of the map. Now Fnatic looking quite simplistic in approach, and the Hunter's Fury gonna, I think that's at least a tag. Yeah, it's a pickup for Crashes too. He's been so
कैसे
good.
कर लेता है बे ये
Every
बंदा
Hunter's Fury's been
कैसे
phenomenal
कर
from
लेता है
him
बे
this
ऐसा
game. Huge impact.
Kind of discussing as well
बाप
Fnatic's
रे।
strength when it comes to utilizing their ults. This is a layer that they've had here. Crashies already finding impact, and now going back to this garage presence, which we've seen them work with before. Should be info on this. That's 2 spotted. That's, again, a lot to be working with here. Trying to get that connection, but Alpha going to go for the kill. Yeah, really well controlled in the corner. Good trade for Westside. It's not out of complete touch.
8-8
But now we have to see what that retake looks like
और
on the
उनके
C
पास पैसा
side.
नहीं है
Not too much to work with. We've got Ara
उनके पास
pressuring the
पैसा
flank
नहीं है
and some salvos, but Westside's got in already.
That's a bit worrying. And where was Boaster? I guess maybe imagining Kayak had that. I don't know. It looked a little lost in the source here. This is still getting
1v2?
dangerous. It's a 1v2.
आरा भाई हो जाए
Noted.
आरा
Obviously,
भाई
going to be considered earlier.
आरा भाई हो जाए
He's got to get moving, and he knows he has to try and gap close and get there in time. The flash going to come through. Tries to find himself a cubby to play from. Trying to identify this crossfire. Find the player. Spots one. Oh, it's lovely. 5 bullets. He can't convert on Safety
अगर
found
मारता
Fnatic there.
डिफ्यूज
Tying the scoreline up now. A
था
little bit closer.
बैंटी था यार
And the battle truly of the minds begins.
एंड भाई अच्छा खेल रहे बे अच्छा खेल रहे लोग बे
Yeah, timeout not working for Giant X, and now down to just the Sheriffs.
Chico.
Chico time.
Yes.
हाँ टेक्निकली क्या स्कोर चालू है चैट
We go by like majority rule, but
I think it's still a Chico.
it's fine, it's fine.
Okay,
11-5 क्या नहीं 11-4 क्या चल रहा है
Okay. What do we have? Fnatic should be just working a default, really. You know, you're up
11-4
against a team on Sheriffs or, you know, a broken bite. And already Alpha's been rewarded with his patience, playing discipline, catching that push up on C-Long. And we've seen it was Ara going for it a couple of times as well, but now seeing the West Side was the one punished, that opens up a lot of possibilities.
Yeah, but Fnatic will continue to play it patiently. Giant X, nice proactivity, but Fnatic should be ready.
It feels readable. Fnatic very heads up about this, re-clearing towards window. I don't know if they go too deep to clear it. Gonna look for the last player. Boaster, that was sharp.
क्या हो गया बूस्टर भाई को
Quick towards Purpo there. And again, methodical from Fnatic. And this is kind of what you need in a round like this. You need to be very composed about it.
useless technical score
Alpha hunting his ult now too.
He should. Ara looking like the next
हम
potential
लोग देख
victim
रहे
too.
ऑन पेपर
Down to
giant
22 HP.
हरा सकता था
Alpha,
if they played
very
good
much on the case.
without rookie mistakes
No support going to be coming in from Cloud anytime soon, really. Quite far away here.
Cloud looking to save, it looks like. Aura doesn't want to give away anything more.
Alpha is only one off from the ult, but still, I mean, Crashy's not
भाई
too far
सो
away
तो नहीं गया
either.
ना मेरा एडिटर
Get any sort of silver lining out of this round.
तो नहीं गया ना
I feel kind of sorry for Giant X, taking that timeout, losing, and now they've got to deal with an Alpha ult on the next, like the second gun round.
पता चला इसके बाद मेरा शूटर रोस्ट हो गया
Look, it's something that
शॉट
we kind
कितने
of
मारा उसने
compliment
गोली
with Fnatic to an extent, but a lot of the good teams will do it. And we talk about the kind of layering when we get towards top-end teams is how well they utilize these ultimates and how well it can snowball the team and how well they invest them when they get them. I remember Steel losing his mind the amount of times you'd see players sat on these ults, not using it, not building rounds around it, and it just becoming a real issue. But as it stands, Fnatic is showing what you can do with this. Now, whether or not that holds up, we do have 2 more to work with here. Clan obviously has his and Alpha now.
This is a nice spot. Historically, Fnatic like to use the Euro on A, but looks like they're going for a more fast garage approach, potentially. Potentially the combo of the Euro and the ISO could be used.
But it looks like they're going back to this 4-1 for Giant X too, so... Already hearing that shield pop makes you nervous, and there's the player snatched. Alpha to be taken. I think that's Purpo here. Oh, that's not clean, but it's fine. He gets away with it, but there's a lot of bodies on the side of the map. So as much as he does go 1-for-1, we are seeing this 4v4 break out. They need it, but they've got time to work the map now. Alpha, yeah, really strong from him.
It's a big kill, gets rid of the brute choke, which is, I think, what Giant X were looking for, because they're playing retake on A.
Now
they're all invested just to ensure safety, and also sell a great deal of presence where we know it isn't going to be. Now, does Cloud think, yeah, that's nonsense? I don't know. He's still around by A. It's all on Cloud. He's in the right place. And it's the right time.
Spike down.
Head rolls off of Boaster's shoulder, and he looks towards Sewer. Not wrong about it either, but now Alpha going to take towards the site. Imposing figure after this sort of round. Oh, Cloud surgical in precision, but Crashy's the one to bring this back into hand, and now Kayak has to hold the push up, and he does. Swiftly handling the push. Giant X once again unable to get past that final hurdle.
Yeah, Cloud did its best. He's had that responsibility of being the solo power so much. We see Fnatic on their defense using 4 players sometimes to hold it, and Cloud's doing a good job just by himself, but unluckily... Kayak's ADS is clean though. I'm so bad with the ADS.
I can't use it. I can't do it.
It's supposed to do it.
उसी का इनकेस दोले बात तो है.
I'm not happy.
No, I think even I can translate that one. Ooh, insta ult and insta push. Kayak's already got Purpo. Purpo.
ये combo थोड़ा सा casual हो गया रे बाबा.
What's gone on here then?
ये गलत है, ये गलत combo था, गलत combo था.
11-8,
11-8 नहीं, technically क्या था? मैं भी भूल गया.
Also trying to find some presence.
Basically हार गया Giant X, लेकिन जीत सकता था. Basically.
Cloud already noted earlier on.
End of the story ये है कि
Yep.
जीत सकता था.
समझ
रहे हो? Point समझ रहे हो?
Looked a bit better when Team Liquid did it.
Yeah. Does that hurt you to say sometimes, or no? You happy to compliment Team Liquid?
Team Liquid's alright.
यार अच्छा खेला बे, अच्छा खेला बे Giant X.
Look at you.
अच्छा खेला, नसीब में
I've never
नहीं.
had hatred about Team Liquid.
Publicly.
Chat, जो भी लोग मेरे को गाली दे रहे हो ना, तुम लोग मेरे को कल थैंक्स बोलेंगे. मैं टेक्निकली का प्रैक्टिस क्यों कर रहा हूँ? क्यों कर रहा हूँ? कल अपना मैच है. समझ रहे हो? अभी से प्रैक्टिस कर रहा हूँ.
And it's something that should be seen, right? And this sounds, because I do feel like sometimes the audience at home thinks games can be just that coin flip, is 50-50. If
full support.
But there are favorites for a reason. Yes. There are favored sides.
कल अपना मैच है, कल 19th
and this is where we're starting to see that little bit more depth coming out from Fnatic, dealing with what felt like a really strong anti at the start. Starting to use his ults really well, starting to see them just find comfort in very uncomfortable situations, because it's not like Giant X have been bad. This has been 5 really hard fought 4 rounds by Fnatic. So again, this has pushed a lot of those limits here.
Yeah,
अगर नींद आ रही है तो पूरा स्ट्रीम देखना हो तो क्या करे? सोने का कल उठ के आराम से चिल करते करते स्ट्रीम देखने का.
It should be held high. What am I reading? You just got banned from Sliggy chat. Nice.
Mid show. Wow. Crazy.
Wow. क्या कौन बनवा?
It gives me like.
There's something to work with.
Yeah, like I know that sounds really weird to say, but it gives me like quite a lot of hope for this Giant X team. Like if we're seeing this sort of.
Why juvenile on suspension? तेरे नाम के वजह से.
Obviously, they're not looking for instantaneous results. If you can push Fnatic here on strong maps, that's great. Now, would you would you ever say you'd win against them? I don't know. You know, you're obviously going to go into it trying your best here, but again, to our eyes, this is already impressive. I'd love to see them with a little bit more depth now. Can they handle Fnatic here?
कल 18 कल 19 थे भाई 18 हो गया 12 बज गए.
Giant X getting Aura up close with those jet knives. We've seen Cloud by himself the entire game, it felt like, but now finally having someone to battle off.
क्रश की बहन उसके जैसे दिखती है, किसको पटाओ? चाइनीज बिली भाई आपके लिए क्वेश्चन है. अगर आपके मम्मी जैसे कोई दिखता है तो उसको तो मम्मी तो नहीं बोलेगा ना तू?
The two main kind of points, default points on the map.
नहीं बोलेगा ना? ये तेरे को पता है कि कौन है? तो वैसे ही कौन है और कौन किसके तरह दिखता है वो तेरे को पता करना पड़ेगा.
Oh my god, yeah, that's
एग्जांपल था. एग्जांपल था.
I love the attempt. I love.
भाई आरा ने पहला शॉट क्रेजी मारा लेकिन.
Go well
भाई एग्जांपल था. वेरी रूड क्या भाई.
Try something.
It was his only option.
Literally.
एग्जांपल था भाई रूड कैसे.
And decent.
भाई आरा ने पहला शॉट क्रेजी मारा.
And it feels like Fnatic start to run the game a bit better at this point as well. Once they remove that one player, they can kind of punish these rotations. And it is all a ruse though. Look where the spike is. Oh, no.
This is where Bosa's at his best.
Yep. Oh, it just feels...
We saw it all against Vitality, these fakes coming in. Yep. Reading them like a book.
भाई क्या बंदा है ये?
Ult there as well.
Dodge though.
Yeah, so they can still put a fight on this, but they're going to try and flood, I imagine. Yeah, they have to. They have to go for the util, and Cloud outdoes Kayak. Westside clears Alpha. It ain't over yet. Boaster doesn't have the 1v2 this time. Giant X staying in the game.
Giant X. और बराबर खेलते तो अब तक जीत गए ना.
Was cool beautifully, but Boaster, if Giant X just run through.
आज 18 थे.
Hit some headshots, then that's Valorant.
बट अगर सो गया तो मेंबर ओनली पे नहीं आ पाऊंगा. कोई सीन नहीं. कल देखो कभी भी देख सकते हो. अगर तुम मेंबर हो तुम कभी भी सुन देख सकते हो.
I give up with analysis.
बिल्ली किधर गई?
See them pumped up though, because I do feel like Giant X just see the defeat on their faces. Like in the last game, sometimes you're like,
Lovely 18 है कल.
like we're actually seeing them look a little bit more.
कल 19th है. आज हो गया. कल जो आज था वो कल का आज हो गया. 12 बज गए.
100%. Gotta feel great. But I'm gonna keep my eye on Ara because he has had a very quiet half here. And now we are at 11-9. Giant X looking like they're going to have to handle this seaside here. Crashes has not been missing these. He's got a tag, but again, it was the Omen, so slippery to pin down. Oof, Kayak, you're a lucky boy. Bloomin' heck, it is on a nice edge.
Oh!
Giant X doing well to not concede too much space. Fnatic slowly working the space. Have that garage control now, looking towards A main too. Again, what can Boaster cook in his mid round now?
Tempo settle for a second. Ara hasn't been quite up to scratch in this half. Might be a hard test up against Kayak, who's been clean, but this angle very favorable. Nice for him to pick that up. Doesn't need to overstay. He's worried obviously there was a follow-up. We know it's through sewer though. Chronicle looking to catch, and he does. Punishing Ara on the fallback towards site.
Giant X have read this fake beautifully. Not biting this time at all.
3v3 इधर.
Oh my God, is there for Crashies though. And away we go. Oh, come on. Alpha actually looked at that. But still, Westside was on the side.
मेरे लिए जीत गया Giant X. मेरे लिए जीत गया. मेरी चैट मिस कर दी. कैसे हो प्लीज भाई सागर भाई thank you for the membership. Good night.
We actually might have signs of life coming out now. Fnatic being tested in the final push here. Giant X making it up to double digits.
Chat.
And Fnatic not with the perfect solution to this.
मेरे लिए जीत गया भाई. मेरे लिए जीत गया. मजाक छाट.
You know, they could be happy with this, and they're saying no, we want the win.
Absolutely.
I'm so impressed with this. Cold drink की यार मत करो यार
ऐसा. We start to see those perfect cycling of the ults, like good manipulation on the mid rounding, getting down to that really good reads, but it was answered back by Giant X. Love that. Love that. Absolutely love it. And now we've got Kayak one away from his ult, one away from Alpha, so we've got a couple of slams.
जी कब ऐसा खेलेगा सुयश भाई? जी ऐसे इसलिए नहीं खेल पा रहा क्योंकि वो EMEA में नहीं है.
I'm surprised that Fnatic don't go for Alpha Swap
Pacific
towards
जैसा
C.
खेलेगा ना भाई
Traditionally, what you will
EMEA
see when
जैसा
the
कैसा
team is
खेलेगा
one away
Pacific
from
में
Paro
ओके
is that
हम
C
मजाक
orb
करते हो तो
collected.
भाई
Alpha by himself might go for it, but
समझ रहे हो
risky.
W bar
Risky. This is not the first time that Ara's done this. Repetition
पैट्रिक को मारेगा पैट्रिक वैर है ना अभी
to make count. Cloud trying to draw their attention, bait them in here, but it feels readable. But Kayak's still going to fall for it. Ara, do you get to keep your life? Do you stay alive? I mean, now's your real challenge. Here we go. Alpha on the 1v1. I don't think he's lost one of these yet. And he still has not. Brings it back to level footing. 4 apiece either side.
This is usually where Fnatic slow down. Often don't commit immediately.
If they keep going this way, Cloud's been so good at this.
2v4 situation.
Flicker's coming over. Now that's nice use.
Oh fuck.
That's a big bit of info. Completely full off sight. I feel like you can't give it up completely, but Cloud's in trouble here. It needed Flickless to kind of bail him out a little bit, turn the eyes away, which I guess he did, but now the issues start to mount up.
Blind
Play to the left,
मारा
play to the right.
है
The cage going to deny some access. Westside trying to isolate one of his. Boaster to the left. And it's only Boaster on the left here, but on the drop of the cage, the drop of the players,
बाप
Fnatic.
blind भाई पूरा
Finding
info
what
पे
they
खेला
needed there
F
in those
क्या है
moments.
कुछ F नहीं है
Giants
भाई
held on 10 as Fnatic make it up to 12.
क्या F
Yeah, Alpha using
कुछ
his
F
own
नहीं हुआ
wall to go grab that orb towards C, and then Bell.
Nischay thank God 20
And then a nice simple finisher there. Like, not all the rounds need to be these
अब
4D
पैसा नहीं है
chess,
अभी
300 IQ fakes. Sometimes it's just Kron come back. We got so Cypher ult. Let's hit the A site off that info.
भाई Giants बाप खेला लेकिन जीतना चाहिए था
Well played. Hey, come here, Jack.
हुआ था नहीं हुआ था
Heavy breaths from Alpha.
Kayak got the ult ready. Crashies has been having an exceptional game as well. Quietly towards the top of the board. Not the perfect buy at all on the other side. Purpo down on just that Sheriff. As Alpha takes steps here. Westside has been solid at holding this though. To make it difficult. That ain't you, Durka, don't worry.
Off तो है डर के
Yeah, I
का
love that little threat opener from Fnatic.
हुआ था
Using
नहीं
their
हुआ
double
था
duelist. Didn't get anything, but now it's back on Aura.
And Flickless just fell. This is all on his plate pretty much. Can he deal with the pressure coming his way? Oh, that's certainly how you do it. Gets out of danger, at least for now, trying to dip away, trying to find some safety, but Kayak is hot on his heels. Takes the get out of jail free card, but looks to try and control Aura, who is still standing on this side. The wall going to be coming his way as Alpha removes his teammate. Aura now surrounded, he falls.
भाई है बे लेकिन आ रहा है बे आ रहा है
Fnatic looking
हुआ था
on
नहीं
the
हुआ
money
तेरे
now. Just
भाई आ रहा है
Westside to deal
आज
with
क्या
3.
झेलता होगा इसके बाद मेरे को शूट है
And a good
15-20
game is
मिनट
one
का उसके
thing.
बाद रात को
But
2 बजे
beating
के आसपास
Fnatic
आऊंगा
here is a different ball game. That's a start. Got it in the end. Oh, hello. Finds one. He's fancying it. He's got to go for it at some point. You can see the Boaster getting closer just in case. Spots him as well. He's seen both now. I don't know if he's got it in him. He's got to take the chance, but Boaster waits.
देखो टेक्निकली जीतना था ना
Like a 13-10 result, respectable.
टेक्निकली जीतना था भाई अच्छा खेला भाई जायंटेक्स भाई जायंटेक्स डब्ल्यू खेला भी लेकिन एक्चुअल में जायंटेक्स को जीतना था लास्ट मैच भी 4 राउंड वो हुआ रुकी मिस्टेक्स और अभी भी रुकी मिस्टेक्स रुकी वाला सीन हो गया और कुछ नहीं भाई बाप खेला लेकिन जायंटेक्स बाप खेला क्या बोलते हो हाँ क्रेजी एक्सडी भाई कतई हैंडसम लग रहे हो कैसे हैंडसम लग रहे हो डीपी में हाँ मेरे हिसाब से काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप लेनी चाहिए आपको वो हैंडसम चेहरे के साथ क्या लगता है गिव इट अ थॉट थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप ठीक है गाइस जाते जाते प्लीज लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कर देना अभी मैं जा रहा हूँ मेरे को शूट है एक्चुअल वाला वो करने के बाद मैं रात को आ जाऊंगा थोड़ी देर के लिए और फिर कल दोपहर को नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम होने वाली है कुछ 2 से 3 घंटे का ही होएगा नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम आफ्टरनून में वैलो हम लोग खेलने वाले हैं नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम उसके बाद EMEA वॉच पार्टी NA वॉच पार्टी और पैसिफिक वॉच पार्टी बोले तो मेरी गांड इधर ही रहेगी पूरा टाइम ठीक है तो ऐसे ही प्यार दिखाते रहना लव यू चैट बाय बाय आदियोस शेडी में पादियोस टेक केयर सी या 1 लाइक तो बनता है
You deserve better than me. Nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream. It's how I feel. That you deserve better than me. If I was smart, I'd find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream. It's how I feel. That you deserve better than me. Nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream. It's how I feel. That you deserve better than me. If I was smart, I'd find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream. It's how I feel. That you deserve better than